Rock always dreamed of becoming a great tamer of holy creatures, but fate decreed otherwise. He was never able to find his loyal beast, who would become his companion on a long and difficult journey. Moreover, his childhood friends, whom he selflessly helped and in whom he saw support, turned away from him at the most difficult moment. With each new trial, he will gain the experience that he so lacked, and who knows, perhaps his faithful companion will still find him, at the most unpredictable and decisive moment of his life's journey. The story begins in the village of Grilla, outskirts. In this village, as soon as a child turns 12, the priest chooses his future path. Each of the children is told about the possibilities of their activities. 12-year-old Rock asked in surprise, "Is he a tamer of holy beasts?" 12-year-old Amy, who was a mage, came up to him. She folded her hands behind her back and smiled and said, "So cool, Rock. He will become a tamer of holy beasts." He smiled awkwardly and said that priests do not know anything about this at all. Gladiator Isaac folded his arms over his chest and smiled and said that everything is fine. He will definitely do it. Priest Kara put her hands to her chest and said, "Yeah. She thinks so too." The protagonist thanked them, and then Isaac extended his fist to him and said, "Well, he will become the best gladiator in the world." Amy also extended her fist and said that she, too, will definitely become the coolest mage in the world. Kara also stretched out her hand awkwardly said, "Yeah, she will become a priest who can heal any wounds." Rock repeated after the guys and said that he will also become a cool holy beast tamer. They touched fists and said, "Let's combine their powers to become an S-Rank team." Then they smiled. Although they all have different callings, he wants to enjoy their journey together forever. Therefore, he will support each of them to make their dreams come true, so he decided. 3 years later. 15-year-old Rock carried bags in his hands, his body was covered in sweat, he was breathing heavily and approaching the door said, he was finally back. Reaching out for the doorknob, he heard Isaac offer to kick him out. He leaned against the window and said that although he said that he would become a holy beast tamer, he did not have a single strong beast. The only thing he can do now is carry clothes and do all sorts of tasks that anyone can do. Amy stood up and said indignantly, "They always did everything together." Isaac said, "Amy, they have already become an S-rank party that everyone admires and wants to join. They can't always bring useless small fry into battle." She thoughtfully put her fingers to her chin and said, "But..." He put his hand forward and said, "Besides, there is one brave hero interested in joining their team. This is their chance. If he joins their team, they will become kings. They simply cannot help but take him to them. He will have a significant impact on the village. Besides, it will bring them closer to fulfilling their dreams." A bead of sweat ran down Amy's face. She awkwardly said, "Well, maybe so." At this time, Rock listened to their conversation. He became upset and looked down. Isaac walked to the center of the room and said excitedly that they would meet him tomorrow and go to the extinction dungeon. If he fought them, they would be able to pass the dungeon. So they would say goodbye to Rock. Amy folded her arms across her chest and looked at Isaac desperately. She looked down and said, "But..." Isaac turned to Kara, who was holding a dress in her hands. He asked, would she take this dress with her to the dungeon tomorrow? She smiled, looked at him and said, "Yeah. I don't want it stolen. So no need to whine about having an extra bag." He sighed and then walked to the door and said, "Well, their discussion is over. Amy, she can tell him about it in person." Then he opened the door and walked into the hallway. Amy ran out after him and shouted for him to wait. She wanted to tell him something. At this time, Rock hid behind the wall. Of course, as Isaac said, he hadn't met a holy beast yet. How many holy beast shorteners spend their entire lives looking for companions? Those who got another calling were lucky, but with the ability of divine power, he improved the basic stats of his friend's equipment and support magic. He did all the chores, cooked food, carried bags, tanked, spied, negotiated with guilds. He sighed heavily and said, however, he doesn't understand anything at all. The bags fell from his hands and he sat on the floor, hugging his knees. After a while, the guys stood in front of a young guy, who smiled and put his hand on his chest, said that he was the brave kid. It was nice to meet him. It was a great honor for him to take part in the dungeon expedition. Rock smiled and looked at Isaac and said that it was so great that he would go with them. Isaac looked at him, and then folded his arms across his chest and turned away in the opposite direction. Kid put his hand forward and said that he bowed to God because he gave such beautiful ladies special talents. Rock, still smiling, looked at Kid and thought that this was a great compliment. He has good manners. Then Kid noticed him and walked up to him, and suddenly put his finger forward and arrogantly said, hey, henchman, he should be more careful with his bags. There are things in there that he will never be able to buy in his entire life. The hero thought that he would take his words back. Amy smiled awkwardly and said to Kid-san, Rock is not a henchman. He looked at her and asked, really? Then he pointed at him and said that he just carries all their bags. And is that a dress? Kara turned to Amy and asked if she cared, maybe they should move faster? Isaac raised his hand and said that before they set off, he asked Kid to let him see what kind of weapon he had. The brave man pulled out his sword and said, the sword that cuts the dragon. They say it is a sword that is given personally by the king, and can defeat even a dragon. Everyone looked at his weapon in surprise. Rock thought that it was considered a great sword that would be extremely difficult to smelt. But, he asked, is there a crack on the blade? Kid sharply put his sword to his neck and shouted that it wasn't so. He was not allowed to open his mouth, something like a servant. Isaac looked at him and then told him to leave him alone. We need to get together, guys. Kid raised his fingers up and asked them to take care of themselves. Amy suggested that they all take over this dungeon together. Kara said that she would heal them, they can rely on her. The guys touched their weapons, and Kid looked at it and thought, in joy and sorrow, they were always together. He dreamed of making dreams come true, but it seems that he can no longer maintain them. After some time in the extinction dungeon, Rock was walking ahead and looking at the map. Isaac shouted at him to take it, so he doesn't walk like a turtle. He has to lead them faster. Rock thought that with the ability to sense the terrain, he can roughly know the location and number of monsters in the dungeon. By navigating the map, they can reach their destination without encountering a single monster. The shortest path is not always the best. Isaac said, hey. Can't he hear? He told him to be faster. Rock turned to him and said that he can't. Because. Isaac put his hand out to his side and shouted, no need for excuses. He said that he has to lead them faster. Then he awkwardly walked up to Kid and apologized to him. He said that they will lead him to the boss as soon as possible. Kid spread his arms out to the sides, and then put his fingers to his chin and said that anyway, there were a lot fewer monsters in this dungeon than the last time he came here. So they cannot be afraid, even a henchman can go forward first. Asked, has he already been here? Kid confirmed his words and said that when this dungeon first appeared, he went here with one self-proclaimed adventurer and almost died. Since then, he tries not to go into dungeons with all sorts of losers. After these words, he looked at Rock and folded his arms over his chest and said hard. Rock took out his weapon and attacked the monsters in front of him. Isaac looked around and shouted, hey! Come on! Then the main character sighed and wiping sweat from his forehead said, what now? He looked at the map, but Isaac knocked it out of his hands and shouted, what is he doing? He said to move your legs faster. He clenched his teeth in anger, veins appeared on his face. He shouted, come on! He's not asking for anything complicated. He just says to speed up a little. What's not clear? At this time, Kid picked up the map, and then, turning to Isaac, said that this guy was not leading them along the shortest route. He asked in surprise, what? Amy opened her eyes in surprise and asked, is this true? Rock smiled awkwardly and put his hands forward and said yes, because. Isaac asked, maybe he did it on purpose? Rock said that it was not so. The gladiator gritted his teeth and said, in order to get revenge on him, he was deliberately leading them in circles and playing with them? The tamer of the holy beast shouted that it was not so. Amy walked up to him, and then slapped him on the cheek. She put the staff to herself and asked, does he not understand? They did not come here to have fun. Tears appeared in her eyes. She said that was why she. Rock looked at her in surprise and thought, I understand, even Amy. He led them well through the dungeons and explained which path would be better to take. And they all believed that, despite the length of the distance, he was leading them on the right path, where they would face a horde of monsters. He clenched his fist and thought, at what point did they stop trusting him? Gladiator said, I see. He should lead them to the shortest route. Rock said that then they will encounter more monsters. Gladiator looked at the monsters ahead in surprise and asked, huh? This is a difficult task, idiot, he must fight them. The protagonist took out his weapon and said, okay. Amy shouted for Isaac to focus on the enemies. There will be more of them soon. Rock thought, when did their attitude towards him change? The guys were fighting monsters. Kid said, oh my god, he pulled his leg. The protagonist thought, are these his childhood friends? Kara, holding the staff in her hands and healing the allies, said that he really is useless. Kid cut the monster and looking at Rock said, well, he really needs to be kicked out of the party. After a while, they stood near a huge gate. They looked at it in surprise. Someone said that the boss was here. Rock spread his arms out to the sides and asked if they should take a break for a while. The gladiator shouted indignantly, "What?" He put his hand on his shoulder. The protagonist said that they should take a break and unload their bags. The gladiator asked, "I wonder whose fault it is that they came so late." Amy looked at him and asked, "Does he understand that it is becoming more and more dangerous to be here with time?" Kid laughed and said the boy is stupid. He cannot understand in what tone they are talking to him. Or is he fooling around? The tamer of the holy beasts adjusted the bag on himself and said that he is an idiot. Isaac asked irritably, "Why is he answering from top to bottom?" Then, turning to the girls, he shouted, "Amy, Kara, can I go now?" Kara nodded, and Amy looked away. He said, "Rock." They were hesitant about when to tell him this, but he would say it now because they couldn't watch this anymore. Once they left the dungeon, he would be kicked out of the party. They would go with Kid Sand from here on out. Rock said he understood. So the others agreed with this too? They remained silent, and then Isaac raised his fist in the air and shouted, "Well!" Then they were going to defeat the boss. They bumped their fists, and he shouted that they were the best team. Rock closed his eyes and thought that he was told to look after Kara, and he thought that he would play his last role. Then they opened the doors and entered a room, in the center of which was a huge creature. They looked at it in surprise and asked, "A gray wolf?" Rock thought that even E-class adventurers could defeat a gray wolf. But this boss is higher in the hierarchy, and besides, it is not gray, it is silver. It is Fenrir. Fenrir is a huge wolf in Norse mythology, the son of Loki and Angrboda. This can't be, it's a legendary rank monster, even an S-class adventurer would have a hard time defeating it. It seems the only option is to never attack it and leave, ignoring it. The gladiator pulled his sword forward and said, "It's just a wolf, he's disappointed." He suggested finishing it off quickly and returning to the village. Then he and Kid jumped on the monster, pointing their weapons forward. Rock shouted, "No! It's a monster!" Everyone froze in horror. Kid looked at his broken sword and asked, "What?" The gladiator shouted, "Does it really not work on him?" Fenrir rose to his feet, opened his eyes and opened his mouth to look at the party. The girls trembled in fear. Kara fell to the floor. Rock shouted for them to stop. He thought Kara had panicked, she was numb. Kid yelled, "Isaac, they need to retreat. Even though he's incredibly tough, his sword is broken, so he can't fight a wolf." Isaac yelled, "Seriously? They haven't even started fighting him yet. Someone said he can't be damaged, even when he's sleeping. He better run." Gladiator gritted his teeth and yelled, "Shit!" "Okay." The monster bared its teeth and ran after them. The party ran towards the exit. They yelled, "Everyone run!" Isaac said they were just running. "Shit! This is so annoying." Rock had Kara on his shoulder. He thought they were behind him. Kid told them not to worry. He appeared in front of Rock and said that this is just a guy's role. He plunged a blade into his chest. Rock's face twisted in pain. Kara fell off his shoulder. He crouched on the floor and clutched his chest. Kid pulled out the sword and said, "Spare Royal's sword, he can keep all the other clothes for himself. He can consider it his gift, which he will take with him to the other world." Then he put the sword back and said, "So, now he is a member of their party?" Gladiator smiled and said, "How could it be otherwise?" Rock looked after the running guy and thought, "This is not true, is it?" "Why?" Fenrir ran after them. Amy ran past Rock and asked him for forgiveness. Rock remembered how Isaac told him that they will definitely become strong. He suggested that they all try to become better together. Kara said that she trusts him. Therefore, he must protect her. Amy smilingly said that their team appeared only because of him. "Rock, thank you for everything." The tamer pressed his hands to his chest. He said, "Why?" Behind him, Fenrir opened his mouth and he said that despite the current situation, he simply cannot hold a grudge against them. A tear flowed down his face. Suddenly Fenrir said, "Such cruel humans. Letting one of them die to save themselves." He opened his mouth over the hero's body and said that his death would be quick. He would feel no pain. Rock turned around and thought in surprise those words. He put his hand in front of the creature's mouth and said, "Wait a minute. He can speak human language?" Fenrir's eyes widened in surprise. He asked, "Does he understand what he's saying?" Rock said that for some reason it seemed like he did. He wondered if this was one of his skills as a beast tamer? Lucky asked, "Was that so?" The creature tamer asked, "So he still wanted to fight?" Fenrir swung his tail from side to side, so that stones flew off the walls, and he said that he was free now, fighting him could help him kill time. Rock put his hand to his chest in confusion and said, no, he would be very grateful if he let him go. Fenrir told him to play with him. It's so boring to stay here on this floor. He can't even get out. Rock thought he doesn't want to die while playing in that case. He took out the things from his bag and then threw it forward and thought, let's use Isaac's chest plate. Fenrir looked at the thing that flew away and then caught it and threw it back at Rock's feet. He asked what the hell he was doing. The protagonist grabbed the chest plate and then threw it again. Fenrir caught it again and asked what was going on. He wagged his tail even more and said he didn't understand what was going on, but it was so much fun. Rock smiled and said this is so cool. He thought it was a good thing he learned to take care of a dog when he was a kid. Rock picked up the mica chest plate and said he mentioned he couldn't get out. Lucky said there was a powerful barrier set up at the entrance to this floor. Even he couldn't destroy it. The protagonist said okay. It's just a suggestion, but if he could get out of this dungeon, would he go on a journey with him? Lucky closed his eyes and said foo-foo. It was a good joke. But he wasn't against the idea. The hero asked in surprise, huh? Is he serious? Lucky said that the Fenrir didn't lie after all. Rock thought, could that be? Suddenly, he heard a voice in his head and asked, huh? The voice said that the Fenrir wanted to be his friend. Would he befriend it? He thought, wait, what did he just hear? Oh yeah, while he was reading the Tamer job, there was a part that said something about a voice in his head. It also said that after that event, the one who heard the voice would change. Is that what was happening now? He smiled awkwardly and said, of course, he wanted to befriend it. The voice said that the Fenrir had become his friend. Since he had fulfilled all the conditions, he would be granted access to the mini-monster garden. His monsters can now transform. Rock closed his eyes and thought that he was hearing a lot of things in his head. I wonder what the effect will be, since there is little known about this profession. He does not understand what is happening. He thinks he should just see what happens, huh? Lucky grinned from ear to ear and said, it feels like he is overflowing with power. Rock said that he is Rock Sistel. Nice to meet you, Fenrir. Lucky said that he is too, Rock. However, you should not call him Fenrir all the time. That is the name of his species. Rock folded his arms over his chest and thoughtfully said name. Lucky said that was right. He winked at him and told him to give him a cool, suitable name. The protagonist thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and said cool name. Fenrir looked at him eagerly, and then he said Lucky. How does it sound? Fenrir asked, did he say Lucky? Cool. He jumped up in the air and said, that is a cool name. He thinks he is really happy with this name. Suddenly a chest appeared in front of the Tamer. He put his hand on it and asked, treasure chest? I see. Befriending a Fenrir is like defeating a boss. I wonder what's inside. He started looking at the items inside the chest and said, bracelet and collar? They're huge. Lucky said, cool. Red collar is cool. Quick. He should put a collar on it. Rock put the collar on it, and then looked at the bracelet on his hands. A voice in his head said, Mini Monster Garden Bracelet. He can enter or exit the garden whenever he wants. Rock thought it was that voice again. He asked, what the hell is a mini monster garden? In the center of the bracelet, there was a hemisphere with a tiny house inside. He asked, is this the same garden? Lucky asked, what's wrong, Rock? He offered to show him what it does. He touched his nose to the bracelet, and then got into it. The protagonist looked at his bracelet and shouted, hey, he's okay. Lucky said he was totally fine. And then he appeared from the bracelet again. He shouted, that was really interesting. He should try to enter too, Rock. Shortener smiled awkwardly and said, try to enter? He thought that he would try to enter the garden. He closed his eyes and when he opened them, he saw the house that was in the bracelet in front of him. He opened his eyes in surprise and said that this place makes him want to take a nap. He looked around and thought that based on what he saw, this place doesn't seem spacious, but the temperature and weather are good. If they ever need to store things, they can use this hut as a warehouse. Among all the magic items, there are some that allow access to another dimension to store items, but he has never seen one that also allows acquaintances to enter. Lucky sat down next to him and asked, so what will they do now? Rock thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and said that even S-Rank adventurers won't be going anywhere else today. It would be great if he can gather other monsters like Lucky. Fenrir asked, gathering comrades, huh? Sounds fun. He could assure him that there would be others like him who would also want to get out of their prisons. Rock looked at the cave and said that was right. For that to happen they would first need to get off this floor. He mounted Lucky's back. They raced forward and the familiar told him to make sure he held on tightly. Rock shouted with a smile, "Thank him, Lucky." He appreciated it very much. He thought that it was as expected of a Fenrir. They had walked such a distance in such a short time. At this rate they would soon arrive at the barrier. And the stairs would lead them out of here. He then told Lucky that he needed to head for the hole on the right. Lucky asked why they had to turn right. The hole right in front of them was the shortest route to their destination. Rock said that a swarm of monsters would await them if they went there. He wanted to avoid pointless battles. Lucky ran on and said that he understood. He's glad to have a guy like him around. Now to the right. Rock turned her attention to the chopped-up monsters lying on the ground. He asked, "Huh?" Then he asked to stop for a second. While Rock was getting off Fenrir, Lucky asked, "What this time? Monster corpses?" Rock smiled and closed the two parts of the monster, said that this can be sold. Some of them can also be used to make food. Lucky asked, "What? Delicious food?" He would love to try it. The tamer looked thoughtfully at the part of the monster and said, "Fold." He closed the two parts. Lucky looked at it happily and said that it was amazing. When did he learn to store things like that? Rock said that when he was riding on its back he just felt that this method of storing items was possible. Then he jumped on Lucky and told him to try it. Fenrir said that he understood, accepted. "Fold." He slapped his paw forward and then looked at it fearfully. He awkwardly said that it was his fault. He spent too much strength. This time, he uses the tip of his claws so that the materials are not damaged. He touched the monster part with a shaking claw and said, "Fold." The monster parts shook. Lucky made a surprised face, and Rock said anyway, since he knows the importance of collecting materials from monsters, he should just remember not to damage them. They stood near the barrier, and he said that they should be ready to deal with the real problem. Lucky put his paw on the barrier and said, "I see, it looks like it is very durable." Well, he thinks that's as far as he can go. It was a short adventure, but he had a lot of fun. Rock held out his hand and smiled and told him to wait. He shouldn't give up too quickly. Now, he should just go into the mini-monster garden. Lucky happily said, "I see." So they are going to bypass the barrier. Then he disappeared into the hero bracelet and Rock said, "Okay, let's go." He thought that still, there was no guarantee that they would be able to pass safely. He clenched his fist and thought that besides, this barrier was quite powerful. Could they pass this way? He touched the barrier with his hand and then simply walked on. Everything went smoothly. Then Lucky got out of the bracelet and happily said that he did it, Rock. After a while, they were outside. They got out of the dungeon without a hitch. He thought that it was as expected of a Fenrir. Lucky looked up at the sky happily and said that he was truly grateful to him, Rock. He never imagined that he would be able to get out of this dungeon. He was looking forward to their upcoming journey again. Rock extended his fist to him and said that the same goes for him. He hoped that they would get along, Lucky. The familiar looked at the extended fist and then wanted to extend his paw, but remembered how he destroyed the remains of the monsters with one movement of his paw and touched his nose. Rock thought, this is how he first became friends with the Fenrir. Some time later, in the royal capital, Kronto, a crowd of people gathered near Rock and Lucky. The tamer awkwardly scratched his cheek and said that he guessed it was to be expected. Several warriors ran up to them and shouted that they needed to protect the Adventurers Guild. A huge gray wolf appeared. It was going to attack. The protagonist put his hands forward and shouted, "No!" He asked them to wait. It's his familiar. He thought that they weren't listening to him. Then he scratched the back of his head and asked what he should do. Rika, who was the administrator of the guild, was standing at the door of the entrance to the square. She asked, "What is the meaning of all this?" Then she walked up to Rock and said, "Welcome back." He said that he was glad to see her too. She thoughtfully put her finger to the corner of her mouth and asked, Well, shouldn't he be exploring the Flame of Destruction dungeon with his team? She then turned her attention to Fenrir and jumped up and down shouting, "What a big dog." Rock laughed and said, "It's not a dog. It's his familiar, Fenrir." She pressed the book to her chest and asked, "Fenrir? The one from the stories?" She then smiled and said that she congratulated him. She was so happy. He finally became a tamer. Someone in the crowd asked, "A tamer? Seriously? He was able to tame Fenrir himself?" Rika then walked towards the exit of the square and turned to Rock and said that then, he should register him and asked him to follow her. The villagers continued to watch Lucky, who curled up on the ground and fell asleep. After a while, Rika stood at the registration desk and said, "Okay, she's done registering." Rock thanked her and she asked, So what happened to the others? He abruptly placed his hands on the counter and asked, What? They haven't returned yet? She confirmed his words and he stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, Gee, he got stabbed and then thrown when they were in the dungeon. He was sure that they were back here by now. She shouted in surprise, He said that he got stabbed, is he okay? Rock said that Kid's sword was half broken, so he didn't get fatal wounds. Rika said that the rumor was true. He asked, What kind of rumor? She said, That's right, it was spreading around when Kid was just starting to become famous as an adventurer. He joined the B-rank adventurers and headed into the flames of destruction, but it all ended in failure. The only ones who came back were him and one other person. After that, the rumor began to spread that Kid was using his friends as bait to get out of the dungeon. He put on a serious look and thought that if it was him, then it was quite possible. She asked, But why was he targeted this time? He smiled awkwardly and put his fingers to his chin and asked, Maybe because he was the most useless? She looked at him in surprise and asked, What was he talking about? He looked at her in confusion, and she said that she was sure that Roxanne was the most important member of the squad. He asked in confusion, What? Was he useful? She smiled and said that it was true. Rox said that the work he did for the squad could have been done by anyone. To tell the truth, he was kicked out shortly after they entered the dungeon. She shouted indignantly, Really? She clenched her fists and shouted that anyone could have done this work. This is a lie. It was thanks to his presence that the squad reached S rank. How did such a big misunderstanding arise? If this happened, their squad will be demoted to B rank. He asked loudly, They couldn't be demoted from S rank, right? Their individual combat abilities can't be underestimated. Rika said that it might be so. However, betraying your own party member is a violation of the guild rules and can't be ignored. Moreover, the fact that they still haven't returned from the S-rank dungeon is a testament to their abilities. He said in a confused voice, Well, they really haven't returned yet. Suddenly, he remembered, That's right, Amy and the others are still in the dungeon with Kid. He remembered his mischievous smile and ran towards the exit. Rika shouted, Rock. If he goes back and helps them, they'll be able to treat them very unfairly again, right? He stopped and said that it might be so. He remembered his comrade's smiles, and then turned to her and said with a friendly smile that he just wanted to return their things back. She closed her eyes and said that she already understood. Then he ran on. Lucky asked, Is he leaving already? Several children climbed on Fenrir. A couple of them were hanging on the pigtails that hung from his muzzle. Rock asked, Will he go with him? Lucky said that he will say it only once, they betrayed him once. And they will do it again. Rock said that he understood. So, this is the last time that he will help them. Then Lucky bowed his muzzle, so that the children could safely get off him and said that since he made such a decision, he will not persuade him otherwise. The children happily waved after them, and Rock climbed on Fenrir and shouted, Let's go! They rushed forward. After some time, in the dungeon of flames of destruction, Kid held the sword in front of him and waving off the monsters shouted, Morons! They don't have a map. But why can't they remember where they came from? Isaac, also fighting off the monsters, shouted for him to get off. He also forgot where they came from. Kara, holding the staff in front of her, said that Rock was with them to navigate the dungeon. Amy lowered her gaze and Kid asked, Are they really S rank? Their movements are weakening. Gladiator indignantly shouted, What? They came here from the 10th floor. Stop complaining all the time. He can't even hold his weapon properly. Stop bragging about his heroic adventures. Kid clenched his teeth in anger. He thought that they came from a different route. Presumably it is shorter than the previous one. So why do they keep encountering endless hordes of monsters? Besides, he was sure that the monsters would weaken as they descended. But he feels that the monsters are only getting stronger. Having cut down another monster, he asked what they should do. Damn. After a while, they defeated the monsters and someone suggested taking a little rest. They found a safe area and sat down on the ground. Isaac said that they would soon go down to the 4th floor. If they got there, the monsters would definitely be weaker. They just had to hold out. He then called Kid and asked if his spare sword was in good condition. The brave man said that he should worry more about his sword since he used it all the time. He then turned his attention to his weapon and asked, Hey, why is this sword in perfect condition? Isaac picked up his sword and looked at it and asked, Huh? He bought this sword from a shop down the street, but there was never a rust or scratch on it. It's a beautiful sword. Kid, confused, told the girls to show him their poles. He picked up their weapons and said, How could this be possible? How could he team up with a bunch of idiots? His body shook in anger. He clenched his teeth. The gladiator shouted, "Hey! What did he just say?" Kid, sitting on a rock, asked, "Do they seriously not understand?" The gladiator asked, "What?" He said that all this time, you guys were surviving thanks to the divine protection of that assistant. It's impossible that they could become S-rank in less than 3 years. A bead of sweat ran down Isaac's face. He asked what he meant by a basket. He then put his hand out and shouted that he would remind him that they had risen through the ranks and earned S-rank through their own merits. Kid said that it wasn't a basket, it was divine protection. The gladiator looked at him indignantly and asked, "Huh?" The brave man said that divine protection can only be obtained in the presence of a magic caster. Their swords and poles cannot be damaged or contaminated. A useful skill that can increase an ally's basic abilities. You guys were under that divine protection the entire time. But they never thanked him once. The guys looked at him confusedly, and he said that in other words, they were at the C-rank level without him. Isaac's eyes widened in surprise and he thought, what the heck, he's saying that he became an S-rank adventurer just because of him? He remembered how the teacher would praise Rock for his accomplishments, and tell him that he should be as diligent as him. It was always like that, this guy always. He clenched his fist and thought, even when he was no longer in the party. He said that he refused to believe that this was the reason they got this far. Amy looked at him desperately and said, "Isaac." Kid looked at them and said, "Damn, what a troublesome guy. Hey, how many more times can they cast the healing spell?" Kara looked at her weapon and said, "About once or twice, per party member." He looked at Amy and asked, "What about her?" She said that she could store magic, so she could still fight pretty well. Kid folded his arms and asked, "Is that so?" Got it. He thought that if they wanted to reach the 4th floor, they had to get through the 5 orange ants first. But they would definitely call their allies for help. Gathering all the facts, attacking head-on was a terrible idea. He said, "Hey, healer, she should heal each of them once. Isaac will be in the vanguard. The mage should be right behind him. Then the healer. He will stand at the back and guard the rear. Do they agree?" Kara raised her staff and said that she understood. And then the party members' bodies glowed and Kid said, "Okay. They should not turn around. They are going to break through." Then he slashed Kara's back with his sword and she fell to the ground with a heavy sigh. He smiled maliciously and ran on. He looked at her and said, "Thank you for healing them. But they don't need her now." She lay on the ground and her body trembled in pain. He said that he was very glad that she would play the bait to let them get out. She thought that this was impossible, guys. She stretched out her hand forward and looked at her comrades leaving. She said, "Please don't leave her." Several ants came up to her from behind. She said, "Help." Then she turned around and saw monsters approaching her and shouted, "No!" After some time, in the dungeon, the flames of destruction, the 4th floor. Isaac fought with monsters and shouted, "Why? Why did he cut down Kara?" Kid cut down an ant and said that there was no other way. For the sake of their survival, the sacrifice was necessary. They cannot worry, no one will know about what happened here. After all, they are still in the dungeon. Isaac looked at him and said that he did not mean that. Kid smiled ominously and said that they, guys, are also accomplices. The guys asked in surprise, "What?" He said that having this servant was of great benefit to them. The fact that they kicked such a person would serve as good evidence of their complicity. The boys opened their eyes in horror, and Kid, continuing to deal with the monsters, said that it was downright painful. Why did he agree to team up with a bunch of useless losers? They could not even hope for cooperation in the future. The gladiator stopped the ant with his sword and shouted at it to fall. He himself is not as strong as he claims. His arms shook from the pressure, and then he put forth an effort and flew into the wall. And Isaac breathed heavily. He looked at the monsters and asked why his attacks did not work on them. The monsters on the 4th floor were supposed to be weak. Stupid blue ants. They were not so difficult to deal with before. He remembered Kid's words, who said that they were under the divine protection of Rock. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn." Monsters were approaching his back. He turned around and said, "No." But suddenly Lucky ran over the monsters, and Rock was sitting on his back. The party members looked at him in surprise. Gladiator said in surprise, No, he was supposed to die." Rock smiled and said that he came back from hell. He shouted, "Shit!" Lucky asked, "So, should they kill them?" "As long as they are in the dungeon, no one will know who killed them, is he right?" Kid gritted his teeth. Amy looked at Rock hopefully, and asked him to save Kara. "She is still on the 5th floor." He looked at her in surprise and asked, "What? They did this to her too?" Kid smiled and said that they had no choice. Their survival required a sacrifice. Rock gritted his teeth and shouted that they were scum. Lucky said how absurd. They guys betrayed him and still have the audacity to ask him for help? How annoying. It was obvious that they still hadn't thought about their actions. Rock said nothing, and then stroked Lucky's fur and said that they would go. Lucky closed his eyes and said what a good-natured guy. Fenrir covered his nose from the unpleasant smell and said that if he was not mistaken, Kara was the one who owned that dress that was lying on top of the backpack. It was perfume. God. He understood. Then they ran forward, and the remaining party members looked after them. After some time on the 5th floor, Rock was dealing with monsters, and Lucky was actively helping him. Rock held the blades in his hands and said, breathing heavily, there are so many of them. It seems that the smell of blood lures them from their nests, and attracts them here. He thought that even if Fenrir was very strong, there were still too many of them. Then he took the dagger more comfortably and ran forward. Several ants were already sitting on Lucky, and he thought that Lucky's presence next to him instilled fearlessness in him. After some time, they stood in the center of the corridor filled with corpses of ants. Rock asked, did they succeed? Lucky looked at him and said that during the battle he did such impressive tricks. He said that he noticed too. It was the first time he fought like that. Then he put his fist to his nose and said that they were a cool team. He looked back and said that now Kara would be found. Lucky looked forward and said that a person named Kara was there. Among the corpses of monsters lay the lifeless body of Kara. Rock looked at her and looking down said, Kara? He remembered how she asked how he liked the prepared product. He took the bottle in his hands and said that it was amazing. This is a great recovery potion. She said that he helped and everything worked out. Thank you. He lifted her body and taking her by the shoulders with one hand, and took the bottle with the other hand, he said that he was sorry that he did not make it in time. Then he put the neck of the bottle to her mouth and said that thanks to her, he was able to make a recovery potion. No reaction appeared and his body trembled with emotion. He said, hellish abyss. Then he pulled Kara close to him with tears streaming down his face and said that he was the one who should be grateful to her. Then Kara sighed. He pulled her face away and then slapped her on the back of the head and said, hey. She looked at him and asked, huh? Why is he here? He looked at her awkwardly and thought, so she was alive. She thoughtfully put her index finger to the corner of her mouth and said, so she was in heaven. She then looked at him pitifully and asked for forgiveness for leaving him behind. She knows she can't change her past actions but... Rock interrupted her and said, Kara, that doesn't matter now. Now that she's dead, they're going to have a problem. She asked, what? He pointed his thumb at Lucky and said, that's the gatekeeper of hell, the Fenrir monster, that they're bound to meet. They have to deal with this guy. She looked at Lucky and asked, Fenrir? Then she smiled and fell to the ground. Lucky said that she fainted. The tamer looked at him and said that it looked like it. Then he got up and putting his hand forward offered to go back to the city. Sorry for this, but would he allow Kara to ride on his back just once? Lucky said okay, but just this once? His back is only for Rock. The protagonist smiled and said thank you. Then he looked at the hole in the wall and said, this is the entrance to the orange ant's nest. Fenrir asked in surprise, what? After that, he happily ran inside and said, delicious eggs. I wonder how tasty they will be. Rock told him to wait for him. Lucky ran to the nest and said, eggs. Rock crouched next to it and stroking his chin asked, are these orange ants' eggs? And then he turned his attention to one of the eggs and said that one of them looks different. Then he stood up and said, what's more, it looked like all the other eggs had been broken. Suddenly, after a few moments, ants hatched from the eggs. Rock cried out in surprise, they hatched. Then he took out his weapon and said, you're F. But the little ants reached out to him and said, Daddy. He asked in surprise, huh? They surrounded him and repeated, Daddy. Daddy? He said, what? Lucky put his paw up and said, so he postponed their trip back because he knew there would be women outside, huh? Rock asked, what is he talking about? Lucky said nothing, but only wagged his tail. A voice in Rock's head said, it seems the young orange ants want to be friends with him. Will he be friends with them? He thought, a voice in his head, but not long ago they killed a lot of orange ants, and yet it would be right if he left them here alone. After that, he put his hand on his side and said, okay, he agrees to friendship. Suddenly, the ants turned into girls. The voice said that from now on, the orange ants are his familiars. Rock asked in surprise, do they look like people? The voice said that he was transferring them to the mini monster garden. Then they disappeared and he, going up to Lucky, said that he would go look at the mini monster garden. He asked him to take care of Kara. Lucky said that he would do it. Then the protagonist closed his eyes and thought, to the mini monster garden. The voice in his head said since he had become friends with 6 new monsters, he could now improve the mini monster garden. He must choose 6 features he wants to improve: hut, small river, small pond, space expansion, small sea, fruit tree, vegetable field, mine, mountain. He smiled awkwardly and asked, improvements? He reached out to one of the boards and said, for now let's improve the river and pond. Let's not forget the hut, the fruit tree. He believes that if he enlarges the spatial sphere of this dimension, the vegetable field will expand too. After a few moments, the area of his mini garden was transformed. He looked around and said, wow, one is really big. Then he noticed the new familiars who were cutting and carrying the finished parts of the monsters. He asked, what are they doing? They used to be orange ants, right? The girl smiled and said, oh, Daddy. They are sorting materials from the monsters he destroyed. The protagonist said that this is cool. He didn't think they could do something like that. She said, yeah. That's their specialty. Then she looked at him and asked, Daddy, is she a good girl? He patted her head and said, yeah, of course she is. She giggled happily. He thought that although being called a dad is not so bad. I wonder why only this child wears a tiara? Maybe it is special compared to other orange ants? Then he said, wait, now is not the time to relax. Then he turned around and waved his hand at her, said that he was counting on them. She shouted, okay, and waved back at him. After that, he appeared in front of Lucky and he said, oh, he is back. Such a nightmare. Rock asked, what happened? Did something happen to Kara? Lucky said, upset that all the eggs hatched empty. He didn't even get to taste a single thing. Rock asked, really? Okay, when it's over, he will treat him to something tasty. Lucky asked, seriously? Rock thought that for some reason he felt a little better. After some time, in front of the guild building in the capital of the kingdom, Rock held Kara in his arms and turning to Lucky, asked him for forgiveness, but he will have to wait here again. He agreed with him, and then he walked into the guild building and heard someone yelling, let them get lost already. Kid yelled that he had nothing to do with this. This was just their party. Isaac yelled that this was about them. This was about their friends. So why should they deal with this here? Rika awkwardly said, so Mr. Rock asked them to wait for him to return. She said only that. Rock sat Kara down on a bench and asked, what happened? She looked at him and asked, oh? Mr. Rock, it's all good now. That is. He looked at her in surprise, and she said that Mr. Kid and Mr. Isaac denied everything Mr. Rock said. He asked, deny? Kid made a friendly face and said, thank goodness, Rock. The guild made a strange accusation. Could he please clarify everything for them properly? He asked, clarify? He then put his fingers to his chin in thought and asked, is he talking about how they had trouble on the 4th floor even though they were S-rank? Or is he talking about the time he used Kara as bait by cutting her on the 5th floor? Kid gritted his teeth and then Rock raised his index finger and said, wait a minute, or is this about the time he stabbed him while escaping from Fenrir? Kid's face was covered in sweat, he clenched his teeth and Isaac shouted, doesn't he know what he's talking about? Kid held his hand out in front of him and told him to calm down, and then he told Rock that just because he got kicked out of an S-rank party doesn't mean he can lie and make up complicated accusations. And he doesn't have any proof, does he? He thought, why is this guy lying with such a confident face? Rock smiled awkwardly and then asked, proof? Kid said, that's all. Doesn't he think it's somehow wrong to accuse someone without evidence? And not to mention that he is a hero, and he will definitely tell the king about this. He took the things, smiled and asked, does he understand and catch what he is saying? Rock said, I understand. He asked for a second and then grabbed the broken sword from Kid and he yelled, hey. What the hell? The protagonist placed the broken part on the mark on his armor. He asked if that was enough evidence. Kid nervously yelled that he probably stabbed himself with it to make up this shit. Right, Isaac? Gladiator looked down and didn't answer. Kid cursed nervously. Rock then walked up to Kara and asked how he was going to explain Kara's condition. Amy looked at the girl confused and asked, Kara? She then rushed forward and fell to her knees in front of her. She grabbed her by the hem of her dress and yelled, I'm sorry. This all only happened because she didn't help her. Tears started flowing from her eyes and she said that even though she was her friend, she was so sorry. Rock looked at this sadly, and Kid folded his arms over his chest and said that the reason for her death was her inability to fight back. They had nothing to do with it. Rock asked, they had nothing to do with it? Didn't he actually stab her in the back? Kid smiled and held out his hand and asked, "Oh really? Then where's the evidence? You can't take a statement from a dead body, can you?" Rock said, "Well, that's it." Then he stood in front of her and told her to wake up. This was the guy who tried to kill her, right? He knew she was sleeping. She said, "Well, that's cool, right?" Amy looked at her in surprise with tears in her eyes and asked, "Huh?" Rock slapped her and told her to wake up already. She screamed, "Scary." He was scary, Rock. "Good morning." Amy hugged her and screamed, "Thank God." "Kara?" Kara said, "Oh my God. She's going to kill her. She absolutely will." Rock pointed at them and said that while he hated to distract them when they were tied up like that, could she please look over there? She looked at the angry brave man and shouted, "Kid!" She pointed her finger at him and continued to shout, how dare he stab her and use her as bait? "Demon! Damn murderer!" Kid looked at her in fear and said, "Shit!" The adventurers looked at him and asked, "And he calls himself a hero?" "Really?" Kid said, "Shit! No, that's easy." Rika said that such tactics are useless, the testimony and witnesses are enough for them. Kid gritted his teeth and looked at her and said, "Shit." She said, attacking his allies, betrayal, attempted murder, dereliction of duty to save. And lastly, breaking the rules of adventurers. At the very least, should he be stripped of his hero title? Kid shouted in rage, "Shit! Shit!" Rock asked, "Well then, he can go, right?" Rika smiled and said, "Oh yeah, thanks for your cooperation." Isaac called out to Rock, then clenched his fist and fell to his knees in front of him and begged for forgiveness. He knows what he did was wrong, huh? So he's asking, he had no choice but to support him, he's asking him to explain to them. He looked at him pleadingly, and said that he still wanted to be an S-rank adventurer. So he's asking. Rock closed his eyes, then looked at him and said, "Isaac, he knew in advance that Kid was planning to kill him, right?" The gladiator asked in confusion, "Huh? He doesn't understand what he's talking about." Rock said that once Kid disposed of him, he said that he was now part of the party, right? He's sure of it. That means he was trying to kill him all along. Isaac spread his arms out and shouted that there was no such thing. He won't let him say that. He knows how much he cares about him, right? He's the one who dragged him to S-rank. Rika sighed and then said, it seems like he doesn't realize something." He looked at her and asked, "Huh?" She said that thanks to Mr. Rock, their party was S-rank. He asked, "What?" She said that actually, Mr. Rock is the only one with S-rank abilities. He's probably C-rank, no, maybe even B-rank at best. The Tamer looked at her and asked, "Is that true?" She smiled at him and said, "Yeah." She raised her index finger in the air and said, "Well, for example, if Mr. Rock formed a party with an E-rank adventurer, the result would be the same." Isaac stood up and yelled at them to stop bullying him. "They're B-rank? She, the damn secretary, is just delusional." She said, "Oh no, it's true." He yelled that they would have a fight then. If Rock won, he would accept any demotion. But if he wins, they'll pretend it never happened. Rock put his hands out in front of him and awkwardly said, "What if he tells you?" Rika smiled and said it was fine. He asked, "What?" He hadn't teamed up with anyone in a long time. She suggested he do it then. It's a guild request. He must team up with an E-rank adventurer and show them his abilities. Of course, there will be some rewards for it. The protagonist thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and said, "It seems like this is his first request after soloing. Well, it's a temporary party, so it should be fine." So he agrees. She smiled and said, "Thank you very much." "Okay, Master Isaac." She, Lady Emmy, and Lady Kara are the three people requesting a challenge. But, as for Master Kid, since he was previously under suspicion of murder, he can't participate. He asked, "Previously?" She confirmed his words, and he said that it was many years ago. There is no evidence. A man from the crowd shouted that he would testify then. He took off his hood and pointed a finger at it, and said that he was a member of an A-rank party known as the Black Spear. He told him not to tell him that he forgot. Kid let his head go and shouted that he didn't know anything. The man said that it was an extinction dungeon. And his friends believed him too. He tried to help his friend. He went back to the city and told the people about it. But the stories of a nameless adventurer against the words of a hero with connections in the capital. Sorry. If only he had tried harder. Rock said that. Rika said that no matter how many connections he had, he couldn't hide this evidence. Kid clicked his tongue in annoyance, and then said that he shouldn't have joined that small party. Isaac asked in anger, "What?" He shouted that he heard. The gladiator shouted, the damn fake hero. Kid then stood up and said, well, whatever, he wasn't keen on being demoted from S rank, so not to mention that. He quickly pulled out his sword and then with one swing he cut several of the guild members. He smiled and said that he would be captured by the guild. For reasons he didn't even remember. Rock yelled, stop. Why is he trying to cause more trouble? Kid looked at him and yelled at him to shut up. He shouldn't talk to him, the damn dog. He's not the type to be demoted. Then he reached out to Amy and pressed her to himself, putting the sword to her throat. Rock yelled at him to stop. They could still go back to how it was. Amy closed her eyes and begged him to stop. Kid yelled at them to shut up and get out of his way. He didn't want to be part of such a stupid guild. Rock said he understood, so he asked him to let Amy go. Kid yelled, shut up. If he didn't want her to get killed, he had to get out of the way. Then the guild members stepped aside, making way for the exit. Just before the exit, the brave man turned around and yelled, they'll see each other, idiots. They have to be careful not to become food for the monsters. Then he ran out into the street. Rika yelled, Amy. And then everyone ran after him and the protagonist yelled, Amy. How is she? A happy Lucky was sitting on the street, and a defeated Kid was lying next to him, and a confused Amy was sitting not far away. Lucky asked how he was, Rock? It was worth trying and he did it. He made sure that he didn't explode from his paws. The Tamer said, thanks, Lucky. Rock thought they were able to carefully detain Kid. Kid's guards ran up from behind. He yelled for them to roll into the abyss. Rock watched as he was taken away, and then he turned to Fenrir and said, thank you, Lucky. He smiled and said that everything was fine. Then Rock turned around and said, now? He looked at the members of the party he was in and threw them their backpacks and said that he brought their things. Isaac clenched his teeth, and Amy came up to him and lowered her head and asked him for forgiveness. He looked at her sadly and then said, enough. The gladiator grabbed his head and said that he knew there would be no competition. Then he put his hand on his side and said that he didn't have much of a choice, so he was returning him to the party. That will calm him down, right? Rock sighed and then said that he, unfortunately, informs you that he refuses to participate in the same party with them. Isaac indignantly shouted, what? Kara spread her arms out to the sides, and then approached Rock and said, that's right, Isaac. Rock, the one who knew the bitterness of betrayal, her comrade. She put her hand on his shoulder and said that he would be in a party with her. He looked at her and asked, Kara, how is this possible? She asked, huh? He asked, did she forget that she abandoned him too? He would not be in a party with such people. She opened her mouth in surprise and said, no way. She pointed her finger at Isaac and shouted that it was his fault. Isaac brought such rot to them. He indignantly shouted, what? Even she said that Rock was useless. She said that she said so, but she did not mean it. He yelled, what the hell is she talking about? Amy looked at them clutching each other's cheeks and told them to stop. They realized everything in the dungeon, didn't they? She put her hand to her chest and said that Rock helped them the most, but they didn't want to admit it, and just pretended it wasn't true. This was all their fault. Isaac gritted his teeth and looked down. Rock said, Amy? Rika came up to him and said that it was time for them to start the challenge. Rock handed her a piece of paper and apologized to her for making her wait. She said, no, it's okay. Then she suggested they do it again. They would note a few details, a request for their competition. It would go from difficulty level S to B. Gladiator folded his arms and smirked and asked, what kind of low-level request was this? Was she underestimating them? He put his hand out and said that there was no way he would lose. Rock looked at the paper that had Orango's rainbow dragonfly eggs, fresh green emeralds, wyvern scales, claws, and fangs on it. So they should get any of them within a week. He thought it was easy enough, but this one. He said, Isaac, is he really sure? The gladiator looked at him and asked, oh? What the hell is he doing shaking in his boots? He shouldn't tell him that he's going to leave now. He looked at the paper and said that he even gave him a chance to come back, so proved the difference in strength. Hey! What's this request? Rika smiled and asked, what's the problem? They can't tell her that their S-Rank team is leaving already? Isaac gritted his teeth in indignation. Rock looked at it and thought, I see. So that's it, they've acquired S-Rank. The guild has all the information, including all the requests they've completed so far. Of course, they know that Kara can't stand Orango, Amy is afraid of demonic insects, and they also know that one look at a green frog is enough to immobilize Isaac. He thinks that this is a warning from the guild. implying that they will not tolerate adventurers who do not follow the rules. Isaac turned around and shouted in anger, "Holy shit! They will do it!" Rika continued to smile, and said that she was looking forward to it. He shouted at her to shut up. Rika and Rock watched them go, and then she looked at him and said, "Now as for him, Mr. Rock, she suggested that we come here, she will leave it to an E-rank adventurer." He agreed with her, and then turned to Fenrir and said, "Lucky, he thinks they will be staying for a while, so he can enjoy his stay here for now." Lucky said that he accepted. Rika said, "Regarding the party organization, is there anything he can't stand?" He thought about it, and said that he probably doesn't like being betrayed that much. He's also not a fan of people who don't follow orders. He looked at her and asked, "Is it okay to handle things like this?" She smiled and said that it was okay. She raised her index finger and said that despite her appearance, she was the assistant vice director. He yelled out in surprise, "What?" She gave him a thumbs up and said that she wasn't just a typical pretty receptionist, okay? He said, "Yeah," and then he thought, somehow it suddenly came to mind, Rika was the one who had been the receptionist for the past 3 years. She still hasn't lost her charm and it's like she hasn't changed at all. But according to her, she has power in the guild, and to be honest, she's not that young. She asked, "What's the matter?" He said, "No, nothing." She asked, "Really?" Rock said he was just curious about what kind of person this E-rank adventurer was. Rika went ahead and said she thought she was in a bit of an unusual situation. But she didn't think she would betray them or rebel against them. Rock asked, "Unusual situation?" She confirmed his words and said that was why she was a bit skeptical. Anyway, she met them at the training grounds. She wanted him to give her a good beating. He asked in surprise, "Training grounds?" They then walked up to the door, and when the tamer opened the door, she saw an elf standing in the center of the field with a weapon. Rika walked up to her and said there it was, the elf, Ms. Shannon. Rock thought, so the E-rank adventurer was an elf. He then noticed her neck and asked, "A slave collar?" Rika confirmed his words and said that she was accepted into the guild for a reason. "She's a slave and an adventurer." Rock asked, "Rika-san, what does that mean?" She said that she understood him. Shannon's 5 previous masters had all died from suspicious deaths and accidents. All seemed to be accidents, 2 cases of natural causes, 1 case of poisoning. Falling off a cliff, being attacked by demons, and it happened one after another. Her previous master had business with the guild, and now she's a member of the guild. Rock put his fingers to his chin thoughtfully and said, "I see." He thought that he was sure that the deaths that came one after another couldn't be blamed on bad luck, however. Shannon said that she was a Dark Reaper. He wasn't looking for death, was he? So he should refuse that request. Rock hesitantly said that even if she told him that, it would only be a one-time thing, so what? Then she rushed forward and put the stick tip to his neck and told him that weaklings who couldn't dodge shouldn't mess with her. He asked what if they did otherwise? She gritted her teeth and asked why he didn't understand. She screamed, did he want to die that badly? He looked at her in surprise and she said that she had been reduced to a slave's life because she had given up on life. She had no choice, but he shouldn't be a part of this. Tears streamed down her face and she said that she was tired of seeing someone die again. Rock asked, so if he was stronger than her then everything would be okay? She asked what? He reached for the stick and said that, plus he thrust the weapon forward and said that he just couldn't leave such a kind girl alone. She put her hand to her chest and screamed at him to shut up. And then they looked at each other and she asked, "He's not going to stop, right?" He confirmed her words and she closed her eyes and turned away. Shannon took a stronger grip on the stick and ran forward. She screamed that she would make him understand. He dodged the attack and then blocked her stick with his stick. He thought that she was naturally fast, so to speak, probably swung it tens of thousands of times. But suddenly Rock knocked the stick out of her hands, and she looked at it in surprise. He said that practiced attacks are clean, but have the disadvantage of being predictable. He pointed the stick at Shannon, who was sitting on the ground, and said that he thinks they're done, Shannon. And then she jumped up from her place and kicked forward and screamed that she hasn't lost yet. He blocked her attack with his hands, and she screamed that she never loses. As they continued to fight, Rock thought that she had a good martial arts background, but her technique was clearly not up to the task. He grabbed her hand and said that it would hurt a little. And then he threw her to the ground, and she trembled in pain. He asked, "Are they finished, right?" She said that they were not, and then got up on her knees and said that if she admitted defeat, he would die too. He screamed at her not to kill him without asking. He would not die just like that. She screamed that he would die. Tears began to flow from her eyes again, and she screamed that they all said that, and yet they still died in the end. She got to her feet and with a trembling hand placed it on her other hand and said that this is why she cannot afford to lose. Rock looked at her in surprise and said, "Shannon?" He placed his hand on his chest and fell to his knees and said that then he would just show her a reason why he would not die. She looked at him in surprise and he asked her not to be too surprised, otherwise she might die. Then Lucky appeared from his bracelet. He shouted, "Come, Fenrir!" She opened her mouth in surprise. A bright flash of light illuminated everything around. A bird flying by got caught in the emitted light and fell dead to the ground. Lucky opened his mouth and growled. Shannon said that this can't be, he was joking. Rock walked up to Lucky and stroked him. She said, "A familiar? Who is he?" "The reason why Shannon is called the Grim Reaper." Seth shouted for her to wait. "Ani-chan." She turned around and stroked his head and asked, "Oh my God, was he following her again?" He giggled, and then smiled and crawled into a hug. "She has a brother. Seth. He is 5 years younger than her. They were born and raised in a family of elves." She thought that their life would be peaceful and calm. But one day, suddenly, all this disappeared into the forest of affection. After a while, at the door of the house, Mom said that Dad and everyone would look for Seth, and she, Shannon, would stay here and watch the house. She looked at her parents and agreed with them. Shannon clenched her fists. These were the instructions of her parents. But it was worth thinking about the fact that her precious brother was still in danger. She could not sit still. After a while, she ran out into the forest near the house and shouted, "Seth! Where is he? He is not here, then he stays." She went to a tall building and pressed her hands to her chest and said, "The mage's mansion." The forest where they played was a place where human mages and elves once swore friendship. It was called the Forest of Affection. In that very forest is the mansion where the mage lived. Few are allowed to visit this house. She looked at the entrance to the building and said that hundreds of years have passed. It is hard to believe that it has not suffered at all. Since he is not in the forest itself, then he must be. Then she opened the doors of the building and looking around thought that no one lives here, but not a speck of dust is visible. What kind of place is this? She climbed the stairs and asked, "Seth, is he here?" Then she opened the doors of one of the rooms. In the room Seth was lying on a small table. She rushed to him and taking his face said that he had a fast pulse and rapid breathing. "We need to get him home urgently." Suddenly a huge black eye appeared in front of her. She asked in surprise, "What kind of thing is this?" The door slammed behind her. She sat her brother on her back and ran to the door, spent the night trying to open it. She screamed, "Why? It doesn't open?" Suddenly the eye asked, "Which of the two?" She looked at it in surprise and asked, "Huh?" The eye asked, "Who will be saved?" She sat down on the floor with horror on her face and said, "Seth, save Seth." Powerful dark energy hit her chest, and she winced in pain. She thought that she didn't remember what happened after that. She woke up already in her bed. Seth was home and smiling as if yesterday was reality. She rose in bed and said, "I wonder if this was just a dream." Suddenly a fly fell behind Seth. But after that day, strange things started happening. The creatures around her started dying. And the creatures that were dying stopped more and more. Eventually, their horse died. She told her parents, but they didn't take her seriously. If she didn't do anything, something bad would happen to her family, so she quietly ran away from the village, alone, without telling anyone. However, she was only familiar with the way of life in her village. The world outside was quite cruel. Afterwards, the next thing she realized was that she had become a slave. But still. Her master raised his index finger up and said, "Shannon, the best path is the path of learning to study the structure of the world." Her first master was very kind and gentle with her. He taught her, who knew nothing, how to live. However, after 6 months, as if he had simply fallen asleep, the master left this world. She had suspicions that she was the cause of what happened, but she didn't want to believe it. But after 3 months, her second master died of illness. The third died a week later, falling off a cliff. And the fourth took poison herself. The fifth was attacked by a monster and jumped. Anyone who comes into contact with her dies. Around that time, she became known and feared as the Grim Reaper. She sat behind bars and hugged her knees and said that she did not want anyone else to die. When she found herself in the most desperate situation, she was sheltered by an organization called a guild. She hoped to go to prison so as not to get involved with anyone else. But the guild thought differently. Rika knelt down in front of her and asked if she would join their party as an E-rank adventurer. She preferred solitude. So she told them everything that happened and tried to make them refuse. Sometimes persuasion was enough, sometimes she had to use brute force. Another defeated warrior shouted that he did not want to get involved with this walking death anymore. And so it went on for some time. But one day, a person appeared. She remembered Rock, who had met her. She tried to refuse him this time too, however. Instead of leaving, he treated her quite seriously. She heard that he was kicked out of the S-Rank party, but he was the strongest of all, and he was very kind. But why her? Shannon pressed her trembling hands to her chest and thought that she didn't wish death on anyone. The best solution would be her death. She always thought so. But that was only because she suppressed her true feelings. She said that she still wanted to live. She thought that if this was the right person, the one she could rely on. She said that But before she could finish, she fell unconscious. Rock rushed to her and shouted, "Hey! Is she okay?" Rika caught her and said that she was fine. It seemed like everything that happened was a bit of a shock to her. But she looked like a weight had just been lifted from her chest. She grabbed her by the waist and said that she would give her some rest. Lucky called Rock and said that he barked at her. Was that a bad idea? The protagonist put his hand on his hip and said that it was not. Everything went well. Thank you. Lucky smiled happily and then said about the pressing matter. What is he going to do with this bird? Rock asked, and then looked at the bird that was lying and trembling on the ground nearby. Lucky said that when he howled, it lost consciousness and fell. Rock said his truth. Everything really was like that. A voice in his head said that the sky bird wanted to be his friend. Will he be friends with it? Rock smiled awkwardly and scratched his chin, said, so unexpectedly and so simply. He thought that it would be fun to have many friends and said that he would. The voice said that the sky bird became friends with him and was transported to the garden. He thought that he felt, little by little, their number would only increase. Lucky smiled and wondered what he tasted like. Rock shook his finger at him and said that he would not eat his friends. He then looked at Shannon, who was standing awkwardly nearby, and asked if she felt better. She paused, then lowered her head and apologized for what she had done earlier. He said no need, he believed that she was motivated by concern for the well-being of the people, that's why. She interrupted him and said that she was so grateful to him. She smiled and put her hands to her chest and said that she knew that she was inexperienced, but could she join him, Rock? Rock extended his fist to her and said that he was glad to meet them. Shannon smiled even wider and punched his fist away and said, "Aha." Lucky extended his paw and said that he was pleased to meet her too. Rock cried out in confusion, "Lucky?" He said that everything was fine. Shannon stroked Fenrir, and Lucky said that he told him, didn't he? Said that he was evolving. Nice to meet you. The Tamer scratched the back of his head and laughed. Fenrir said, the most important thing, Rock. Now that he touched her, he is convinced. She has a pretty strong curse. The protagonist asked in surprise, a curse? Lucky confirmed his words and said that it was a very unpleasant thing, a curse of those that suck the life force from those around them. And a curse of this kind would eventually take the life of the girl herself. Rock looked at the elf and said, so because of the curse, Shannon is still. Lucky said, it seems so. Rock turned to Fenrir and asked, is this a curse, can it be removed or something? Lucky said that he can't remove it. Such delicate work is not for him. Rock said, I see. Lucky said that he thought he could handle it. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and said, no way, he doesn't know much about this. Closing his mouth on Rock's head, Fenrir asked him to let him borrow his head for a second. The Tamer shouted, hey! Lucky, what is he doing? He thought that all the knowledge he needed was just flowing into his head. Then he pulled himself out of the mouth and said, I see, this is the opposite of divine protection. I mean, this is amazing, Lucky. He giggled, then looked at his drooling master and said, now, he has to try, Rock. He agreed with him. But suddenly the guild master said, enough, Rockwin. Everyone turned to the voice. Behind them were Rika and the guild master. He said, sorry, but as the guild master, he can't let him remove this curse. Rock looked at him in surprise and asked, what? He asked indignantly, what do you mean he can't let him remove the curse? Titus put his hand on his hip and said that he knew very well that Shannon was a slave, that she belonged to the guild, therefore she was part of the guild staff. And according to their rules, they can't allow amateurs to remove curses from their staff. Rock shouted that there was no time to discuss. If they don't take action quickly, Shannon. Titus interrupted him and said, wow. How unlike him, Rockwin. If he lets his emotions get the better of him, he'll end up like Isaac, won't he? The protagonist said that he was sorry. Titus folded his arms and said that with so much going on, he was a bit overtired, huh? Rock looked down and said maybe, and then he thought about it, and put his fingers to his chin and said if they couldn't get rid of the curse on any of the staff, then did that mean it would be okay if she wasn't a big part of the staff? The guild master looked at him in surprise, then closed his eyes and said that he was something else. He thought about giving him some more time to cool down, but he suggested getting straight to the point. So he would buy Shannon from the guild? Rock widened his eyes in surprise and asked, buy Shannon? Titus said that if he did that, she would no longer be part of their group. That way, there would be no more obstacles to lifting the curse. What did he think? Rock sweated down his face and said that he had no idea what to say. Titus looked at him and asked what he thought the purpose of the Adventurers Guild was. Rock asked hesitantly, to help adventurers, to make a living? The guild master said that he believed that too, but did he see? He believed that this guild existed to make adventurers happy. That's why he found Isaac and the others' betrayal unacceptable. Normally, he would immediately get rid of him, and at best, he would get exiled for life. But that would not change anything for them. So you could say he was naive. But he hoped that they would use this chance to take a fresh look at themselves. And finally, they would sincerely thank him as a person who helped them overcome all the difficulties. He only wished for them to find happiness, that's all. Then he looked at the elf and said that Shannon's life was also filled with hardships. However, she was still a sweet girl who cared about others. He believed that they were very similar in that regard. They had both been through a lot. The fact that they had to sacrifice themselves would make them great partners for each other. He put his hand forward and said that of course, he would not force them. But he would be glad if he helped her, Rock. He would be grateful if Shannon supported Rock too. The tamer looked at him confused. He thought that he didn't expect anyone to understand him, but there were people looking after him after all. He smiled, and then looked at the elf and asked, what does she want, Shannon? She confusedly put her hands to her chest and said that she has no right to decide such things. After all, she is a slave. Then she thoughtfully put her finger to her chin and smiling said that if it wasn't Rock, no one else would get hurt, then she would like to go with them. Rock smiled and said okay. He will take care of Shannon. But how much will it cost? Oh, so much the better. Rika raised her index finger up and smiling said that by coincidence, it would be the same amount as the reward for this request. Rock looked at her surprised, and then smiling, scratched his cheek and clarified by coincidence. Then he put his hand forward and said then, first of all, they definitely need to remove the curse. Shannon was kneeling in front of him. He put his hand in front of her head and said, here we go, Shannon. The elf closed her eyes and said okay. Rock said the words of the spell and his hand glowed. Suddenly, a huge black eye began to rise from the elf's body. He looked at it in surprise and thought, was this something caused by the curse? Dark energy reached for his hand and he clenched his teeth thinking that it was trying to curse him too. His body began to be covered in dark energy. Then he screamed and with more effort dispelled the curse. Then he fell to the ground and sighed heavily. Lucky smiled and happily said, Rock, he did it. He looked at Fenrir and thanked him. The guild master said that it was amazing. It really was the curse of the founder of Magian, and the one who broke it was a spell. Rock looked at him, breathing heavily, and asked, Magian, did they know anything about this curse? Titus said that even he himself was not very knowledgeable about it. Only a few people reported similar cases to him. There were rumors that in those days the world was ruled by a Magian who could summon magic. The protagonist scratched his cheek thoughtfully and said, Magian who summons magic? No, please tell him such things in advance. So that he would be more careful. Titus laughed awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. And then Shannon stood up and said, Rock, thank you very much. She held the collar in her hands and said that she will do it again. She is looking forward to working with them. The tamer looked at her with a smile, and then Titus said, well, it seems that we have figured it out completely. Well, all that remains is to not let Isaac and company defeat them. They must make sure that they get all these materials. Rock got up on his knees and said okay. He looked at the bracelet on his hand and thought, are they going to start preparing? And then they all found themselves in a mini monster garden. Shannon looked around in awe and asked where this place was located. Rock looked at her hand and said, it was a mini garden. They were all inside this bracelet. She said, this is an amazing product. She looked up and said, she never knew there could be such an amazing world inside a bracelet. Rock looked at her, confused, and she asked, what is it? He put his hands out in front of him and said, no, nothing. The elf pointed at a bird in the air and said, "Oh, a sky bird." He confirmed her words and said, it was the one he recently befriended. She asked Rock, did he know? Sky birds are rare because they can fly all the way to the sky, so rare that they are not often seen. He looked at her and said, okay. She smiled and said that the same situation was with Fenrir. Rock, he is such an unusual person. The protagonist put his finger to the corner of his mouth and thoughtfully said, I see. Lucky lay down next to them and said, Rock is hungry. The protagonist put his hand to his stomach and said, yes, he is hungry too, okay, he will cook food. Lucky looked at him happily, and he said that he asked the orange ants for meat, but where the hell are they? Lucky asked, did he know that they built a dungeon in the basement of the hut? He looked at him in surprise and asked, what? A dungeon? Then they went to a hole behind the hut, on the walls of which there were stairs. Rock awkwardly said when they only had time. Then an ant rose from the hole, she ran to hug Rock and shouted, Daddy, welcome home. The elf folded her arms and asked if the orange ants had a humanoid shape. More than that, Daddy? Is he sure they're orange ants? They don't look like they have an ant's body. Rock yelled, no, no. Lucky said that it was unfortunate, he had a weakness for things like that. Rock yelled indignantly, Lucky. He then turned to Shannon and put his hand out and said that he just happened to be there when their eggs hatched, so. Shannon looked at him in surprise, then smiled and said that it was okay. She can keep a secret. Rock thought, that's not the problem. He then turned to Fenrir and yelled, Lucky. Rock said that this was a huge misunderstanding. Lucky said that it was okay, there was no problem. Rock yelled that there was. She looked at them, then clenched her fists and yelled, oh my god. It's not fair that only the two of them are chatting so happily. She asked him to tell her what Lucky said. Rock asked Shannon, she doesn't understand Lucky's speech? She said upset, no. He asked, but she understands the orange ant just fine? She confirmed his words. He grabbed his head and wondered, what does this mean? The ant smiled and said that it was because she could talk to people. Rock looked at her in surprise, and then she put her hand to her chest and said that she was different from the other ants. She was destined to be the head of her family. That's why she can negotiate with other races and command everyone. Rock said, that's why? Then the ant went to Shannon and said that this is a skill called interspecies language. If she tried to copy it, would Shannon be able to use it? Rock asked, surprised, huh? Then the ant put her hand on the elf's hand and said, yes, it's done. The protagonist asked, what? Lucky walked up to Shannon and asked if she understood him now. She said yes. She did. Rock looked on in shock, he was thinking what the hell just happened. Shannon smiled sheepishly and said, thank you very much, orange ant. The ant giggled. Rock thought there was so much in this world he didn't know. He said he thought he could only talk to this girl. Shannon and the ant hugged and he said that meant she was special, okay. He then stroked his chin and asked if he should name the ants. The ant turned around happily and asked, name? How happy. She then ran up to him and he stuck his index finger out and said then, what's her name, Patra? She started jumping up and down, she shouted, hooray! She got a name. Patra is a great name. Then she pointed her finger at the rest of the ants, and told him to give the rest of them names too. Rock looked at the ants and said yes, the rest of them. Several ants were looking at him, waiting for his answer. He pointed at them in confusion, and said they all looked the same. Patra asked, huh? Even though they looked different. Rock looked at her in confusion and said I see, then. He looked at the ants and said, orange A, orange B, orange C, orange D, orange E, how does it sound? The ants looked at him indignantly, and then jumped up and happily shouted, woohoo! Rock said, did they like the names? He then turned his attention to the ants and thought that when you watch them, surprisingly there is so much personality in them. Once he understands their characters, he will give them new names. He then leaned over to Patra and said, right, about the dungeon they made. They went downstairs and as they passed different compartments she said that this was the refrigeration room where they kept meat and stuff, and these were the drying rooms where they dried fur, and this was where they kept the demon stones they had found when they were digging the hole. Rock looked at their work in surprise and said that it was amazing. He couldn't believe that they had created such a place in such a short time. These guys must be really good. The ants jumped with happiness, and the protagonist folded his arms over his chest and thought that he was surprised by the news about the dungeon. It looked like Patra's nest. Then he said, okay. There is meat, so they will start cooking. Orange said, hooray. After a while Rock and Shannon were at the market. The protagonist was walking through the stalls and saying, grill and frying pan, knife and seasoning. He had completely forgotten that they were not rich in utensils. Shannon leaned over to him and asked what he was going to cook. He said that they didn't have much time, so he was thinking about fried chicken. The elf asked, "Fried chicken?" He confirmed her words and said that it was a very simple dish. You season the meat and fry it. Chicken goes really well with cabbage. Shannon said in admiration. Wow, she was looking forward to this masterpiece. Then Rock turned to the vendor and asked, "Sir, does he have cabbage?" The vendor put his hand on his hip and said that they haven't been bringing cabbage lately. It won't be available for a while. He's sorry. Rock said sadly, "I see." Then he turned to Shannon and folded his arms over his chest and said that he really wanted to taste chicken and cabbage. The elf said, "Too bad." Suddenly, Isaac and his party came up to them and he asked, "Are you sure he can afford to have fun?" They turned around and Rock said, "Isaac." Gladiator put his hand forward and smirked and said if he would kneel in front of him now he would gladly take him back to the party. Got it? Shannon covered Rock with her hand and asked what was wrong. Isaac asked, "Huh? Who the hell was she?" Rock put his hand on her shoulder and told her to leave them alone. He then told Isaac that from now on they had nothing to do with him. Could he please not bother him anymore? He looked at him in surprise and gritted his teeth, and then he smiled and said, "Got it." He shouted, "Of course," and swung his fist at Shannon. Rock stopped his fist with a sharp movement and asked what he thought he was doing. Isaac gritted his teeth and then put his hand in front of him and said, "No idea what kind of sneaky tactics the guild was using. He thought they paired him with a strong adventurer, but from the looks of it, she really is an E-rank, right?" He smiled sinisterly and said, "But if he works with this piece of trash, he won't be able to use it properly." Rock asked, "Is that so?" Suddenly, Shannon stepped forward and shouted, "Please, he has to take that back. Rock is not an object. They are crazy to say such things." The tamer looked at her in surprise and asked, "Shannon?" Isaac said, "This E-rank, the weaker the dog, the more it barks." Shannon clenched her fists. And then Kara stepped forward and said, "Rock, is this girl really his partner?" He confirmed her words and said, "An E-rank elf adventurer, Shannon." She looked at her thoughtfully and then said, "How should I say it?" She spread her arms out to the sides and made a proud face and said that her clothes suck. She fixed her hair and said, "Shannon? Since she's going to a party with Rock, she should watch what she wears, okay?" Rock looked at her seriously and said that it was none of her business. It wasn't like her clothes affected the size of her powers. Kara got angry, and then turned around and yelled that she never thought Rock would choose an E-rank female adventurer. The protagonist folded his arms and said not that it was his choice. Kara yelled, "Maybe, but it wasn't." Amy said, "Shannon-san, she's sorry that her comrades were so rude to her. Her name is Amy." The elf looked at her in surprise and said, "Okay." Amy then lowered her head and said to Rock, "It's not like something like this can be made up for by just apologizing, but she apologizes for everything they did." She thought about it a lot. Then she stood up and put her hand to her chest and said that she thought he was going to quit being an adventurer, but she thought she wanted to have one last competition with him and test her strength. And after that, she would decide for sure what to do next. Rock said he understood, and then Isaac yelled at her to move her legs faster. "Good luck to them then, guys." Rock closed his eyes and said, "Yeah, they'll definitely take advantage of this." Then they looked after Rock's former comrades. Shannon folded her arms over her chest and turned to Rock and said that they should too. He interrupted her and said that it was okay, Shannon. He smiled and said that he knew that losing was not an option for them right now. She looked at him in surprise and he suggested that they go back. After a while, everyone was in the mini garden. Lucky was sitting, covered in flour. Rock was cooking and yelled, "Hey, Lucky! He shouldn't play with cornmeal." Lucky said he wasn't playing with it. He looked like he needed help. Then he coughed, and everyone around him got covered in flour. Rock looked at them and then took a piece of meat out of the pot and said it was ready. He put a plate of chicken on the table and said, "Rock's delicious fried chicken." Then everyone immediately pounced on the food. Lucky said, "Rock, this is so good." Patra said, "This is delicious, Daddy." Rock smiled awkwardly and put his hands behind his back and said the food is hot, they should eat slowly. Then he walked up to the elf and said, "So is she, Shannon?" She was holding a piece of meat and looked at it and said, "Uh-huh." Then she took a bite and said it was so delicious, he smiled. And after a while, Rock held his index finger up and said that now he was going to tell them guys what they were going to do. This time, their destination would be the Fresh Green Dungeon, a journey that would take 2 to 3 days by carriage. Normally, it would take about a week to complete such an order. However, that area was full of difficult places to cross, such as forests, swamps, and the like. If they went straight ahead, they would get there in less than half a day. The elf sighed heavily, and he said that judging by the weight of Isaac's party's luggage, as well as the direction of their carriage, as he expected, they would go the usual way. Unless they ran into trouble in the forest. There was no reason to lose anymore. Even if they took the shortest route, he could safely assume that their journey would not go as smoothly as they thought. Shannon said that was true, he should know. Rock agreed with her, and then smiled and said that now that they had filled their bellies, they would be leaving too. After a while they were making their way through the forest. Shannon and Rock were sitting on Lucky, who was carrying them forward. Shannon apologized and said that he had to carry her too. Lucky said that everything was fine. The monsters looked at them in fear, and Rock thought that was what was expected of Fenrir. The monsters did not attack them. They stopped and Rock asked what was that? Was that crying? The elf asked if maybe someone was attacked by a monster. Rock said, Lucky, I'm sorry, but could he go back a little? He said okay. After that, Lucky turned around. In front of them appeared a monster, sitting on the ground and crying. Rock asked, who is that? A stone statue? No, a gargoyle? The monster looked at them, and then directed an air spell at them. Shannon screamed in surprise, wind magic? It's wind magic. Lucky ran in the opposite direction and screamed that he had the nerve to challenge him with wind magic. Then he opened his mouth and created a huge magic ball and sent it forward. Rock said, wow, he's really strong, Lucky. But the ball only got bigger and Rock said, wait a minute, Lucky. He started screaming in fear, this is too much, Lucky. The royal capital of Kront is in this direction. If he uses such a powerful spell, the city will not let him get away with it, okay. Fenrir apologized to Rock and he asked in surprise, huh? Lucky said that he has no power to stop it. Rock gritted his teeth and thought, there is no time to think. He jumped off Lucky and stood in front of the gargoyle, put his hands forward and cast the spell. He thought that he couldn't cancel it, however, if he focused on one point, then at least he could distribute it. With the help of his peculiar triangular shield, he directed the beam heading towards him away from himself. From such a powerful energy, he shouted, his strength, he asked that this can withstand. Powerful energy passed along the sides of the city. Rock was breathing heavily, and then asked, did they make it in time? Shannon stood in front of a frightened Lucky, who covered his eyes with his paws. Rock came up and smiled and said, Lucky? Shannon asked worriedly, Rock, is he okay? He said, yes, Shannon, is she hurt? She said, no, she's okay. Lucky is okay too. He looked at them and said, thank God. Then the elf pointed her finger at his hands and shouted, Rock, his hand. He looked at his hands in surprise and asked, huh? Then he said that a healing potion would cure such a wound in no time. He took out a bottle and when he drank it, the wounds on his hands disappeared. The elf folded her arms across her chest and said in surprise, wow, this is a healing potion. Rock thanked her and said that he made it himself on purpose. Lucky burst into tears and asked for forgiveness. He said that he screwed up again. Rock looked at him seriously and said, Lucky? He approached him and stroked the Fenrir and said that he thanked him. He pressed himself against his fur and asked, Lucky was just trying to help them, right? He really appreciated this impulse. Lucky looked at him with emotion, and then the protagonist put his hand on his fur and said that after all, his magical power was from the disaster category. From now on, they will learn to control their powers and fight together. Lucky was even more moved, then raised his head and howled. He meant that he would try his best. He would train. Then the tamer turned to the monster and said, now? So what is he doing here? The monster put his hand to his forehead and shouted that he was a monster. Rock said that he didn't need to listen to that from a gargoyle. Moreover, why was he crying in a place like this? The monster lowered his head and said that it was because he was sad. He was kicked out of the demon lord's army. Rock awkwardly scratched his cheek and said, so monsters can be fired too. The gargoyle said that he was obviously made of leftover materials. His magic was weak, so he was in the castle and dedicated the last 100 years to cleaning. But recently, the army's leadership changed. They told him that they did not need a monster who could do nothing but clean. He wandered around the forest confused. So he hobbled to a village not far from here, but they suddenly attacked him and he ran away. Rock thoughtfully scratched his chin and looked down and said that regarding this point, many people don't take demons very well. The monster said that's right, but all he had been doing before was cleaning. This was his first meeting with humans. The thought that he was inferior and that people hated him, sadness overwhelmed him. Gargoyle's body trembled, tears gathered in the corners of his eyes, and he said, I wonder what the meaning of his life is. Rock put his hand on his side and said, so? He thought that he had heard that gargoyle are elite soldiers of the Demon Lord's army, and it takes a lot of magic power to create them. It's hard to imagine that you can create such a gargoyle from leftover materials, however. He put his hand on his side and asked, what will he do next? The demon said, yeah, right? What should he do? Then he started crying and wiped his tears with his hands. The tamer said, oh my? Then maybe he wants to go with them. The demon stood up and folded his hands pitifully and asked, can he? Even if he's just a weak gargoyle obsessed with cleanliness? Rock smiled and said that strength doesn't matter. Besides, he himself said that he's been cleaning for 100 years. He thinks that's amazing. The gargoyle said, thank you very much. He asked to let him join them. The voice in Rock's head said that the sealed gargoyle wanted to be his friend. Will he be friends with him? Rock was surprised and noticed the mark, sealed. He asked, does he have some kind of sealed power or something like that? The demon said that he only knows that he was created by the previous demon lord, but he doesn't really understand it. The protagonist scratched his chin thoughtfully and said, fire. Then he asked to be allowed to greet him again, Gargoyle-kun. The monster happily put his fists to his chest and said, of course. It is an honor. The voice in Rock's head said the gargoyle sealed has been transformed into a sacred beast and has become his friend. Transformation into the sacred beast Arden. With the increase in the number of sacred beasts, he can now explore the garden. He must choose one of the following items. Rock said, I see, this time he can expand the hut. The voice said the expansion is complete. The tamer said, okay. And then he looked towards the forest and said that there is a village nearby. Then he looked further and was surprised. Is that a cabbage? He plucked one cabbage and looked at it and asked, how in this remote place, maybe a cabbage patch? Then he looked at the moon and said that it was already late, so he suggested making a rest stop. Shannon agreed with him, and then they walked forward and approached the village. Rock looked at it and said, so Gargoyle-kun said about this place. Chushino village? Then they approached the sleeping man and Rock looked at him in surprise. He leaned his elbows on his knees and said, sorry. But in response, the man only continued to sleep. Shannon came closer and patted the man's shoulder and asked, hello? He asked, huh? She asked him to wake up. The man opened his eyes in surprise and said that an angel himself descended from heaven. I see. He thinks that it's time for an angel to take him away, but if such a cute girl does it, then there is nothing to regret. He stretched out his lips to her, but Lucky pinned him to the ground with one move of his paw. The man shouted, who are they? Bandits? Rock put his hand out and said that's not true. They were heading to the caves, then they heard about the village. The man asked, adventurers? Then he shouted, just in time. They must go to the village chief and have a word with him. The tamer asked, have a word? He looked around and thought that there were many skinny people here. He was sure that there had never been any famine in these parts, but the chief turned to him and said that he was glad to see him, a traveler. He was Anagami, the village chief. Rock put his hand on his hip and said that it was nice to meet him. His name was Rock, he was an adventurer. Then he pointed to his comrades and said that her name was Shannon, and this big guy was the sacred beast, Lucky. The chief said that it seemed that this time his dream had been fruitful. The man said that with his experience, sleep was no obstacle to recognition. He had just gotten rid of a stone statue. Anagami said how touching. It seemed that his eyesight was failing him. The man indignantly asked what he had lisped. Who would talk, stupid old man? The village chief indignantly asked what he said. Rock smiled awkwardly and asked what they wanted to talk about. Anagami apologized to him and said that he got carried away. And then he coughed into his fist and said that in fact, about a year ago, the goblins left the green garden swamp, which was a little ahead. Things were not going well for them in the fields, and then the goblins raided their village and took what little food they had. A group of young people tried to kill them, but they came back like this. Several men were wrapped in bandages. The village chief asked, they need their help. Rock thoughtfully scratched his chin and clarified, goblins, huh? He thought that, unlike other monsters, goblins are more intelligent. But when their numbers increase, they become a nasty group. The village chief said that they had asked the state and sent requests to the guild, but they had not provided a decent reward for the requests, so they had not responded. Rock folded his arms and said, I see. He thought that he couldn't help them. He couldn't make a living as an adventurer if he only helped people out of the kindness of his heart. Besides, even if they saved them this time, there was a chance that they would ask for help again. They should be able to live on their own. He said, well, they should let him look at the map of this area for now. Also, could they tell him where the goblins are? Rock looked at the map and said, I see. He then looked at the villagers and said that there was a way to deal with the goblins. The village chief happily asked, really? The protagonist said that on the way here, they had noticed some cabbage patches, so he thought they wouldn't go hungry for now. The villagers said, great. They were so grateful. The tamer said, but if they don't do anything, it will happen again and again. To prevent this from happening, he can help with the development of the village. And when this village makes a profit in the future, could they give them 20% of the revenue? The village chief put his hand out and waved it and said, 20%? That's not an amount he can agree on by himself. Rock thought, well, that's annoying. However, he put his hand out and said that they were currently busy with another request. So if all the villagers were to help, he would just take 10%. Of course, that was 10% of the profit. So it could be anything from the sales minus the cost of each person and their labor. Also, even if the villagers couldn't contribute, they would still help in thinning out the goblins and providing food. The villagers looked at each other in confusion. The fundamental problem with this village was its location. It was blocking traffic from the rest of the city. The fields were unkempt. They didn't have any special products, so they had to buy them from outside. They didn't have everything they needed. He could help them for free, but that wouldn't benefit the villagers. The villagers also needed determination. After a while, the village chief said that they understood. But he asked to consult with the other villagers. Shannon went to Rock and asked what would happen then. He said that the village would make a lot of money. He didn't think they would refuse, but he would go and prepare the garden anyway. She should let him know if the village chief called him. She agreed, and after a while they stood in front of the villagers. The chief apologized for the wait. He looked at the villagers and said that, frankly speaking, the people's opinions were divided. But if they were left alone, he didn't think they could improve the situation. Was it okay for the compensation to go towards unexpected expenses? Rock said sure. If they wanted to cooperate with them, they could deal with the goblins and their food supply. Besides, the villagers would be safe. The villagers began to whisper happily. Warren came up to them and, leaning on a crutch, said that he didn't think it was a good idea. Come to think of it, isn't that suspicious? The village chief shouted, Warren! How dare he! He said that if it weren't for that wound, he would have dealt with it, and the goblins in no time. Ouch! Damn it! His body shook in pain, and Rock thought about the villagers who were injured by the goblins, in that case. He reached into the collar of his robe and pulled out some potions, handed this to him, and told him to take it. This is his unique creation. A healing potion. Warren put his hand out and shouted that he didn't care. As if he would drink it. The tamer put his hand out and said, well, don't do that. If they want proof, he doesn't mind giving this to Shannon first. She asked, is it okay? She really wants to taste his specially prepared healing potion. She took the bottle and drank the contents. Her eyes widened with pleasure. She shouted that it was delicious. Although she considered the healing potion to be sour and undrinkable, this potion was very calming and easy to drink. She felt lightness throughout her body. Then Lucky ran up to him and shouted, Rock! He wants to drink it too. The protagonist said, no problem, and then he poured the contents of the bottle into his mouth. Fenrir's eyes widened with pleasure, and he said how delicious. He started jumping and saying that he didn't know what it was, but it was so calming. How refreshing. And I have no idea why, but it was very tasty. Warren looked at what was happening in surprise, and then Rock handed him the potion and said that now he, Mr. Warren, should try it. The assistant headman took the potion and said that it was probably just a game. He would not fall for this lie. Then he drank the contents of the bottle and shouted in delight, delicious. He thought, what kind of healing potion is this? It doesn't taste like the usual musty smell of water. It's more like an apple. Yes, the taste is like freshly squeezed apple juice. Clean, refreshing, and even slightly sweet. The sweet and sour taste brings back memories of his first love, so it's very easy to drink. Then he threw away the crutch and looked at his hands and said, yes, they're joking. The pain in his body has also gone away? He can move his leg. It's a miracle. Rock said that they are currently fulfilling another request, but if they help them, he will share the healing potions with the other wounded as well. Warren grabbed his hands and said, please. They will gladly accept them. He asked him to heal all the wounded. And then he looked down and apologized for doubting them. He is Warren, the assistant village chief. They will be happy to cooperate with them. The village chief looked at the villagers and asked if there was anyone against it. The villagers remained silent, and he said that they had agreed then. He suggested that they have a snack first. The guys shouted, "Hooray!" There were 6 days left until the deadline for fulfilling the request. After a while, everyone was enjoying the food. The village chief held a plate in his hands. He said that he never imagined that cabbage could be so delicious. Warren said that he used to be convinced that cabbage was only good as horse feed. Today, there is cabbage soup on the menu. However, cabbage itself tastes quite good, or you can fry it a little. Anagami said, so that's how it is. Rock thought that he also added some of the recovery potion he created when cooking. The people who felt unwell seemed to have become healthier. He turned to Shannon and asked if she could help him with something. She turned to him, and he put his hands on the orange ants' heads and told her to take orange ants and be with her and protect them and the villagers when they went to collect materials. Shannon awkwardly asked, was he trusting her with such an important task? Was he sure everything would be okay? The protagonist said that she was capable of defeating the monsters that lived in this area. Besides, oranges A and B were small, but they could take care of themselves. She said that she understood. She would do her best. Rock said that as for the rest, they would make a road that would lead them straight to Kronto. With the road, with the help of travelers coming and going from one city to another, they would be able to solve the problems with food supplies and the lack of imported goods in one fell swoop. Then he looked at his hand and said, but first. He raised his hand up and everything around him began to shine. The villagers looked at their bodies and asked, what? What's going on? His body felt lighter. Rock said he cast a strengthening magic on them to make it easier for them to move. The old man shouted, wow! He stood on his hand and said he was moving. I can't believe it! Even after that, he was still full of strength. The tamer put his hands forward and awkwardly told them not to overdo it. He thought they might break their bones. Shannon said in admiration, he was in his element. He cast strengthening magic on so many people at once so easily and simply. Rock said that if she trained, he was sure she could do it too. Next time, he would teach her how to do it. She asked, really? Thank you? Then Rock said, now let's get them started building the road. Lucky was clearing the way with his magic, Gargoyle was stacking logs, and the oranges were making bricks. The villagers were also helping, and after a while, Rock said, okay, that's it for now. They were almost done laying the stone and clearing the road. At this rate, they should be able to finish the road by tomorrow. He thought that with Lucky's magic, they could build a road. Tomorrow, once the road was cleared, he would try to trade their goods. His familiars were much cooler than he could have imagined and dreamed of. Sometime later, at night, in the monster garden, Rock was sitting at the table, studying something. Shannon came up to him, holding a tray in her hands, and asked, is he still awake? He turned to her and said, Shannon? He was planning their tomorrow. First of all, she was the one who needed sleep. She had worked much harder than everyone else today. She should get a good rest. She said no, how could she rest while her master was still working? Rock told her not to call him master. It didn't sound very good. Besides, he didn't consider her his slave at all. She smiled and said that he was very kind, she was so glad that she had met him. He thanked her, and said that he was also very glad that their paths crossed. Then she sat down at his table and he unfolded the papers and said that the plan was that tomorrow they would ask the villagers to pick cabbage. And the day after tomorrow he was thinking of selling some goods in the capital. It seemed that there was a shortage of cabbage in the capital. He was sure that all the cabbage would be sold out pretty quickly. Also, don't forget about the request given to the guild, well. He thought that he was sure that they would win. But how they would win was just as important. He said that when it came to Titus, he believed. Then he looked at the elf who had fallen asleep leaning on her arms. She said, Rock, he is amazing. The protagonist pointed his hand at her head and said, cleaning. He stroked her head and said, thank her, Shannon. After a while, everyone went to bed, and Rock came to the door and heard Lucky say that he was stomping off somewhere again. The tamer asked if he was still awake. Lucky asked, so what are they catching today? The protagonist said, rainbow dragonflies. They are easier to catch at night. Lucky asked what to do with the goblins. Rock said that as long as he was in the vicinity of the village, the goblins did not dare to attack. So, even if they left them alone, there would be adventurers who would come and conquer them for them. Lucky looked at him in surprise and then said, okay. He suggested that they go. Rock agreed with him, and then they took nets and began to catch dragonflies. The next morning, Rock sat up in his bed and opened his eyes and said that it was already light. He heard sounds coming from behind the door and said that it must be Shannon. As he walked down the stairs, he scratched his head and thought, maybe she always got up early in the morning to make breakfast for them. For some reason, that made him happy. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Shannon. Maybe she needs help." Gargoyle was standing in the kitchen wearing a cute apron. He turned around and smiled and said, "Holy Beelzebub, good morning, Rock. Everything is almost ready, please, he needs to wait a few minutes." The protagonist clenched his fists and indignantly shouted that it wasn't her. There was a mistake. Gargoyle asked, "What happened? Did you have a nightmare?" Rock awkwardly put his hands in front of himself and said, "No." "Is there anything he can do to help?" Gargoyle told him to leave it to him. When he worked in the Demon Lord's castle, he was often tasked with cooking for everyone alone. Rock said, "I see, fine." Then Shannon walked into the room. She said, "Good morning." Then she lowered her head and said that she was sorry that she dared to fall asleep last night. Rock said that she shouldn't worry about it. Then he noticed the stick in her hands and asked, "Huh? Is she going to practice?" She smiled and confirmed his words and said that she wanted to make breakfast, but Gargoyle told her to leave it to him. Rock said that he understood it. He thought that he was certainly very grateful, but something was wrong with all this. Shannon said that she was just about to ask, "Isn't he tired? He went out to catch rainbow dragonflies by himself last night, didn't he?" He asked in surprise, "Huh? Wasn't she asleep? By the way, he caught the dragonflies in the company of Lucky." Shannon shouted that that wasn't the point. She wanted to be useful to him too. Rock smiled awkwardly and said, "Good to know, next time they will go catch them together." Shannon asked, "Does he promise?" Rock confirmed it, and Gargoyle said that breakfast is ready. They said okay. The second day, the afternoon. Warren was sitting on the cart, and said that he needed to sell the cabbages at the market, and then deliver the rainbow dragonfly wings to the guild, right? Rock stood by his side and said yes. He should take care of himself. He watched him go and thought, since they were able to clear the road by noon, today he thought there would be enough time to sell some goods at the market. Later, he would show them how to catch rainbow dragonflies in large numbers. If they plowed up the abandoned farmland and used it to grow cabbages, it would help solve their food supply problems. That night, everyone gathered on the road and said that they had done it. Rock patted Pat on the head and said that they, the ants, had done a good job. They had done a great job laying the stone pavement so well that some craftsmen would have been put to shame. She said, "Hooray." Dad praised them. The villager said, "Thank you very much." He thought that all monsters were scary. But Patra-chan is such a good girl. Patra giggled. The village chief called Rock and lowered his head and said that he thanked him for today. Who would have thought that the road to the capital would be finished in 2 days? He had done so much for them. But is it okay if he only gets 10% of their profits? Rock said, "Of course." He asked them to send him the funds through the guild. The village chief said, "Thank you very much. He can rest assured that each payment will be made on time." Afterwards, just before dawn, they split up and took out the orango egg. And also the green emerald that green frogs have. The wyverns did not give in to them, but they can worry about that tomorrow. It's just that right now he has a feeling that Isaac's party will arrive at their destination earlier than expected. And maybe this will turn into a problem. The next morning, Rock stood in the field of the mini garden and stretched his body and said, "Okay." He suggested that we try our best today too. Then a small bird landed on his shoulder. He stroked its cheek and said, "What a friendly bird. Since when was there a baby bird in the mini garden?" Patra said that he was wrong, Daddy. He looked at her and asked, "What?" She said that this baby bird was the skybird. He looked at her in surprise and asked, "Huh?" Then he put his hand out to his side and asked, "But wasn't the skybird a little bigger than this?" She said that the thing was, when they were sorting materials for monsters, they found something similar to a rare item. And when the skybird, for some reason and how, ate it, that's when it became this tiny. Rock scratched his chin and said, "What kind of things don't happen in the world, then how do you turn it back into?" The bird spread its wings, he said. "Well, it's okay, everything will go back to normal in time." The bird sat down near the stone upset. And Rock smelled an unpleasant smell and, covering his nose, asked what it was. He looked at Lucky and shouted that it was from him. Fenrir asked, "His?" He didn't think so. Rock asked when he last washed himself. Lucky answered, confused, "Maybe yesterday?" The protagonist asked how he could have taken a bath yesterday if he had been with him all day, and he hadn't seen him with a towel and soap. Lucky said that then maybe it was the day before yesterday. Rock asked, "Lucky? He moved his head to the side and his body trembled, then he turned to him and shouted that everything was fine. Even if he doesn't take a bath, he licks himself clean. The tamer said, well, nothing can be done. He raised his hand up and shouted that he was addressing everyone. They are starting the operation to capture and bathe Lucky. The residents of the mini garden said, accepted, hooray, this will be fun. Lucky said that it was even interesting. They should not forget the lip-rolling spell if they think they can catch him easily. Rock put his hand forward, and then, concentrating energy into it, he raised his hand up and everyone around him lit up. He said that he cast support magic on everyone except Lucky. It will be in effect for a short time, but their strength and speed will increase. Shannon said, thank you. Patra said, hooray. Lucky looked at them seriously, and said that they would be fools if they even thought that some support magic would be able to compensate for the difference between him and them. Patra raised her hand and said, okay, she will begin. Legendary Fenrir Lucky vs Orange Ant Queen Patra, expected level 3 out of 5. She ran to Fenrir and shouted, let's begin. Lucky turned to her and said, sweet naive Patra. She thinks she can handle him alone? She shot out many strings of magical energy forward. Lucky jumped aside and asked, he told you, right? You can't catch him with a single attack. Then Patra shouted, now that's it. The oranges surrounded Lucky and he thought it was an ambush. They shot out many strings from their mouths and when his paws were tied up, he fell. Patra raised her hand and turned to Rock and said, they did it, Daddy. Rock clenched his fists and happily said, yes. He then patted her head and said that this was what was great about her, made him let his guard down, pretending that she was alone. Patra giggled and then Rock turned to Lucky and told him to be a good boy now and get in. Before he could finish speaking, Lucky untied the strings on his paws and grabbed it with his mouth and threw it onto the oranges, as if catching them in a salmon. He said that immobilizing him was a good solution, but they did not have enough magic power to hold him. The orange said, wow. Lucky is so strong. Gargoyle said, I see. He put his hand to his chest and said that then he is the next one to challenge him. The proud sacred beast Lucky versus the former member of the Demon Lord's elite squad shouldered all the chores of the household, Gargoyle. Expected level 3.5 out of 5. Lucky asked, Gargoyle? Does he seriously expect to win? The demon grinned and said, he is always underestimated. He struck a pose and said that even though he is weak, he still belongs to the Gargoyle race. He has the knowledge he has collected for 100 years, and the power of Rock's support magic should not be discounted either. He gathered energy in his raised hand and said, although it is good that he looks down on him. He shouted, behold. But Lucky threw the Gargoyle aside with one swing of his tail. Rock looked at this in surprise. He thought, Gargoyle. Lucky asked, who's next? Shannon came up to him and said, okay, Lucky. She put her weapon forward and said that with his permission they will spar. Fenrir, who is not a dog, Lucky versus the elf who was blessed by his master, Shannon. Expected level 4 out of 5. Fenrir said, Shannon, I'm curious, she can show everything she can do. She reached for her sword and said, done. Then she ran forward and shouted that then she's attacking. But Lucky dodged her attack and landed on the side laughing and said that at this rate, she won't even scratch him. She looked at him and ran forward swinging her sword. She asked what he would say to this. Dodging the attacks, he said that she wasn't that bad, but she did realize that such a casual attack wouldn't hurt him at all, right? She said that she did, and then she did a few more attacks. Lucky thought that her accuracy had suddenly increased. She pinned him to the rock and he said when she did. She held the sword in front of her pointing it at him, and said that now Lucky he would be a good boy and wash himself. Then she looked at him in surprise, and he put the tip of his tail to her neck and said that if she moved, she could say goodbye to her head, got it? She sighed and then lowered the sword to the ground and put her hands in front of her and said, no use, she gives up. Lucky said that she moved well, it looks like she's been training every day for a reason. Shannon smiled happily and said, thank you. After that Lucky looked at Rock and said, well then, they're moving on to the main course. Fenrir, who actually just wanted to play, Lucky versus a guy, really wants Lucky to take a bath, Rock. Expected level 4.5 out of 5. Fenrir took a menacing pose and said that the warm-up was over, he could attack without sparing his strength. Rock took out his daggers, but suddenly a trail of smell passed by Lucky's nose. He asked, what is this sweet scent? On Lucky's head sat a bird with a flower in its beak. Rock looked at it and asked, a sky bird? Lucky said what it was. And then he fell asleep on the ground. Rock opened his eyes in surprise and asked, a sleep flower? Thank you, sky bird. Then he suggested that everyone wash Lucky together. The residents of the garden agreed with him. That same day, in the vicinity of the dungeon, a new leaf. Isaac's whole body was shaking with anger. He slammed his fist on the floor and asked, "Why haven't they arrived yet?" Kara told him to be quiet. Amy looked away and said nothing. He screamed, "Damn! That bastard Rock, he's going to make him regret betraying them." Amy looked at him and said, "Well, they were the ones who betrayed him first." Gladiator gritted his teeth and yelled at her to cover her mouth. He thought, who even cares about a porter? He fought on the front lines and won to get to S rank. But even after all that, he remembered kids saying that without him, they were at S rank level. He scared and clenched his fist and said that he wouldn't accept this no matter what. He clenched both fists tighter and said that he would win and prove it to everyone. Kara chuckled and said that she was telling you straight out, she won't help collect Orango's eggs. Amy looked at her and asked, "Huh?" She said that unfortunately, there aren't that many rainbow dragonflies. Isaac folded his arms and said that he already knew. They didn't have to collect everything in the request this time. The wyverns were the main goal, so everything would be fine, okay. Kara said that she had been wanting to ask for a long time. Why was he so presumptuous? He looked at her and asked, "What?" He didn't want to hear that from her. She asked indignantly, "What?" He accepted requests without even checking the details, and then added them to the party without any discussion. He was something else. Just so he knew, she and Amy were helping him because they had no choice this time. But they would leave the party after this was over. Isaac lowered his head and said as they wished. In exchange, he would give orders while they carried out this request. After a while, they were approaching a cave. The ferryman said, "Sir, they have arrived." He thanked him and, putting some coins in his hand, told him to keep the change. The worker said, "Hey, kid, that's not enough." He looked at him in surprise and asked, "What?" He said that he brought them much closer to the dungeon than anyone else. If he doesn't pay more, then he's just wasted his time. Isaac gritted his teeth and threw in a few more coins, shouting that this much should be enough. After a while, they watched the carriage go by, and Isaac said in annoyance that everyone was just making him look like a fool. Then he took a step forward and said that it didn't matter. They came to the New Leaf dungeon. 4 days left to complete the request. They said, "Okay, let's go." And then they went inside the cave. At this moment, in another place, everyone was happily petting Lucky. In the New Leaf dungeon, Isaac said that their only goal was the wyverns that were deep in the dungeon. The rest, if they had time, they would grab on the way back, got it? Kara looked at the monsters and covered her mouth in fear. The gladiator clicked his tongue and told them to at least answer. Then they approached the center of the dungeon, and he looked around, but said something strange. Rainbow dragonflies and green frogs are nowhere to be seen. Orango is available, but he can't find their eggs. How can they collect the items needed for the request under these conditions? Then he opened his eyes in surprise and thought, could it be that the guild is trying to set them up and doesn't even have accurate information about the current situation regarding the request? If so, then the guild's fault is obvious. When they return, he will remember this to them. Suddenly, a monster jumped on him from behind. He shouted in surprise, "Goblin?" Then he turned around abruptly and cut the monster in half with one blow of his sword. He clenched his fists and said that they didn't warn them about goblins. The guild staff is too irresponsible. Then he noticed a goblin that stood out from the rest. Its body was covered in armor, and it was larger in size. He asked, "A goblin knight?" He took a better grip on his sword and said, "Even high-level ones have appeared. Looks like this place has become their lair." Then he jumped into the air and pointed his sword at the main goblin and shouted for them to get out of here. "Get away!" Their swords clashed. Isaac's weapon trembled in his hands. He remembered Kid's words, clenched his teeth, and thought that it was not true. There was no way he would lose to this goldfinch. The goblin's body was pierced by a fiery spear. The monster fell to the ground with a burning hole in its chest. Amy asked, "Is he okay, Isaac?" He clenched his teeth and said that he was fine. He himself would have handled such a small thing just fine. And yet, he looked like the battle was hard. He got angry and then they grouped up. Amy said that everything would be later, now they needed to focus on the goblins. He clicked his tongue and then shouted, "Damn." After a while they were standing in the center of the clearing. Around them lay several monster corpses. The gladiator asked, "Is it over?" Looks like the goblin knight was the leader. Everything should be fine now. Kara raised her staff up and healed the party. Isaac turned around and told them to go and deal with the wyverns and then return to the guild. Amy agreed with him. After a while, they watched the wyverns that were located on the rocks. Sitting behind a bush, Isaac said that there were quite a lot of them. Then he turned to the party and said, Amy, he will attack and attract their attention, and she should use magic to pierce their wings. And when they attack, he will finish them off. He suggested to aim for the 2 wyverns that were further away from the group first. Amy said that she understood. Isaac shouted that he was going. Holding his sword in his hand, he ran forward towards the monsters. The wyverns rose into the air. He turned around and shouted, now. She raised her weapon into the air and used a fire arrow. Several projectiles pierced the wings of the wyverns, and they fell to the ground. With a dash, Isaac chopped up their bodies, and then, landing nearby, said, great. They're moving on to the next one. Suddenly, another wyvern appeared in front of the girls. He thought, another one? The monster swung its tail and threw the girls away. Isaac ran up to them and shouted, are they okay? Kara gritted her teeth and shouted in irritation, hey, so shouldn't he have been insuring them? Rock would have definitely protected them. Isaac gritted his teeth and shouted that Rock has nothing to do with them. Besides, he didn't know there was another wyvern. Even if she was accompanied, she should be able to take care of herself. Kara said indignantly, what? She screamed, what nonsense! Then she took Amy's hand and told them to go. They would die if they stayed with this idiot. Amy trailed behind her and told her to wait. Isaac stuck his hand out to the side and said, hey. They have to go. Kara turned around and told him to get lost, you idiot. She couldn't be around him anymore. He looked at her with confusion, and Amy, who was being pulled forward by Kara, asked her to stop. The gladiator gripped the handle of his weapon with trembling hands and thought, I see. And they are abandoning him too. He remembered his father's words, who said that Rakun was really incredible. Compared to him, his Isaac. He should learn from Rakun. He was so disappointed in him. He gritted his teeth and thought that everyone was saying, rock, 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 rock. He was surrounded by wyverns. He smiled evilly and said, if that's the case, then he will make them all fail the request. He stabbed his weapon into the ground and shouted, Rock, he will not let him win. The girls turned around and Kara said, this is bad. He used the Great Cross. The entire area was illuminated by a bright pillar of powerful energy. Watching this from the village, Shannon said, Roxanne, it is? He said, wow, Isaac and company. Then he looked at the elf and asked, Shannon, will she join him? She happily replied, yes. And then Rox said that everyone else except Shannon would continue doing their work in the village. Patra raised her hand and smiled and said, they understood. Then he looked at Fenrir and said, Lucky, he's counting on him. Lucky agreed with him. After a while, they came to the entrance of the dungeon. Everything around was covered in smoke, and he said, and there's so much smoke. His former comrades were approaching them from the cave, coughing from the smoke. He looked at the gladiator and said, so? He told him to bite. All the wyverns and materials turned to dust. Now they, guys, won't be able to fulfill the request. Rock put his hand out and said, he didn't think he would stoop so low. Shannon said excitedly, Roxanne, if this is true, then they should go back to the kingdom's capital, buy the materials, and deliver them to the guild. It may be a little unfair to do so, but it is more important not to lose. She saw the required materials on sale outside the city. He said, no. There is a chance that there are some wyverns left, so they should explore well first. She said, but Isaac and the party went further, and he said that they should go ahead and search as much as they want. They are going back. He is looking forward to their next meeting. Rock and his company looked after him, and then went inside the dungeon and stopped near the goblins, and Lucky asked, is this the Goblin Knight? Rock said that he was most likely the one leading these goblins. Then the village is safe now. Lucky closed his eyes and said, I see. So that's how it is. Shannon then looked at the traces of the explosion, and Rock, awkwardly scratching his cheek, said that everything really did disintegrate into dust. He folded his arms and said that Isaac was probably more suited to the path of a mage. Shannon sat near the remains of the monsters and said, Roxanne, everything is destroyed. The scales and claws are torn and cannot be brought to the guild. He said that it can't be helped. They will return. Lucky walked around the stone and said happily, hooray! There they are. He wagged his tail in a friendly manner and looked at the eggs. Rock took one of them and asked, are they wyvern eggs? They were behind the rocks, so they remained unharmed. Lucky asked admiringly, are they delicious? The protagonist said probably. In any case, they should take them to the mini garden first. Lucky said happily, hooray! A little later, the villagers happily said, oh. They defeated the goblins. Shannon looked at the tamer and said, "But Roxanne, shouldn't they take care of the goblins in the new leaf swamp too?" He said, "No, the map is a bit outdated and the name has changed, but the swamp is located where the dungeon is." She said, "Ah, I see." While waiting for Isaac and his gang to deliver the materials to the guild, he dedicated the entire day to helping with the development of the village. And then the day of departure came. They were standing at the entrance to a stone fortress. Rock asked what kind of fortress it was. Patra raised her hand and happily said that thanks to this structure, even if monsters attack, everything will be fine. Joyful voices were heard behind them. Then the village chief called him and he and the villagers bowed, and he said, "Thank you very much." From now on, they will follow his instructions and continue to develop their village. Then a villager patted Patra on the head and said, "A huge thank you, both to Patra-chan and everyone else." She giggled happily. Then a villager held up a cabbage in his hands and said that they would make cabbage their signature dish and rename the village to Chishino Cabbage Village. The villagers then waved at them and asked them to come visit them again. The rock squad also waved back. All that was left was to deal with them. He thought that they would be heading to the capital of Kronto now. After saying goodbye to the villagers, they headed off for the final count. Some time later, in the capital of the Kronto Kingdom, Shannon and Rock were walking through the market, and he said that it should be around here. Warren raised his hand and shouted, "Hey, over here!" Rock looked at him and said, "Warren-san." They walked up to him, and he asked how the sales were. He held up the cabbage in his hands and said, it was as he expected. The cabbages are selling like hotcakes. Maybe it's because they change the cabbage soup to cabbage rolls every other day and let people try them. Also, those guys bought a special item at their price. Thanks to them, he made a lot of money. Then he handed him a bag of money and said, "Here, as they promised, he can have his share." Rock took the bag in his hands and said that he was happy for them. He asked them to buy a demon cow with the rest of the money to help develop the village. Warren agreed with him and said that they owe everything they have now to them. Thank them very much. Then they said goodbye to Warren and went on their way. So, the preparations are complete. All that's left is... They came to the entrance of the guild building. Isaac smirked and said, "Yo, we're late." There were some items on Rika's table. Rock looked at it silently, and Isaac said that he thought he ran away because he couldn't get the necessary materials. Rock said that he wouldn't do something like that. Gladiator smirked and asked, "Did he come here empty-handed just to lose?" Rock put his hand on his hip and said it doesn't matter. Did they provide the materials yet? He suggested they just get it over with. Isaac put his hands on his hips and said he was trying to act tough. Rika nodded and said she would start checking. Then he smiled evilly and said that either way, he could already get down on his knees and start begging for forgiveness. Rock said he didn't want to upset him, but he wasn't the one having to apologize here. Gladiator asked, "What?" Rika said, "Well, Grail's party delivered 20 pairs of rainbow dragonfly wings, 3 orango eggs, and 15 emeralds. So that means Mr. Rock is the winner of this competition." Isaac slammed the counter in outrage and shouted, "What does this mean?" Rika raised her index finger and said that Roxanne had delivered 30 scales, 10 claws, 60 wings, 9 wyvern eggs, and an additional 45 emeralds in advance, so... Isaac said indignantly, "In advance, that's impossible." Rock came to the dungeon after them. He grabbed the shortener by the robe and shouted, "Damn him! He's in league with the guild and is pulling dirty tricks." Rock sighed, and then pushed him away and said that he didn't do that. Before accusing him of dishonor, he should tell me why he didn't get the materials himself, but bought them from a store? Isaac turned away and folded his arms across his chest and asked, What is he talking about?" He defeated the monster, and... Rock reached for the things he had gotten and asked, "Is that so?" He picked up one of the items and asked, "Then why is there a mark of Chishino Village on the materials?" Isaac gritted his teeth in fear. Rock said that from what he saw at the entrance to the dungeon, he assumed that they had failed to obtain the necessary materials. That was why, at his direction, Shannon said those words. He thought that he, without all the materials, would run to buy up the shortage at the store in the name of victory, right? However, they already had plenty of materials back then. All the goods they bought at a high price were from his reserves. If it weren't for his greed, he wouldn't have wasted so much money. Isaac's body trembled with anger. He shouted, "Then how did he get to the dungeon before them?" Rock sighed, and then asked, "Did they study the map carefully?" The gladiator asked, "What?" The protagonist said that she would have told them that there was a faster, but much more dangerous route, in a straight line from Kronto to the dungeon. Isaac clenched his fists and became even angrier. Kara folded her arms across her chest and said that she knew it. The gladiator approached her and shouted indignantly, "Then why didn't she say anything?" She looked at him and asked, "Seriously? Why would they deliberately choose a path through a dangerous forest? Is he an idiot?" He shouted, "Kara, what is she saying? This is a competition for them to continue being S-rank adventurers. Don't they want to defeat him?" Kara remained silent, and then adjusted her bangs and asked, "Can he see that he is the only one who is eager to win?" He looked at the party, and then his body trembled in anger. Rock said, Isaac, thanks for defeating the goblins. This action was actually useful, since the goblins were harassing the villagers of Chushino, and they didn't have the money to pay the guild or the country." He then looked at Rick and said, "Well, the guild probably chose this request partly because they wanted to help them." On the first day after arriving at the village, he asked Shannon to collect claws and scales of the wyverns for him. There was no need to fight them, since everything he needed was lying near their nests. He also suggested that the guys would deal with the goblins for him. Isaac said angrily, "Damn, he used him." He then swung his fist at him and shouted, "Creature." Suddenly, Titus shouted, "Enough." He put his hand out and said that Kid Quinn confessed to everything, including colluding with Isaac Quinn. "This is the end, Isaac Quinn." The gladiator looked at him with fear, and then clenched his teeth. He fell to the ground and dropped his fist to the floor and said, "Damn." Rock thought about it, and that's how it was resolved, after Isaac and the others were interrogated, and then received their punishments. Amy and Kara abandoned their teammate, but the reason for this was the Fenrir that was chasing them, meaning their lives were in danger. Therefore, they were demoted to rank C, and the S-rank party was disbanded. Kara and Amy wanted to form a party with him again, but he politely refused. Later, they were able to trust each other again and created their own party. Kid was sentenced to prison. An investigation has begun into his past crimes, and his sentence may still be increased. Isaac escaped the fate of a slave, but he was forced to plow for half a year for the benefit of the mines. If he wants to become an adventurer in the future, he will have to start from rank E. And he. Rock was sitting near a tree, and Lucky sat down next to him and asked what he was thinking. The protagonist looked ahead and said, "Nothing special, just thinking about his childhood friends. They grew up together, but as it turned out, they never knew each other's true nature. There is something to think about. After all, his childhood friends did this. It affected his relationship with his familiars, making it more difficult." He stood up and said that now he was finally able to come to terms with the bitterness of betrayal, and from now on he will believe in his friends. And he will use his power for his friends. Lucky said, "Oh wow?" Rock extended his fist to him and told him to take care of it. Lucky put his paw on his fist and said, "Okay, he should just rely on it." Shannon came up to them and waving her hand said, "Roxanne, the food is ready." He said, "Let's go." And just like that, they dealt with another problem. Only then he did not know that in the future he would be involved in a matter directly concerning the royal capital. A group of adventurers stood in front of the monsters near the entrance to the capital. Someone said, "Damn it! Where did ogres come from near the royal capital?" The monster struck several blows in front of itself, and 2 men were sent flying. They got up and said, "This is bad. At this rate, the ogres will destroy the capital." A member of the group said, "If they can hold out until the knights arrive." The man asked, "What is he talking about?" "If they show up, they will take credit for their achievement." What's more, the ogre behind them raised its hand to strike. They turned around and gasped. The fist flying towards them was stopped by Lucky with its mouth. The adventurers looked at this in surprise and shouted, "Rock!" The protagonist, who was riding on the Fenrir, apologized to them and said that he was delayed by other matters. The man said that they were leaving them to him. The adventurer next to him asked him to work hard to make up for lost time. Rock smiled and said, "Okay. They can rely on him." The adventurers said, "It's a done deal. That's it, Rock is here. It's time to counterattack." A hand flew at Rock and Amy shouted, "Pierce already. Flame spear!" Fire energy pierced the monster's chest. Amy said, "Rock, don't let your guard down." He smiled and said, "Amy?" Then he looked at Patra and asked if she could take command. She extended her hand to him and said it would be done. She smiled and said that was her strong point. They would split into groups A and B, C and D, E with Gargoyle. He said yes. Patra said that Shannon would fight by her side. Shannon happily said okay. Then the monsters' bodies began to glow, and Rock said that he had used auxiliary magic to enhance their strength. Shannon said, "Thank you very much." Then they shouted, "That's it! That's it. Yes. The guys began to strike the monsters. Lucky's punch caused the ogre to fall to the ground with a cut chest. Lucky asked, "What?" "Boring. It can't even be called a warm-up." Rock told him not to say that. "He's just too strong." He then thought, Patra seems to be doing well. She's able to coordinate the adventurers and fight the ogres at the same time. She and Shannon are a good team. As expected of an ant queen. Rock then turned his attention to the gargoyle, who was standing trembling in front of the ogre. He put his hands in front of him and used a magic wind bullet. Several projectiles hit the monster. The gargoyle thought in fear. It didn't work. Rock awkwardly said, "Ah, right. His power is still sealed. He himself can't remove the seal. Lucky, they should help the gargoyle." Fenrir agreed with him. Then they stood near several monster corpses and Rock said that the last one has been defeated. The adventurers shouted, "Super! Awesome!" The people spoke as expected of Rock's party. They were saved. Rock thought about the ogres appearing around the capital. It was unheard of for 10 of them to attack at the same time. What was going on? Kara raised her staff up and used healing magic. The men said they were so grateful to her. Kara smiled and said that if they were truly grateful, maybe he could give her some new clothes. They asked, "Huh?" She said that everyone she gave a piece of her magic to remained in her heart. Rock said that she would never change, right? Lucky shook his head. Suddenly, knights arrived on horseback. Rock said, "Imperial Knights?" The captain of the Imperial Knights, Marcus, dismounted and said, "Adventurers." He thanks them for their cooperation in researching the ogres. Rock clarified, "Research?" He said that in order to find out the reason for the ogre's rampage today, the Imperial Knights would take the corpses for further examination and no objections would be accepted. The group of adventurers glared at him. After a while, in the guild building, Titus slammed the table and shouted indignantly, "What the hell are you talking about, Marcus? Is he trying to steal the monsters they destroyed?" Marcus folded his arms and said, "Didn't he already say that this was for research?" It was quite unusual for ogres to gather in a group and appear in the royal capital. This needed to be looked into properly. And didn't he hear him say anything about payment? Titus stood up indignantly and shouted that the amount he offered was too small. Marcus said that this was monetary compensation for cooperation in this operation. Trade had nothing to do with it. Titus grabbed him by the clothes and shouted, "Are you kidding me?" He showed up completely unperturbed after the battle. There was no sign of cooperation on his part. The ones who fought and risked their lives were the adventurers. He must pay an equal price. Marcus said to let him go. What is he doing picking a fight with a knight? Titus looked at him indignantly. Rika came up to them and clapped her hands and said, "Okay, the two of them should wrap it up. She and the vice captain will take charge of this conversation." Titus put his hand to his forehead and said that he was sorry for letting himself get angry. Marcus adjusted his clothes, and Rock, Petra, and Shannon looked at what was happening in surprise. After a while, they were standing in Titus's office. Someone said, "How awful." Titus, sitting at the table, said that he knew, "Okay? If this kind of oppression continues, all the adventurers will leave this country." Adventurers are important for the development of the country and are the key line of defense. They help solve people's problems, hunt monsters, and raid dungeons. What's the result? A decrease in the number of victims from monster attacks. The mysterious items they get from dungeons are bought by people to increase their strength. He leaned his hand on the table and said that those aren't the only reasons. But that dumb bastard doesn't get it. Rock said, "Wow, it's not every day that Title-san gets so emotional." The guild leader put his hand on his neck and said, "Well, he and Marcus have a rotten relationship." Then he put his hand on his hip and said, "By the way, Rock-kun, he has a request for him. The thing is, there have been an increase in thefts of magic stones called combustible stones in the capital lately. However, since there were no eyewitnesses, the investigation was quite difficult. So Rock-kun, he wants him to reinvestigate the matter." The protagonist thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and asked, "Investigation?" Patra repeated his action, and the tigress said that in this investigation he would completely trust his abilities. Of course, he would be paid, even if the criminal could not be caught. And if they managed to detain him, there will be a bonus. The tamer said, "Oh, how?" He understood him. "Well, he will try to investigate." Patra repeated his action, holding out her hand forward. But their conversation was interrupted by Shannon's stomach rumbling. She awkwardly said that she was sorry. After a while, they were walking through the market and enjoying meat. Patra held up a skewer and said, "Dad, this is so delicious." He said that this is a signature dish of the Capo Cranto boar meat, strung on a skewer. Because of the fat, the food just melts in your mouth. Shannon looked at him and said that she was so embarrassed about everything that happened earlier. He smiled and told her not to worry. He was hungry too. She put her hands to her chest and thanked him. After a while, Rock looked at the empty plates and said, well, since they are already full, they will go too. After a while, they entered a weapon shop. Mateo said, oh, Rock. Have you come for new equipment? He said, good afternoon, Mateo-san. The owner of the shop rested his chin on his hand and said that he heard that so much had happened to his previous comrades. Rock scratched his head thoughtfully, and he said that these people dared to belittle his support magic? Such a way to preserve their lives. Rock asked, did he know about his divine protection? He leaned on the counter and said, of course, after all, he owns a weapon shop. After all, their equipment was not S-class at all. So what brought him here today? Rock said, all right. He wants to find suitable equipment for these children as well. The orange ants walked around the shop and looked at the weapons. Mateo said in surprise, now that he took a closer look at this child. Isn't she the queen of the orange ants? And this is a gargoyle from the experienced warrior squad. As always, he is in his unusual repertoire. Rock awkwardly said, well. Mateo said that he was free to choose whatever he needed. Rock thanked him. And after a while, when the oranges had played enough with the weapons, Rock said, okay. It seemed like everyone had decided. And then he turned to Shannon and the gargoyle and asked, are the two of them sure they don't mind? They said sure. Shannon said that she trusted the current equipment she was familiar with more. The gargoyle said, no big deal, his main offensive power is magic. Rock smiled and said, I see. Then he leaned over to Patra and asked, did she choose a staff? She happily said, wow. Does he understand? She wants to use magic to help people, like her dad does. But is Patra capable of using magic? He patted her head and said that she could try. Patra has magic power. They can train together. She said happily, okay. Rock thought that since Patra can command, auxiliary magic would suit her. He then said, then, Mateo-san, they are done. He said, you are welcome. Then, an imperial knight came into the shop. Mateo said, welcome. He apologizes, it is a bit crowded here today. The knight swung his leg, and then kicked Patra, sending her flying to the floor. Rock shouted, what? He ran up to her and asked, Patra, how is she? The knight asked, why do monsters dare to be here? What kind of ugliness is this? Rock shouted indignantly, what is he doing? Missile asked, what? An incomplete beast tamer, he shouldn't have brought a woman and monsters here. Missile walked up to them and said, don't show off your eyes just because he has a few monsters who are ready to do his every whim. He then smiled madly and asked, who do you think he is? Rock looked at him with annoyance and then turned his attention to Patra. Rock shouted, Patra. Is she okay? Does it hurt anywhere? She remained silent, and then smiled and raised her hands in the air and shouted that she was okay. She pressed her hands to her chest and said that if this was a surprise attack practice, then he should have hit her a little earlier. It was very easy to defend himself. Rock looked at her with confusion and then said, that's right. Thank God. Missile shouted, hey! Stop ignoring him. Does he seriously not know who he is? Rock looked at him and said, no. Shannon said, not at all. Patra happily asked, is he a bully? The gargoyle put his hand to his chest and asked, some idiot who likes to kick young girls? Missile gritted his teeth and said, dirty peasants, whatever. If they don't know, then he'll just tell you who he is. He smiled madly and pointed at himself, and said that his name was Missile. Not only was he born into a noble family, but he was also likely to become the next leader of the Knight Order. They know what would happen if they fought someone like him. No, the entire Knight Order, huh? Rock lowered his head and asked, so what? He asked, huh? The protagonist looked at him seriously, and said that his threat did not frighten him. He should apologize to Patra right now. The knight looked at him indignantly and then shouted, hey! That elf! He should call that impudent beast away from him. Of course, as an elf who had lived for so many years, she knew very well what happened when someone picked a fight with the Knight Order, right? Shannon asked, what did he just say? He asked, what? And then he laughed and asked, did he offend her? It was only natural that the elves living in the human settlements outside the elven village were no different from the old witches. She could rest easy, she didn't have to sweat the small stuff, even if she was an old hag. Shannon clenched her teeth in irritation and clicked her tongue. Then she shouted that he was wrong. She couldn't forgive him for calling Rock an incompetent beast tamer. Then she pointed her weapon at him and said, right then and there, like a pest that didn't even understand words, she was going to teach him some manners. He had to get ready. He clenched his teeth in irritation and said, did she dare say that to him? He smiled and said that she would regret it. Then the boys looked at the figure that had come up behind Missile. He awkwardly turned around and asked her, Sire? And a mark from the blow appeared on his cheek. He said that he was sorry. Marcus lowered his head and said that Missile had explained the situation to him. As the leader of the Night Order, he was very sorry for his subordinates' actions. Rock put his hand on his hip and said that was true. Marcus then told Patra that he was very sorry. She raised her hand up and smiled and told him not to worry, it didn't hurt her at all. To be honest, his punch was quite weak. Rock folded his arms and said that since Patra didn't mind, he would forgive them this time. Marcus smiled and told Rock that he was sorry for what happened. Rock put his hand on his hip and asked in surprise, does he know him? Marcus folded his arms and said, of course. The only people who don't know about Rock, an S-rank adventurer from the capital, are idiots like him. He looked at Missile and the protagonist said, I see. Marcus then asked his subordinate, so is he done with the investigation? He trembled and said, not yet. Then Marcus put his hand out and turned to the shopkeeper and asked if he could tell how often the firestones were stolen. He said about 1 or 2 were stolen every week. They had lost one again today. Marcus thought about it, and Rock asked if they had found the target of the culprit. He said no, unfortunately not. At the moment, 1 firestone was disappearing in the area every 2 or 3 days. A large number of firestones had been stolen before and kept by the Knight's orders. He asked them to let him know if they had any useful information on the matter. The tamer said okay. Then Marcus said well then he thought it was time for them to return to headquarters. They and he and the ward walked off in the opposite direction. Shannon told Rock that was surprising. She put a finger to her chin thoughtfully and said that she had expected him to be something more formidable. Rock asked if she had thought so? If they hadn't had that conversation with Titus, he might have thought he was a good man. At that moment, Marcus shouted at Mills to get moving. And then the protagonist turned to the shop owner and said, one more thing. Could he show me the place where all the flammable stones were stolen from? They needed as much information as possible to complete their request. Matteo smiled and said, of course, here. They walked into the room and he, putting his hand on the table, said that one was lying on the workbench. Rock said, I see, and then he looked around and thought that there were 2 entrances. He believed that the thief had the ability to enter this room unnoticed by the shop owner. But why would the thief need to steal 1 flammable stone? If he intended to sell the stone for money, it would be more profitable to steal a more expensive weapon from this room. In any case, for what purpose was he stealing them? He thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and asked where the other flammable stones were kept. Matteo put his hand on the chest and said, here. This chest is tightly closed. None of the stones in this chest have been stolen before. Rock said that's how he thought. It's impossible to make any assumptions based on the information available. Then he asked, Matteo, he wants to summon one of his familiars, is that okay? The shop owner smiled and said, of course, no problem. Rock put his hand forward and when his bracelet lit up, he told Lucky to come out. After a few moments, the Fenrir took up the main part of the room and asked in surprise, huh? Then he called him into such a narrow space. Rock put his hand forward and smiled awkwardly and apologized to him. Matteo said in surprise that he had heard rumors, but it really was a Fenrir. Lucky smiled. It was nice to meet him. Rock asked, will he be able to track the thief by scent? Lucky said he couldn't. It is difficult. There are so many different scents in this room, which makes it difficult to find the right scent. He was sorry that he couldn't help. Rock patted him and said, no, it's okay, thanks for coming. The shop owner pointed his finger at Rock and said, incredible. His familiars can enter the bracelet? The protagonist said, yeah, and then Matteo put his hands on his hips and said that seeing how skillfully he uses this item, man, he just can't hold back his emotions. He folded his arms over his chest and said that when he and Rock first met, he was quite the clumsy guy. Shannon smiled and asked, really? I never thought Rock could have a period like that. The tamer blushed in embarrassment, and Matteo, covering his mouth with his hand, said, by the way, once. The protagonist shouted for him to stop. He scratched the back of his head and said that it was his fault. Shannon wanted to hear it. Rock said, oh my? And then the shop owner turned to Patra and said, oh yeah, young lady, he apologizes for what happened. He wants to give her something as a token of his apology. She looked at him in surprise, and he pointed to the breastplate and said that it was a breastplate made by him personally, made of mithril. It was light but strong, so he was sure it would be useful. Rock asked in surprise, was it made of mithril? He thought that if he was not mistaken, only the royal family and more elite noble families could have weapons made of such a rare metal. He said that he could not accept such a priceless thing. Mateo said that it was fine. His customer was a bother. One day, a noble family asked him to make this breastplate for their child. But that child became seriously ill and could no longer use the breastplate. The noble family left the disposal of the breastplate to him, but he could not accept the fact that he would have to destroy what he had worked so hard on. He would be very grateful if this thing was useful to them guys. He had already received his payment anyway. Rock looked at him awkwardly and then said that he understood. Since he didn't mind, then they would accept it. The shop owner smiled and said, great. He needs to fix some things first. They can come in a few days. The next day, the oranges stood with their weapons in their hands and waited for the angry boars approaching them. One of the oranges stabbed forward with her sword and the boar fell lifelessly to the ground. Rock looked at this in surprise and said, no way. They took down a huge boar with one blow? A B-rank monster. The oranges then used their weapons such as a bow, spear, nunchucks to take down several more boars, and Rock, watching this, thought how amazingly adaptable they were. They all mastered their weapons in one day. He thought they mostly fought with their bare hands. He never expected their fighting ability to increase so much just because they had weapons in their hands. Honestly, he is looking forward to their further growth. Then he looked at the pile of boar corpses and said, good. Enslavement complete. This request allowed them to test their skills with the new weapon. But it seemed like they guys didn't have any problems. Orange Bee grabbed his sleeve and he leaned over to her and asked, how are you, V? Is she in pain? She shook her head no, and then Patra raised her hand and said, Dad. She pointed to her head and then he realized what she meant and smiled and patted V on the head. He said that he was great, V. Orange Bee smiled happily and the other oranges watching this looked at this in surprise and jumped towards Rock. He said, whoa, one by one. After a while, the happy oranges were lying on the ground. Rock smiled and said, it looks like they are satisfied. Then a voice in his head said that the sacred beast, the wyvern, was about to be born. Will he be friends with it? He asked in surprise, huh? A sacred beast, a wyvern? After a while, they watched the wyverns hatch. Patra came closer to them and said, hooray! They hatched. Rock looked at them happily and said that they worked hard. Then a bird landed on his hand and he thanked the sky bird for taking care of the eggs. Who would have thought that the eggs obtained back then would hatch so soon? Lucky was a little surprised. He looked at the eggs in confusion. The voice in Rock's head said that he had become friends with the sacred beast wyvern. Now he can improve 3 places or objects in this dimension. He looked at the board that appeared in front of him and said, hot springs, mines and banana tree, they also sound good. Okay, he will choose these options this time. There were new places in the territory, he thought, a hot spring located on a hill. From the look of it, the feeling of bathing in it should be amazing. Now they have a mine. Maybe he will be able to create his own weapons and forge armor with special skills in the mini monster garden. They also have access to banana harvesting. It is nice to see how the mini monster garden is developing. He smiled and said, great. He suggested returning to the guild to report on the completion of the request to subjugate the giant boars. Shannon happily agreed with him, and then they jumped on Lucky and rushed forward. Rock said that today he is going to cook the meat of the giant boar. And then they will sell the unused meat at the market. Shannon happily agreed with him again. He said about the fur and tusks. Suddenly Lucky stopped and looked away. Rock asked, what's wrong? He told him to look. The protagonist looked in the direction of Lucky's gaze and said, a fireball. Lucky ran forward and offered to check. It could be a ghost. Rock said that he waited, and then they stopped near the cemetery. The tamer said that the main fireball was gone. Lucky said sadly, no luck? Shannon pulled Rock by the sleeve. Her body was shaking, and he asked, Shannon? She smiled awkwardly and apologized. She said that she was there anyway. She was not very good with ghosts. He patted her head and said that if anything, they were nearby. But if it was too difficult for her, she could always wait it out in the mini-monster house. Shannon smiled and said, okay. He looked at one of the tombstones and thought that the great sage Demort rested there. He said that this was Demort's grave. Shannon clarified, Demort? He said, yeah. Demort is often called the great sage. According to legend, she made a great contribution to the development of the country. She was not only stunningly beautiful, but also kind. She had incredible knowledge and wisdom. Also, for the sake of this country, she went to the demon lord's castle alone and forced the demons to sign a ceasefire agreement. The peace they have now is all thanks to her noble deeds. Shannon folded her arms and said, "What an incredible person." The protagonist put his hand forward and said that this is what the legend says. They will never know if she was really such a person. The sun was already setting. He suggested returning to the guild. After a while, they arrived at the guild building. Mills shouted in irritation, "She wants to say that there is something wrong with his request?" He held a piece of paper in irritation, his teeth clenched in anger. Rika calmly said that, as she said before, the problem lies in the details of the request. She cannot say for sure whether any of the adventurers will be willing to fulfill the request for the offered reward. That is why she said that she cannot give him a definite answer. Rock approached them and asked, "What is going on?" She said, "Ah, Rock?" Missile handed him a piece of paper and shouted, "He's the same beast Tamer from yesterday, huh?" He showed up just in time. He should accept his requests. Rock took the piece of paper and asked, "Request?" Several used combustible stones were found in the sewers. They're looking for a person to clean and investigate the sewers. The reward is 30 gold coins. He handed it back and shouted, "What the hell? He's practically asking for adventurers to volunteer." Mills asked in surprise, "Huh?" He then put his hand on his hip and said, "What does it matter? He expects the request, the noble and future commander of the Holy Knights, to be accepted regardless of such trivial matters. He should consider it an honor." He then turned to Rika and slammed the counter, and said that the guild mainly exists to help the Knight Order with their various errands. They should all stop whining and just approve his request. "She's a useless and ugly woman." Rika smiled and asked, "Oh? So he's saying she's ugly?" He said, "Of course he did." An ominous aura appeared around her. She interrupted him and said, "Who is he counting as ugly, huh?" He looked at her in fear. She smiled sweetly and said that she understood. "For now she'll stick this on the notice board." Missile then walked outside and turned around and shouted, "Don't care, do whatever you want." As he walked away, Rock asked Rika if she was okay. She put her hand out and awkwardly said that continuing to litter would only cause trouble for everyone else. She thinks that all she can do is just learn from this experience. Rock awkwardly agreed with her, and she said that it was more important. She turned away and clenched her fists. Her aura became terrifying again. She shouted that he was definitely trying to insult the guild. No, he was trying to insult her. If he dared to do such a thing, then she would do it. Rock looked at her awkwardly, and then turned his attention back to the paper and said, "Sewer." After a while, he and Shannon walked through the sewer, covering their noses. He said that it seemed like somewhere around here, the used flammable stones fell into the sewer. Then he put his hand forward and used purification. Several stones appeared in the water. He said, "Here they are. Only this will be enough to collect the necessary evidence." Shannon pointed her finger forward and said that she would check there. Maybe she would find stones that she had not discovered before. The protagonist told her to be careful. "The floor here is very slippery." Shannon nodded and said she would be fine. Then she turned on one foot and said he could see she had no problem keeping her balance. Suddenly she slipped and fell backwards into the water. She asked in surprise, "Huh?" Rock rushed towards her and shouted, "Shannon!" He picked her up in his arms. The elf's face turned red with embarrassment. Rock smiled and said, of course it was great that she believed in herself. However, he thought that too much independence was dangerous. She looked at him awkwardly and apologized. She thought, his face so close. The tamer said, "Shannon?" She said, "Rock?" He said he thought it was time for them to go back. She said she thought the same. Some time later, when the moon was rising over the city, Rock put his hand on his hip and said it was completely dark. Shannon wondered awkwardly, these feelings, could this be? Then Rock turned to her and said that he almost forgot. Would she like to join him at the hot springs? She smiled shyly and put her hands to herself and asked, "Huh?" After a while, Rock was in a mini monster garden. A couple of wyverns flew up to him and landed on his hands. Rock looked at them and said that it was amazing. They could already fly. Gargoyle smiled and said that the wyverns were growing up fast. By the way, it was he and the sky bird who taught them to fly. Rock asked in surprise, "Gargoyle-kun, can he fly?" Gargoyle put his hand to his chest and confidently said yes. Then he turned his wings towards him and said that, well, his wings are not for show. He can even fly with the two of them on his back. Rock asked, "Really?" Then he can fly around the outskirts of the capital? Gargoyle said, of course. Rock then turned to Shannon and asked, what about her? The elf's thoughts were filled with the idea of going to the hot springs together. He called her again, Shannon? She jumped up and down and asked, huh? Oh yeah. She's with them. Rock smiled and said, okay, then let's roll out. After a while, they were flying on Gargoyle's back. Rock said, he's cool, Gargoyle Quinn. He said it was nothing special. Then the protagonist asked, is she okay, Shannon? She smiled awkwardly and said yes. Then she looked down. The city seemed to glow in the night. She said how beautiful it was. It looked like a carpet of light. Rock smiled and said, yeah, she's right. He thought he should definitely show it to others. Then he said, thank you very much, Gargoyle Quinn. He said he was happy to be of use. After all, he wasn't much use in battle. The Tamer said not to worry about battles. He helps a lot by washing and cooking for them. And being able to fly like that is already a great skill. Gargoyle was touched and said with tears in his eyes that he thanked him. Rock said that if it works out, they will remove the seal from him. Gargoyle smiled and said thank you, but he doubts that after the seal is removed, he will be able to stay with himself. The protagonist said that when the wyverns grow up, they will fly in a crowd. Gargoyle smiled and said that this sounds great. Rock, smiling, wiped away a tear and said that he hopes that someday, he will have a familiar that can fly and at the same time be able to pull Lucky as a passenger. Gargoyle said that he knows one such monster. Rock looked at him in surprise, and he said that he is talking about a griffin. It is quite large, so it should be able to fly, carrying Lucky on itself. He is his best friend, so he will help them in any way. Rock said that in this case, they will call on him as soon as they complete this request. Gargoyle happily agreed with him. The Tamer said that it was time for them to go back then. After a while, they were near the hot springs. Someone said happily, this is a hot spring. The oranges ran forward and splashed into the water. While in the water, Gargoyle said, wow. Patra looked forward in admiration and said that the view was simply amazing. Shannon laughed awkwardly and said, oh, all together, yeah? Rock asked, what's wrong, Shannon? She jumped up and down and awkwardly said, nothing. He looked at her in surprise. And Lucky covered his mouth with his paw, embarrassed. Then they all started enjoying the hot springs. Lucky dipped half of his body under the water and said that it was too awesome. Rock asked in surprise, doesn't he hate baths? He agreed with him and said that he didn't like washing himself. But he liked the hot springs. He thought that it was spacious and deep, he could put his whole body under the water. Rock asked in surprise, seriously? Lucky said that it was he who, by taking him with him from that dungeon, gave him the opportunity to enjoy the hot springs now. He was so grateful to him. Rock looked at him, and then extended his fist towards him, saying that he should be the one saying thank you. Without him, he would have died in that flame of destruction. Thank you? Lucky deflected his fist with his paw. The rest of the residents of the mini garden happily watched the scene. The oranges jumped into the water, shouting, woohoo! Rock said in surprise, oops. The gargoyle smiled and said, okay, next, and they will see his wonderful dive. The next day, Patra tried on the breastplate and looking at it with admiration said, wow. It fits her perfectly. Rock confirmed her words and said that it suits her very well, Patra. She laughed awkwardly, and he looked at Mateo and thanked him. He folded his arms over his chest and said, you're welcome. Then he looked at some more breastplates, and said that he had also taken the opportunity to forge some ant armor. Why don't they try it while they were here? The oranges looked at the armor happily and Rock awkwardly held his hands out in front of him and said that he didn't have to go to so much trouble. The shopkeeper scratched his head and said that he hardly ever got orders for children's armor, and that was why he was happy to make them. He had only used a small amount of material, so he shouldn't worry and just accept it. Rock said okay. The oranges happily took the breastplates. The protagonist handed him a bag of money and said that he hoped it would be enough. Mateo said that he wouldn't take payment. The Tamer said no. It wasn't for the equipment, it was gratitude. If he doesn't mind, then he can just keep it and use it when an adventurer with no money or a child comes to him who needs armor for some reason. Please, he should make them equipment without charging them. Mateo scratched his head and said he was sorry. It seemed like he had put him in an awkward position. Rock smiled and said, no way. He had recently left a so-called S-Rank party, and had received this money after he left. Mateo took the bag and said since that was the case, he would keep this money somewhere else. Mateo then walked into the room and shouted, Rock! Come here quickly! He ran up to him and asked what happened. The shop owner turned around and said that some flammable stones had just been stolen. He pointed his finger at the window and said that he had noticed a blue color coming from the side of the window. Rock looked at the bracelet and shouted for Lucky to pick up the scent. Fenrir took a few deep breaths and said since the smell was still quite strong, he would be able to track down the thief. Rock said except for Lucky, everyone else should be ready and waiting in the mini monster garden. He would call them when he needed their help. Shannon shouted that they understood. Then Rock climbed on Lucky and they ran forward. He thought they did it so quietly, who could it be? After a while, they stopped near a tombstone and Lucky said that they were there. Rock said this is Demort's grave. Are you sure this is it? Lucky confirmed his words and said that the trail ends after the grave. Rock walked around the tombstone from all sides and said, nothing suspicious. He thought that even if the stones were stolen by a ghost. Suddenly he heard a squeaking. He noticed a bird flying to him and asked, what is it? A heavenly bird. It was squeaking and holding a flower in its beak. Rock asked, an exorcism flower? The pollen from the flower fell and the grave lit up, and after a few moments a staircase appeared, leading down. They looked at it in surprise and Rock asked in confusion, a staircase? He thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and said that it was illusion magic. To be deceived by such an illusion, he had never seen such a powerful spell before. Lucky asked what they should do. The passage was too narrow for him. The protagonist thought for a moment, and then, starting to descend the stairs, said that for now, he would go in alone. Lucky said that if anything happened, he should call him. It didn't matter how big the passage was, he would somehow squeeze through. Rock looked at him and thanked him, then he put his hand forward and lit his way with a spell. He thought, is it possible that the stolen stones are here? He went down into the stone room and said, unexpectedly finding such a huge space under the grave. The dark figure behind him said, oh? A guest, how rare. Rock turned around at the sound. He looked at the bony creature in front of him and asked in surprise, a lich? The monster said that since he managed to find this place, it means he is a high-ranking mage. The tamer grabbed his weapon and asked, who is he? Really? The monster interrupted him and said that the only creature that could live under his grave couldn't be herself? The protagonist's mouth dropped in shock. He said that couldn't be, she is Demort? She put her hand out to her side and asked, if so, what will he do? He thought Demort became a lich? That's impossible, right? Suddenly, a small creature flying in the air shouted, hey, him. Pixie pointed her finger at him and shouted for him to put away his weapon. What was he trying to do to Demort-sama? The protagonist shouted, Pixie. She started shaking her hand and said that if he was looking for a fight, then he would have to deal with her first. She would burn him until he was a juicy puddle of fire. Demort said, Lala, that's enough. She doubted that there was any sense in what she had said. Lala folded her arms and said haughtily, it seems that today his acquaintance with her fury is cancelled, adventurer. Demort asked, so what? What brought him here? Rock said that today there have been multiple thefts of flammable stones. It was the investigation of these incidents that was the reason he came. They were on the trail of a thief, and he led them here, but he has no idea who the thief could be. Lala swallowed in fear. Demort looked at her and asked, is it her? The pixie's body shook with fear. She screamed for forgiveness. She did not find a single one in the dungeon. And here it is. Demort grabbed her head and said, Almighty, didn't she tell her not to cause trouble for others? Lala shouted, but without those flammable stones, Demort-sama. The protagonist asked, was there a reason for her actions? Demort lowered her head and said nothing special. Without the flammable stones, her life will just burn away, that's all. Rock looked at her in surprise. I wonder how long it's been since then. Demort held the mug in her hands and said with a smile, hey. The sake is almost gone. They should bring her more. The demon lord who was sitting in front of her was shaking all over. He slammed the table and said that he can't handle it anymore. She said, man, he can't even handle this much? He's a demon lord, right? Then she winked and put her hand on her hip and said that victory is hers. As he promised, he will end the war, right? The demon raised himself and opened one eye and said, actually, the demons didn't want to start this war. Humans cut down all the trees on the hills and fields. The monsters were deprived of food, so he simply took some of the land back. The demons don't have the knowledge to grow food, so... Demort interrupted him and said that she would teach them how to grow food. He asked in surprise, huh? She said if so, then he would stop the war? There was an abundance of food. The monsters' full stomachs satisfied their hearts. After that, the war ended. She used this opportunity to devote herself to researching the problem of nutrition, however. Lydia called her Master. At that time, she had an apprentice. Her name was Lydia. Kind and smiling. She was not talented in magic, but her communication skills were unrivaled, and many people trusted her. She, as a person who cannot hold a conversation without alcohol, admired this trait in her. Demort looked at the flask in her hand and said, "Good, thanks to this, the growth rate of agricultural crops should increase dramatically." Lydia happily folded her hands and smiled and said, "She congratulates, Master." Demort said, "If more food can be produced with fewer workers, then the food problem should be solved faster." Lydia asked, "Master? Isn't it time to continue researching the hidden treasures of the undead?" She said admiringly that if they can create the undead and make them work for them, then they can make them produce food for them on a permanent basis. The undead do not even need food, so the amount of labor needed will be. Demort interrupted her and leaned her hands on the table and said, "Lydia. She already said that she will no longer do research on the undead. At one time, she actually actively studied the undead. You could even say that she was very close to completing her work. But this research should never be completed. Even if it was only theoretical, such capabilities could be used for militaristic purposes, which would certainly destroy the balance of power in the world. Does she understand?" After an awkward silence, Lydia asked what was wrong with that. Demort asked what? She said that they were in a time of peace now. Who cared about food shortages? They should focus on research that would shake the world. She put her hand to her chest and said loudly, just like her, she also wanted to achieve something that would write her name into history. That was why she had decided to become her apprentice. A trivial research like this was no good. Demort shouted irritably, "Lydia, stop." The apprentice's hands were shaking, she gritted her teeth and said, at this rate, she would never become number one. After a while, Lydia disappeared along with her research paper on the undead. After that, she spent the rest of her life looking for Lydia. But alas, she never managed to find her. And so, her search for Lydia and her research on the undead ended, or so she thought. She died, but not forever. Many, many years passed. Her magic began to mix with the magic contained in the soil. In the end, she turned into an undead made of bones and became a lich. She may have had unlimited magic power when she was alive, but when creating new rooms under her grave, she had to regulate the amount of magic she used. She also cast illusion magic on the entrance. And then, using her own body as a test subject, she began researching the undead again. If Lydia completed her research on the undead, then she must create a counter-room. However, she could not hold out for long. She fell to the ground and looked at her hands and said, as expected, as long as she was in this state without the supply of magic, she could not maintain this body. There was not a drop of magic stones that she could extract. She lay down with her arms at her sides and said, "I guess that's it." Then she closed her eyes and Lala flew into the room through a hole in the wall. Demort asked, "Pixie? Hello?" Lala put her hands to her chest in fear and asked, "Did the skeleton just talk?" Demort turned to her and said that it was true. "By the way, this is her grave." Lala asked, "Oh, really?" She apologized for being so sudden. Demort said that it was all right. She was her first guest. Then she noticed the pixie's broken wing and said, "That wing." Lala pointed at it and yelled that it was none of her business. "It looks bad and ugly, doesn't it?" Demort asked. "Ugly? Why?" "Huh." She put her hands to her mouth and said that she meant that because of this wing she can't fly very well. Everyone keeps telling her that it's ugly, and she should be ashamed of it. Demort, leaning on her hands, stood up and said, "That's how. If she says it's ugly, then what about her, since she's a skeleton? She's not just ugly, she's also scary and panic-inducing. Plus, she can't even fly. It would be great if she could fly." Lala looked at her in admiration and asked if she was serious. Demort held out her hand and said she was Demort. What was her name? Pixie wiped a tear from her eye and smiled and said she was Lala. A pixie named Lala. Afterwards, she and Lala talked about a lot. Lala asked if Demort was the name of that great sage. Oh, they had the same name. She said she was that great sage. Pixie asked in surprise, "What?" That's how they each made their first friend. Then she told Lala about her impending death. Pixie shouted that she would return the magic stone then. She wouldn't let Demort-sama die. Demort said, and that's why she's the thief who stole the burning stone. Whatever punishment he was planning on using, she asked that he not involve Lala in it. Pixie put her hand to her chest and screamed, "No way. She stole the stone for herself." He should punish her. Demort looked at her and said that it was okay, Lala. Besides, she was just following her orders, so it was all her responsibility. Pixie screamed that she was a liar. She didn't even know that old bony hag. She stole the stone on a whim. Demort screamed indignantly. Who was she calling an old bony hag? She had to stick to her words and everything would be fine. She asked her to understand she couldn't put her life on the line for someone who was about to die completely. Tears appeared in Lala's eyes, she clenched her fists and screamed, no! She was her first friend, so she wanted her to live. Rock watched the scene silently. He thought it was true that crimes involving magic, even if it was just theft, had a high chance of leading to the death penalty. But she had the option of just beating him up and running away. However, she chose honesty and decided to atone for her crimes. Two people with kindness bear the guilt of each other. There must be something he could do for both of them. He said they would sum it up. They both definitely stole from the store and the nightly order, right? Lala wiped away a tear and looked at him in surprise and said that she did steal from the store, but she didn't know anything about the nightly order. Rock looked at her in surprise and asked, huh? They don't know about the huge amount of flammable stones that were stolen from the nightly order? Demort put her hand on her hip and said, no, she doesn't know what he's talking about at all. Lala only brought one flammable stone. The protagonist thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and said, well, considering her equipment. What follows? He thought, there is another thief? Suddenly they turned around at the noise. Rock asked, what is it? Outside. They ran upstairs and looking at the burning city shouted, what, the capital is on fire. Rock shouted to Lucky that they were returning to the capital. He agreed with him. Demort said that they should take her with them. At this time, a huge number of monsters came out into the streets of the city. The adventurers shouted for them to run to the western gate. Faster! The monster knocked the man down. The adventurer shouted, damn! He pierced his chest with a sword and shouted, bastard! Then he was breathing heavily, and the monster rose from the ground and knocked the adventurer to the ground. He began to strangle him. A blow from a huge hammer flew at the monster's head. It flew to the side. Rika, holding a huge weapon in her hands, asked, is he okay? The adventurer sat up on the ground and said, yes. She thought, this is not a good situation, but why now, when there are so few adventurers? Rock ran towards her and shouted, Rika-san. She looked at him and said happily, Rock-san. Thank you for coming. He asked in surprise, what's going on? She said, what's going on? A huge number of monsters stored in the nightly order suddenly turned into undead and went berserk. Rock asked in surprise, undead? She said that the adventurers are helping them fight back, but the undead can only be stopped by holy magic. Moreover, since the nightly order started taking away the corpses of monsters, many adventurers have moved to other countries. They send out a call for help to the guilds of other countries, but it will take some time before help arrives. They noticed the monsters approaching the girl, who covered her face in fear and fell to the ground. Rika shouted that she will be in that direction. She apologizes, but she's counting on him. She knocked back a couple of monsters and said undead. Demort, watching what was happening, said yeah? It seems that this power was obtained from those scientific works. And this magic that absorbs the surroundings, Lydia is to blame for everything. She used combustible stones as a core to power the undead. In this way, she managed to complete the research on the undead. And that means she is behind the theft of all the missing combustible stones. Rock looked at her bracelet and shouted, they will leave the explanation for later. Everyone except the wyverns out. He looked at his team and said that they will have to destroy all the monsters and protect the people. He leaves the right to give orders to Patra. She said okay. He said in surprise, and orcs? Demort used hell prison on the monsters that were approaching from behind and said that she would help too. He looked at her and thanked her. Then he pointed at her with his hand and said that it was Demort. She's their ally, so there's no reason to be afraid. She said it was nice to meet you. Then she put her hand to her head and said, by the way, does anyone have any magic stones? She's kind of on the verge of death because she used up too much magic. Rock said, Patra. She poured the stones into Demort's hand and said, look, they have a lot of them. Demort looked at it in surprise and said that these stones are of high quality. With that many, she can envelop the entire kingdom in a sacred barrier and destroy all the undead. Rock looked at her in surprise and shouted, really? She confirmed his words and said that she needed time to cast the spell. He clenched his fist and said enthusiastically, no problem. They'll help her and buy her time. Then he and his team rushed forward and he shouted, everyone attack. The guys started attacking the monsters. Lucky used his paws and mouth, the oranges used their weapons. Rock looked at the ants and shouted to be careful. The undead will come back to life again. Then he looked at the monster that was just disappearing into thin air. He asked, disappearing? He thought, what does this mean? Even Shannon and the other adventurers can't defeat them. Why can only familiars do this? Maybe. He shouted, Shannon. She should tell the other adventurers to support him with familiars. She looked at him in surprise, and he shouted that his skill gives their attacks holy properties. She shouted that she understood. Then he thought, well, there is a ray of hope. And then they continued fighting. Rock looked at the battlefield and said, great. They have already destroyed most of the monsters. And just a little more. Then knights on their horses approached them. He said, the knightly order. The adventurers said, bastards. The adventurers shouted, what's taking so long? Stop fooling around. Rock yelled at him to wait. Something was wrong. Suddenly a huge number of arrows flew towards them. Rock said in confusion, what? Lucky covered everyone with his tail, and the arrows did not hit their targets. Rock stroked his fur and said, thank you, Lucky. So he hardened his fur with magic. Fenrir said, of course. Rock yelled, what are they thinking with their asses? They are their allies. Marcus opened his eyes. Rock thought in surprise, red eyes? Marcus put his hand forward and yelled that their enemies are ahead. They must kill them. Patra asked, Daddy, what should they do? He yelled that for now they should just knock them out. Gargle yelled that they got it. Then he got into a pose and began to use a spell, Spirits of the Wind, come to him. He put his hand forward and directed the power of the magic seal towards the enemies. He yelled, Storm, storm magic. The knights hit their horses. Rock asked in surprise, did it work? He said they could still stand up. In that case. Missile came up behind him. He raised his sword and was about to strike. Rock felt it and shouted, oh my. The knight got hit in the face with a staff. Patra said to stay alert, Dad. Rock smiled awkwardly and said, yeah, thanks, Patra. Missile stood up. His body was shaking. He grabbed his cheek and shouted, stupid ant. That hurt. Rock said, wait, did he recognize them? He shouted, of course. Do they think he's an idiot? He then looked around and asked in surprise, huh? Isn't the atmosphere a bit weird here? The tamer looked at him and thought his eyes looked normal. Did they fix his brain? What's going on here? Knocking them out with magic didn't work, but with blunt force. He then turned to his squad and shouted for them to all listen up. They should just beat the knights. They'll recover after being hit with a physical attack. They looked at him and shouted that they understood everything. Missile shouted, hey! What happened? Rock put his hand out and said that the capital was attacked by an army of the undead. After that, someone brainwashed the knightly order. He looked at him in surprise and asked, huh? I see, so the undead brainwashed the knightly order, right? Rock told him to leave this place to them. He should help the civilians evacuate. Missile shouted at him to stop being stupid. He hit his chest and said that he is a knight of the knightly order. His duty is to fight and protect the people. Rock said, confused, Missile? He picked up his sword from the ground and said that the monsters who harmed the people of the kingdom. He rushed towards the monsters and shouted that they will all feel the depth of his wrath. Rock shouted at him to stop. He can't handle them alone. Missile ran forward and thought that it was not worth even being distracted by a small fly. It was better to attack a large game. He swung his sword and hit a huge monster on the back. He shouted, bite it. Well, did you eat it? The monster turned around and Missile thought in fear. His damage was minimal. The monster hit him with its hand and the knight flew to the side. He opened one eye and saw a fist approaching him and said, oh shit. The ground around the blow flew apart. Everyone froze watching what was happening. The monster's fist was stopped by Patra with her trembling hands. The knight indignantly asked her. Patra said that a weakling like him should just run away. He indignantly shouted, what did she say? Rock ran towards them and shouted, Patra. He thought that even if she was a rank A monster, 2 blows from an orc would still be too powerful for her. He made his way forward, cutting down monsters in his path. He shouted, out of the way. He thought he had to get to Patra. Then he opened his eyes in horror. The monster swung its arms at Patra. He thought, what? What is it? The ant sighed, and the monster brought its arms down on them with a crash. Rock shouted, Patra. He looked around in confusion and said, no. His team members looked at the impact site in horror. Rock remembered how Patra was happy to see him, and called him Daddy. Tears appeared in his eyes. He said, Patra. He fell to the ground and sobbed, Patra. Suddenly a wyvern flew up to him. It was holding Patra by his cloak with its mouth. Lucky shouted at Rock to breathe out. Patra is okay. He looked at him in surprise and asked, "What?" Patra shouted, "I'm sorry, Daddy. She almost died." He looked at her in confusion and said, "Patra, how?" She remembered being grabbed by a wyvern and saying that Wyvern-chan helped her. He asked confusedly, "Huh? A wyvern? When did they get so big?" The wyvern behind her was also carrying missile by her cloak. The gargoyle smiled and said that dragons grow really fast. Rock thought confusedly, "Seriously?" Then he looked at the wyverns and thanked them, saying that they helped him a lot. Shannon said, "Roxanne? She understands everything, but now it's like." He looked at the monsters and shouted, "Oh shit." He gave Patra a potion and told her to drink it. Her hands glowed, and then she waved them and shouted, "Thank you. She can move again." Then she turned to the oranges and shouted, "Okay, hurry up, they have to jump on the wyverns." The oranges happily agreed with her and jumped on the dragons. The protagonist looked at this and said, "Wow." Shannon put her hand to her chest and said that they looked like little dragon knights. Patra shouted, "Forward. They must deal with the rest of the undead." Rock took out his weapon and said, "Great. Now we must deal with the rest of the knightly order." Suddenly, Marcus attacked him from behind. He landed, and his sword dug into the ground. Rock managed to jump away from him and sighed as he landed. Marcus said, "And what is he, Rock, planning to stop him?" "The knightly order will get rid of every adventurer in the Adventurers Guild. Titus will be eliminated." Rock looked at him in surprise, and he ran towards him to attack and shouted that if he dared to stand in his way, he would meet his death. He then struck several blows, and Rock parried them. The protagonist thought, as expected from the head of the knightly order, but he somehow did not expect that he would fight him directly. Then Marcus kicked him in the stomach and the tamer flew into the wall. Shannon shouted, "Rock!" The tamer's body shook. He thought, "Not cool, this guy is really strong." He shouted, "Marcus! He needs to come to his senses." The knight said that he was in his right mind. Actually, they are the weird ones. Wherever they go, Titus this, Titus that. He is just the head of the Adventurers Guild. On the other hand, he is the head of the knightly order recognized by the king. No matter how they feel about it, isn't he superior to them? That's right, this country only needs the knightly order. Rock said, "Marcus." Marcus lowered his sword and said that if they are going to get in his way, he ran forward for another attack and shouted, "They must die." Lucky hit him with his tail and told him to cover the blower. The knight flew to the side and Fenrir said, "What a noisy guy." Rock looked at him confused and said, "Thank you, Lucky." Shannon ran up to him and yelled, "Rock! How is he?" The protagonist stood up and said, "Fine." He then looked at the knight and asked, "But is he okay?" Marcus stood up and the protagonist yelled, "What part of his body did he hit with his tail? He's moving suspiciously." Lucky said that he thought he always acted like that. Rock yelled, "No way." Marcus cleared his throat and stood up and said, "How absurd, joking in such a situation. They, adventurers, don't care about anything at all." Rock said, his tone changed. "Who is he?" Marcus put his hand to his chest and said, "Lydia herself. The first student to taste knowledge from the legendary Sage de Mort. She is the heir to her will." Rock asked, "What does she want?" She smirked and said, "Well, before he died, she would give him an answer." She laughed and said that she wanted her research, the research into the power of the undead treasures, to be known to the entire world. This country would be sacrificed to help her achieve that goal. They need not worry. Even if they died, she could still use them as undead. Rock shouted that this was not her research. De Mort was the one who started this research. Lydia said, "Oh, so he knew. But she was the one who completed it. In other words, this research was hers." Rock asked, "Does that mean she was the one responsible for stealing the combustible stones?" She smirked and said, "And he knew that." It was true. She took control of the head of the knightly order and stole them. He was looking for the culprit, while being the culprit himself. What a farce. Well, she guessed that was a fine note to end their conversation on. She held out her hand and shouted, "Knights! Her undead! They have to kill everyone here." They stood in the street and looked at each other. Lydia laughed and screamed for them to die. They should be screaming in pain. Rock thought, man, he can't understand what happened. Lydia thought she couldn't understand what happened. Most of them should have died by now. She grabbed her head and said, "Oh well. They'll see each other soon." Then she passed out and fell to the ground. Rock said confusedly, "Oh my?" Shannon asked, but where could her real body be? Rock asked Lucky, will he be able to find her? He said he was sorry, he couldn't do without the smell. The tamer scratched his chin thoughtfully and said, what should she do? Demort apologized for the wait. She put her hand forward, and in her other hand she concentrated magical energy. She shouted, come on. She will destroy any undead that dares to stand in her way. Rock awkwardly put his hands forward and said, no, they've already been taken care of. She looked at the disappearing monsters, and then sat down on the ground and said, a mug of beer would be just right now. The protagonist awkwardly scratched his cheek and apologized and said, but more importantly, does she know where they can find Lydia? Demort said, of course. She told them to follow her. After a while, they were standing in front of the tower. Rock said, so Lydia is in the watchtower outside the city. They approached the entrance to the tower, and Demort said that she was here. Rock said that everyone except Shannon and Patra should be ready in the monster garden. The monsters agreed with him, and then he walked up to the door and put his hands on the doors and said, okay, go ahead. Demort, who was standing behind, said that the entrance was not there. She created several magic seals from her hand on the side of the building and a ramp appeared down there. The protagonist said the entrance was hidden by illusion magic, and then he invited them in. Then they went down the stairs. Shannon covered her nose and asked what was that stench. Demort said she didn't know how Lydia managed to live for over 100 years, but it was unlikely that her body was in good condition. After a while, they went down to a room whose walls were covered with tree stems, and there was a large bookcase on the side. Lydia held a book in her hands, and then turned towards the guests. She said that she was impressed that they had come this far. Their appearance here was unexpected. She folded her arms and said that they should have encountered a bunch of undead outside. How did they manage to get through? The tamer said that they defeated them all. The Night Order came to their senses. Lydia asked arrogantly, are you serious? What does she look like? They, adventurers, are good at making jokes. Demort said that this is not a joke. It has been a long time. She looked at her and asked who she was. She does not remember ever creating an undead like her. Demort put her hand forward and created a magic seal and said then maybe this will refresh her memory. Fire engulfed Lydia's body. She was scared and said, what ancient magic? She raised her hand up and used the roar of the water dragon. The water magic extinguished the fire and Lydia said, breathing heavily, this is a flame, so she is Demort? She did not answer, and Lydia shouted, she turned into an undead, what prevented her fame from spreading throughout the world? Demort put her hand to her skull and said, Almighty, if she were a better person, she would have achieved even greater success. Lydia shouted at her to shut up. She should not speak as if she knew her. She created a magic symbol in front of her, and said that she trained even after her death. She will not lose to her again. May the eternal darkness come. A powerful dark energy rushed towards Demort, and she said that despite her diligence, she is still a foolish child. May the eternal darkness come. From the magic symbol she created, the same dark energy rushed forward. The dark energies collided. Rock said in fear, do they have an equal chance? Demort said in surprise, oh? She became stronger. Lydia shouted, of course she did. How many years did she think it was since her death? The ant walked forward silently. Rock looked at her and asked, Patra? Lydia noticed the ant approaching her and asked, huh? Patra said hello to her, and then hit her in the face with her staff. From the blow, Lydia fell to the ground, her body shook, and she put her hand to the place of the blow. She shouted, damn, so unfair. How can she fight all of them alone? Then she noticed Patra's crazy look and was horrified. Rock said that Patra almost died because of her. This is the first time he sees her so angry. Lydia concentrated energy in her hand and said, in that case. Numerous shadow illusions. They were surrounded by copies of her. She laughed madly and said, how does she like this? Which one is the real her? But Patra hit her in the face again. A powerful aura appeared around her. Lydia said in fear that her illusion magic did not work on her. Rock and Shannon covered their mouths in surprise. The protagonist thought that in fact, she stinks so much that it is quite easy to find her among the copies. Patra said that her death would upset Daddy. Lydia asked in surprise, huh? She shouted that she will not let her upset Daddy. Lydia asked in fear, what is she talking about? Rock, watching what was happening, said, Patra. Demort stood next to Patra and put her hand in front of her, asked, she apologizes for interrupting, but could she leave it to her? She wants to take responsibility and deal with her student. Ant looked at her and nodded and smiled. Demort thanked her, and then looked at her student and suggested that she finish. They had lived too long. A magic ball appeared in Demort's hand. Lydia screamed in surprise. Impossible, holy magic? Is she trying to commit suicide? The guys watched in shock. Lydia screamed, What? Because of the use of holy magic, nothing will remain of the undead. Is she really going to do this? Demort said that this is the only way to destroy all the undead. Everything is fine. She suggested that they die together. Lydia clenched her teeth, and Lala flew to Demort and, hitting her on the back, screamed that she can't. Demort-sama. Tears appeared in the pixie's eyes. She screamed for her not to go. She is so happy that she met her. Demort-sama. A powerful energy rushed from Rock's hand into Lydia's chest. The attack left a hole in the girl's chest. She screamed, No! Her body shook and she fell to the ground and screamed, How does he create holy magic without chanting? Rock looked at Demort and apologized to her and said that she shouldn't disappear because of someone like her. Lydia gritted her teeth and said, Damn, she didn't expect to fight such a high-ranking mage. Just a little bit more and she would have managed to get rid of Demort. Next time she will come back with even more power. They will see. She then smiled madly and a few moments later, her body dried up. Demort looked at the corpse and said, That's it, that's how it is, so that wasn't her real body. The protagonist confirmed her words and said that there is no point in sacrificing herself for something like that. Demort put her hand on the skull and said that this is unbelievable. She became too emotional and misjudged the situation. Lala hugged Demort's collarbone with all her might and screamed, Demort-sama. Thank heavens! She was so glad she wasn't missing. The Lich looked at her and apologized for making her worry, but they would have to part ways soon anyway. Pixie asked, Huh? She said there were no magic stones left. And they couldn't use the stolen stones. It was goodbye. Pixie shouted, But if Rock shared with them, then. Demort interrupted her and said they couldn't, Lala. They couldn't bother Rock anymore. Pixie continued to complain, and the Tamer scratched his chin thoughtfully, and then put his hand forward and said, How about becoming his familiar? If she became his familiar, she would be free to use as many magic stones as she needed. She still had to deal with Lydia, right? She looked at him and said, Rock, is he sure? He really wants to make a dark race familiar? The protagonist smiled and said, Of course. But he has holy magic. It might have a negative effect on her. In the worst case, she might just disappear. Would you be okay with that? Pixie put her hands to her mouth in fear, and Demort said that as long as there was even the slightest chance of living, she would accept any outcome. Lala said, Demort-sama. The voice in the Tamer's head said, The undead, the Queen of Darkness, wants to become his friend. Will he be friends with her? However, since she is a member of the dark race, her dark magic will be greatly weakened. Rock put his hand forward and said that it seemed like her magical abilities would be weakened, but nothing more. It seemed like she was not in danger of disappearing. She said that it was fine then. She was counting on him. He shot his hand forward and concentrated his magic power on it, saying that he understood. The voice in his head said, The undead, the Queen of Darkness, had undergone the process of becoming a holy beast and had become his friend. He could now upgrade one of the items in the monster garden. He looked at the boards that appeared and said that he would think about a little salt mining, so he would choose that. The voice said that the monster garden had been expanded. Rock put his fingers to his chin and asked what they would do with Lala now. At this time, Pixie continued to be happy that Demort was alive. The voice in his head said that Pixie was the familiar of the Queen of Darkness. When the Queen of Darkness became his familiar, Pixie also became his familiar. Rock folded his arms and said with an awkward smile, Oh how. Demort called him and smiled and thanked him. She asked him again to take care of her. He said that he was also glad to meet them. After some time, they were in a city whose residents were busy reconstructing it. Rock, turning to his familiars, said that they should all stomp to help rebuild the city. He would go to the guild to report in the request. The monsters agreed with him, and then he walked into the guild building and Rika said, Oh Rock. What time? He looked at her in surprise and then they walked into the room where Titus and Marcus were sitting at a table. They were clearly unhappy with the meeting and sat with their arms folded across their chests. Rock awkwardly asked, What's going on? Did he think they were actually just sitting quietly? He then turned to Rika and asked, What's going on here? She winked and gave a thumbs up and then disappeared into the hallway, slamming the door behind her. He fearfully yelled for her to wait. Titus called him and apologized for calling him even though he was so busy. Rock smiled awkwardly and said, Oh nothing. Marcus then stood up from his seat and walked over to him with his head down and said, his deepest apologies. Due to his incompetence, he almost got him killed. He sincerely apologizes from the bottom of his heart. Rock looked at him and said that everything is fine now. So please, he should raise his head. Were all the members of the Knightly Order brainwashed? What happened? Marcus said that about that, he is very sorry, but he has no memory of what happened. Perhaps it all started 6 months ago when he met a girl named Lydia. The protagonist scratched his chin thoughtfully and repeated, Lydia. Marcus said that this girl appeared in front of him alone during his training. Even though it was their first meeting, he remembers feeling like he was standing in front of someone he had known for a long time. Maybe that sweet smell he remembered was medicine or a spell cast on him. She called the rest of the Knightly Order and made them collect the corpses of strong monsters to help her develop the country. She explained that adventurers are an unnecessary nuisance, and that Titus is somehow the source of all evil, and they believed her words. As a result, they forcibly seized the corpses of strong monsters. They were going to drive adventurers out of this country. In this regard, he also wants to bring his deepest changes to Titus and the entire Adventurer Guild. He is deeply sorry. The boys looked at his lowered head and Titus said that he couldn't believe that such a proud man like him bowed his head to him. Then he stood up from his seat and said, okay, he accepts his apology. Marcus looked up at him and thanked him. Titus extended his hand and said that he would do his best to calm the adventurers down. In the meantime, they would work together and rebuild the city. Marcus shook his hand and said that he supported him and looked forward to their joint activities. And so, the Knightly Order swore to work side by side with the adventurers. The guild also made efforts to find Lydia's whereabouts, but finding her was not easy. As the leader of the Knightly Order, Marcus would be held responsible for this entire incident. But for now, the king decided to prioritize rebuilding the city, and Marcus would take care of it later. And then another person reminded him of himself. Rika approached the boys and said, bad news. Kid escaped. Titus looked at her surprised, he thought, a former hero. She said that he slipped away during their skirmish with the undead. He asked what she said. Was Kid's escape an accident or not? A month later. The boys were enjoying being at the sea. Shannon shielded her face from the sun and said, wow. The sea is amazing. Rock put his hands on his hips and said, exactly. Then he looked at Shannon sheepishly. She looked at him and asked, is something wrong? He said nothing. Since they first met, she became more cheerful. She put her hands behind her back and said that it was all thanks to him, Rock. She smiled sheepishly and thanked him for saving her. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and thought, oh well. Lucky apologized for interrupting them, but what was the purpose of coming to the sea today? Rock looked at him in surprise, then raised his index finger and said that they had been helping to rebuild the city all this time, and he thought it would be nice to have a change of scenery. He thought that thanks to Patra and the others, the work was going well. They deserved to relax a bit and have a barbecue. Patra asked, barbecue? He pointed to the gargoyle who was cooking the meat and said that barbecue was a type of cooking in which meat and vegetables were cooked outdoors. He suggested that they all eat together. Patra happily said, let's do it. So they would always be together, right? Patra loved barbecue. The protagonist said that if it came down to it, then yes. They could talk about the details later, but for now they should eat until they were full. The monsters agreed with him, and then happily began to eat. Then Rock noticed a bird that perched on his head and said, that's right. He hadn't named it yet. He scratched his chin thoughtfully and asked what he should name it. Yakitori. The bird indignantly began to peck at it, and he said, sorry, just a quick joke. Barbecue is bad for him, so it got away by accident. Well then, they'll see. Sasami, Banyuri, Sesari, Tebasaki, Nankatsu, Negema, Reba, Hatsu, Snajimo, Gizzard, Tsukun, so, maybe seal? The sky bird smiled and happily flapped its wings. Rock said that it seems he didn't like names associated with food. From now on, he is Seal. Then Demort in human form called Rock and holding a plate in her hand said that she just couldn't help but share that this name is soft and pleasant to the taste. He showed in surprise, He thought, and who is she? Demort took the form of a lich and said, oh yeah? It's her. Then she changed back to human form and winked at him and said that since they were here, she thought her human form would be more pleasing to the eye. The Tamer awkwardly scratched his chin and said, I see. Illusion magic. Then he folded his arms and asked thoughtfully, but if her form was an illusion, then how could she eat? She winked at him and told him not to go into details. He agreed with her, And then Lala took a bite of meat and asked, "What kind of sauce was that?" It was a real delicacy. The protagonist raised his index finger and said that it was a special sauce he made from onions and ginger. And that subtle aroma that wafted towards them came from apples. Pixie said that she had never tasted such a delicious sauce before. She was so glad that they had met Rock. She was expecting even more delicious dishes from him. She couldn't wait. He agreed with her, then said that he would probably eat some too. Then the monsters played beach games. The oranges rode the water slide that Tamer had magically created. Rock enjoyed the meat and watched the action. After a while, he started fishing. Lucky came up to him and asked what he was doing. He said that he was catching fish by attaching a hook and bait to a string. The fish would swim up and swallow the bait. Lucky said that it looked interesting, he would try it too. Then he dipped his tail in the water and Rock said that there was no bait on the tail. Lucky turned away and laughed and said that with such an attractive tail like his, there was no need for bait. Rock agreed with him, and then he leaned back on Lucky's side and looked at the sky and said, "Today is such a nice day, sometimes it is good to just relax like this." Lucky agreed with him, and he said that we must not forget how valuable each moment is. After a while, something tugged at Lucky's tail. He stood up on his paws and shouted, "Rock!" He caught something. Rock shouted, "Yes. He has to pull it out. Now." Fenrir's tail was hugged by a mermaid. Rock asked in surprise, "Huh? A mermaid? What the?" She happily said, "Fluffy." "How fluffy?" he asked. "Is this a mermaid?" Lucky asked, "So what now?" Rock thoughtfully scratched his chin and said, "Somehow she doesn't look harmless." He suggested returning her back to the sea. Lucky agreed with him, and then began to shake his tail from side to side. The mermaid held on tightly to it and said, "What an energetic Fluffy." Lucky said desperately, "Rock?" He told him to just not give up. Fenrir then created a magic circle in front of himself, and with the help of magic threw the mermaid back into the water. The protagonist put his hands on his sides and awkwardly said what it was. The monster ran up to them. Shannon screamed, "Rock! What happened?" There was a loud noise coming from there. He looked at her and smiled awkwardly and said, "Nothing special." Suddenly a mermaid jumped out of the water. She spread her arms out to the sides and screamed, "Fluffy!" She landed on Lucky's tail and hugging it screamed, "Fluffy! Fluffy!" Lucky looked at it in fear. Shannon asked, "A mermaid?" Rock folded his arms over his chest and confirmed her words, saying that it looked like it. Lucky got angry and said, "What kind of mermaid? This time he will not hold back." The mermaid put her hand in front of her and screamed for him to wait. She smiled and put her hand to her chest and said that she is not some suspicious mermaid. She is simply overwhelmed with the desire to touch this fluffy charm. Then she pressed her whole body against Lucky's fur again. Fenrir again with the help of magic threw her back into the water. He said she was creepy. Rock said too suspicious. But the mermaid jumped out of the water again and shouted that she was coming for him, "Fluffy!" Lucky looked at her in fear as she landed on his tail again. She kept saying, "Fluffy! Fluffy!" Lucky shouted, "Rock! Save me!" The tamer continued to smile awkwardly and said, "Dude." Demort came up to them and told him to leave it to her. She created several magic circles above herself and a huge magic ball above them. She looked at the mermaid and asked, "So what? If she wants, she can stay and she will turn her into fried fish, or will she choose to quietly return to the sea?" The mermaid looked at her indignantly and said, "As expected of them, land dwellers, they are going to separate her from her Fluffy by force." She raised her hand up and said that then she will answer them in the same coin. "Come out!" Leviathan! A huge sea dragon emerged from the water. Shannon covered her eyes from the water droplets that fell on them and asked, "Leviathan?" Rock said in surprise, "The most powerful inhabitant of the deep sea." The mermaid put her hand on it and smiled and said, "That's right. It's Leviathan, the king of the sea. Go ahead. He must show them his strength." The dragon nodded his head and said it was nice to meet you. "He's Leviathan, nice to meet you." Shannon asked in surprise, "Huh?" Rock said, "Yeah, nice to meet you." The mermaid looked at the dragon and asked indignantly, "What? What does that mean? If he doesn't fight, she can't be a fluff ball." He said, "May, she knows he can't do that. He's sure they'll understand if she just talks to them." May shouted, "What is he talking about? Land dwellers only communicate with their fists. It's only through a fight that you can make friends with them. Then they're like, heh, he's good. And he's like, they're not bad and stuff like that. Before he knows it, he'll be with a fluff ball." Leviathan asked, "Really?" He thought, what the hell? May suggested just showing them a little bit of his power. He agreed with her and said, just a little bit then. He created a magic circle in front of him and many whirlpools appeared in the sea. He used Water Dragon Storm, the delicate version. Shannon, covering her face, said, so strong, it seems like this is a helping magic comparable to Fenrir's magic. Demort asked with interest, oh? Curious. She put her hands at her sides and said that then she will also show him her true power. Release illusion magic. Oh, spirits of antiquity, come to her. Leviathan looked at her in fear and shouted, monster. Everyone looked at this in surprise, and Leviathan hid under the water. May shouted, stop, where did he go? Leviathan was shaking all over, he said that he was afraid of monsters. Demort folded her arms across her chest and said, that's it. The mermaid pointed at them and yelled, so she knew he was afraid of ghosts? What a sly fox. She thought, they don't know a thing about each other. Then she put her hand out and said, never mind, she lost. Then she put her hand on her chest and said, why don't they be friends? Rock said, no thanks. She yelled indignantly, but why? They already exchanged fists, so they can be comrades now, right? The protagonist yelled that it wasn't like that. May said indignantly, no way, at this rate she'll have no one to ask to help her village. Rock asked, village? She said he already had gargoyle, wyverns, and orange ants. Please won't he help them? She was asking him to help their village. He said he didn't understand anything. What did she need help with? She looked down and said, actually, some big fish showed up and bam. She clenched her fists and said, well, a big problem has happened, she asks him to help. Rock thought that he didn't understand what she was talking about at all. The mermaid asked in confusion, how could he explain it to her? Leviathan called her, and said that she should let him tell her everything. He rose from the water and said, do they understand? At the bottom of this sea there is a village of mermaids. 3 days ago, a group of fishmen attacked her. And fishmen are creatures that are half human and half fish, squid or shark. However, their fish-like features are more pronounced than human-like. And in mermaids, human-like features prevail over fish-like features. Thus, these are two different species. Until now, mermaids have never had hostile relations with fishmen, but they cannot be called close either. For 100 years, peace reigned in the village, and therefore there are almost no residents with combat experience. So, as a result of the sudden attack, the fishmen captured the village and captured many mermaids. By the way, he was supposed to act as the guardian deity of the mermaid village, but, it's embarrassing to admit, but he is not particularly skilled in battle. May was not in the village at that time, so she was fine. So she came to ask the land dwellers for help. Rock folded his arms and said, is that so? Leviathan said that therefore he humbly asked them, would they be so kind as to help them? The protagonist scratched the back of his head and said, but even taking into account their story, how can they fight if they are not able to breathe underwater? Leviathan said not to worry. He took some air grass with him. Rock asked, air grass? He said that by eating the air grass they will be able to breathe underwater. The water pressure will also not be a problem. Rock looked at the plant in his hand and said he didn't know such a plant existed. Leviathan said it could only be collected from the mermaid village. If he helped them free the village, he could take as much air grass as he wanted, he was asking for it. The tamer looked at his monsters and said he couldn't put the others in danger. Orin Paw looked at him pitifully and said, Daddy, let's help them. Shannon put her hands to her chest and said she wanted to help too, in any way she could. Gargoyle said he did too. Rock said, guys, well, if that's what they say, then fine. May asked happily, really? They'll help? Thank you very much. Her hands started shaking, she said then. She pressed herself against Lucky's tail again and said she could squeeze that soft little thing as much as her heart desired. Lucky used his magic spell again and sent the mermaid back into the water. And so they decided to help the mermaids. After a while, they went underwater. Rock said, so this is what air grass is. He can't even believe that he can breathe underwater. Shannon waved her weapon and said, but it's quite difficult to move quickly underwater. The protagonist took up his weapon and said, yes, that's true. Perhaps a battle underwater will be beyond their strength. Wyverns with oranges on their backs swam past them. He looked at how they freely circled in the water. Rock said that the wyverns were simply magnificent and managed to use their wings here. And Gargoyle-kun was able to move quickly by using wind magic. He should try it too. Then he looked at Lucky, who was struggling. He said that he couldn't swim. Rock thought that this was probably a bit too much for Lucky. Then he said, okay, they are moving out. Everyone except Gargoyle-kun must enter the monster garden. His crew agreed with him, and then they swam a little further and came to an opening in an underwater rock formation. May said that this cave led to the mermaid village. They swam to the entrance, and she said, "Go ahead." If possible, they should try to keep up with her. Then they swam inside and found themselves in an underwater village. May said, "This is the mermaid village? A fascinating sight, isn't it? Due to the special magic that shrouded the village, no one can see it from the sea. For many centuries, no man has set foot in this village. He should feel flattered." Suddenly, Leviathan grabbed them with his long tentacle. The mermaid screamed indignantly, "What is he doing?" He told her to be quiet. A shark-like creature swam near them. Rock asked in surprise, "Is it a fishman?" Leviathan confirmed his words and said, "He must be patrolling." The rest of the mermaids were probably in the queen's castle in the center of the village. He had seen them there when they escaped. Rock asked what they should do. Would they attack them directly? Leviathan said no, they would use the alley that led to the castle. May, did he need her to lead them, May? The mermaid swam out of the cave and pointed at the shark-like creature and shouted, "Here she comes, you stupid fish man. He must free everyone at once." They exchanged fists with Rock and the creature swam towards her. She shouted for it to wait. It was still talking. Leviathan swam up and hit the creature with its tentacle. He asked, "May, what was she doing?" She shouted that she refused to participate in such cowardly attacks like the pathetic cowards. Leviathan said that they didn't have time for that now. The monster pointed its spear towards the mermaid and swam forward at full speed. Rock managed to block the blow. She shouted, "Rock!" He said that it looks like they've been spotted. Since things are going this way, they'll have to break through. He tried to keep track of the monster circling around them. He shouted that it's fast. He thought, he can't seem to get enough speed to maneuver. The gargoyle swam up to it and shouted, "Rock!" He has to grab onto it. The protagonist grabbed its wings and settled on its back. The gargoyle used a gust of wind. With the magic in his hands, they quickly accelerated and he shouted, "Now!" Swimming up to the monster, the tamer hit it, and it fell to the bottom. The gargoyle asked, "Did they succeed?" The monster started to get up on its feet and the gargoyle shouted, "With no effect at all." Rock said, "No, I wouldn't say with no effect at all, but..." Then the monster started circling around them again. Rock told the gargoyle to dodge 50 centimeters to the right. The gargoyle turned around and shouted that he got it. Then the monster flew past them and gargoyle asked in surprise, "How so?" The protagonist said, "The next turn is 70 centimeters to the left." The monster missed again and the tamer said as he expected. The demon asked, "What's going on?" He said that the fishman was repeating the same movements over and over again. And his eyes were probably brainwashed just like those of the Knightly Order. No idea who was to blame, but he seemed incapable of a precise attack. Which meant that they could counter him. He had to move 3M diagonally to the left. Gargoyle shouted, "Yes." Then Rock jumped off him and grabbed the monster's body. He shouted, "San, come on." He had to tie them up with his tentacles. Leviathan agreed with him, and then grabbed their bodies with his tentacle. After that, they tied the monster to the rock with his tentacle. Rock said that they had certainly swaddled him, but he doubted that he could talk. Leviathan said that it was possible to communicate with them normally before. The protagonist thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and said, "Damn, who was behind this?" But for now, he suggested hurrying up and rescuing the others. After a while, the monsters were tied up with tentacles. Rock said, "Great." These were all the guards that were in the village. Somehow, their small number was unexpected. May, who was also tied up, shouted, "Hey, San!" Why did he tie her up too? He said that if he allowed her to move freely, there would be countless problems. She shouted indignantly, "What did he say?" Then Madeline called her. The mermaid turned around, and Madeline hugged her and said, "What joy! She's safe." Tears appeared in her eyes. She said, "She's so happy." The teardrops turned into a crystal. Rock said in surprise that her tears had crystallized. Leviathan said that they are called pearl tears. Mermaids who have a lot of magic produce these special pearls when they experience strong feelings. The protagonist said in surprise, "Wow." Then Madeline swam up to him. She said, "He is Rock, right?" Then she put her hand to her chest and said that she is Madeline. She is the one who is honored to serve the queen. From the bottom of her heart, she thanks him for lending them a helping hand. The tamer said, "No need, it is not all the mermaids, right?" She looked at the remaining mermaids and said, "That is true, many mermaids, including the queen, were taken to the Fishman village. They were locked here, using this place as a prison camp." Rock turned around and said, "I see." Then they must go help the others immediately. She told him to wait a minute. She handed him the crystal formed from her tears and said, "Here you go." He looked at it in surprise and said, "This is the pearl." She said that they were giving this to him as a token of gratitude from all of them. But could they help them one more time? The protagonist smiled and said, "Yes, no problem." After a while in the fisherman village, Rock looked at the monsters and said, "There are too many of them." Then he saw the bottom of the ship above and said, "This is a ship that belongs to humans. What is he doing here?" He noticed a shark-like creature on board the ship and said, "That fishman can talk. Maybe he is their leader?" Madeline pointed her finger up and said, "Rock? He should look over there." He looked at the tied-up mermaid that was locked in a cage. He said, "This can't be. Are they selling mermaids?" Then they climbed a small rock. Madeline pointed at the ship and said, "Rock, the ship is sailing away. Leviathan said they have to help. He will get to them." Rock said for them to wait. The dragon asked, "What?" The protagonist said that if there were other captive mermaids who were no longer on the ship, then they should let the ship return to its secret lair, locate it, and save all the mermaids in one fell swoop. He then told Seal that he was counting on it. The skybird chirped in confirmation. Rock said that it should follow the ship with the mermaids and find their secret lair. The skybird chirped in agreement. They then descended into the water again, and Rock said that they still need to figure out how to save the mermaids who were locked up in the Fishman village. Madeline pointed to herself and asked him to let them take care of the guards. They were caught off guard during their last surprise attack. But they were trained to fight, and besides, this was a problem that they, the mermaids, had to take care of. They asked him to let them do the dangerous work. The protagonist thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and said, "But even so, they can't handle that many fish alone. It's too dangerous." Demort got out of the bracelet and said that's why they should leave them. Lucky happily said that they came up with something fun in the monster garden. Rock clarified, "Something fun?" Lucky said that he can't wait to try it. Rock thought about it and asked, "Well, he doesn't mind, but isn't it too difficult a task?" Demort smiled and said that everything will be fine. He should trust them. Rock agreed with them and said that he believed. Madeline swam up to them and asked, "Can they handle it alone?" Leviathan turned to her and said that they will be fine. To be honest, they are probably even stronger than him. She asked in surprise, "What? How is that possible?" She looked at them and asked, "Who are they really?" Then the boys swam forward and Lucky said, "Okay. Forward." He and Demort stopped near the fishmen and said, "Attention, fellow fishmen. They must see the power of their combined magic." Then Lucky created several magic rings around himself. Powerful energy rose up. Madeline put her hands at her sides and shouted, "Now! Expand!" A huge area of the sea moved apart to the sides. Rock looked at this in surprise. He asked, "What the hell?" The sea split. The fishmen who remained on the dry bottom began to tremble. Lucky smiled and said that their movement has become limited. Here is their chance. Forward, we must catch everyone. Rock happily agreed with him and said that they will all try. And then he looked at the mermaids floundering on the dry bottom and thought that he forgot that they cannot move either. Then he looked at his bracelet and said, "Those who can move, they must swallow their opponents." His monsters came out of the bracelet and shouted forward, and began to attack the fishmen. One of them came out of the cave and shouted, "What happened? Impossible! What's going on here?" Rock looked at him and thought, he can talk. He shouted that he must be the leader. He must free the captive mermaids. The monster reached into his pocket and said that he didn't quite understand what was going on, but he wouldn't let them take them. He took out a magic ball and said, "Oh fishmen, release your power and destroy their enemies." Veins appeared on the fishmen's bodies. They opened their mouths, preparing to attack. Rock looked at them in fear and thought that their strength had increased significantly. Lucky grabbed one of the fishmen and threw him aside. Then he crouched down and said, "Yeah, I guess they've become stronger now. But they move very slowly, they don't pose any threat at all." The monster looked at him in surprise, and then looked at the ball and said, "Damn." He raised the ball up and told them to give him all their magic, all their power. After that, his body increased in size. He said, "Well, how is it now?" Even his speed increased many times. As long as he has this magic sphere, he is invincible. They will not dare to look down on him. Rock asked, "What kind of ball is this?" The fishman said that now he will taste the power of his sphere. Patra, sitting on a wyvern, flew nearby and snatched the sphere from his hand. He looked at it in surprise and asked, "Huh?" She smiled and said, "Yeah." Then she raised the sphere up and said, "Dad, she has it." Rock said that she is smart. And she smiled happily. The fishman put his hand forward and shouted for him to wait and come back. Rock held the sphere out to Demorda. She looked at it and said, "This sphere, magic comes from it, similar to Lydia's magic." Apparently, she used some data from her research. He asked if she could handle it. She took the sphere in her hands and said sure. The fishman screamed at them to wait. They had to give it to him. He couldn't do without it. Demort closed her eyes and said okay, he could rest easy. Then the sphere from her hands fell onto a rock and cracked. The fishman screamed desperately, his magic sphere. She smiled and said she was sure he would find a better one soon. The fishman screamed at her not to make it sound like he could do something like that. After a while, they tied the fishman and Rock up, folding their arms across their chests, and asked, "So his name is Pedro? Why did he control the other fishmen and attack the mermaids?" Pedro remained silent and then said he wanted to prove his worth. He comes from a tribe of sharks, but he was banished. Can they see the fins on their backs? For them, being from the shark tribe, the size of their fins determines the amount of magical power they possess. But his fin was so small that it only made everyone laugh. And then a few days ago, when he had nowhere to go and was just sitting and looking at the moon, a strange woman and a merchant came to him. They said that they wanted to help him prove himself, and gave him a magic sphere. Rock thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and thought, the merchant and the woman, who was undoubtedly Lydia. Pedro said that he did not really understand logic, but if you support this sphere in the hand of a sleeping fishman, you will have power over him. And that is how he began to control them. Madeline pressed her hand to her chest and shouted, "Then why did he attack them?" He lowered his head and said that it was because, in exchange for this sphere, he was ordered to attack the mermaid village, and he promised to give the captured mermaids to the merchant. Madeline shouted that even if he was bullied, how could he act so selfishly? Pedro shouted for her to forgive him. But he wanted to prove his worth, no matter what. Rock reached out to him and asked, "So where did they take the mermaids he gave away?" He said, "Probably to Brandon," but he was not sure. Then Rock took the sphere in his hands and turning to Demorda asked, "Can the magic sphere still be analyzed?" She took it in her hands and said that it would take some time, but it was possible. Then she squatted down and looked at Pedro and said that she sympathized with his suffering. But such a transitory power would only destroy him. From now on, he should prove his worth only through his own efforts. He agreed with her. She said that if he did this, then everyone would forget that he broke the sphere. He indignantly shouted that she was the one who dropped it. She said that he should not lie. He shouted, "What is wrong with this lady?" Then they went to Brandon. After some time, in the port city Brandon, Rock looked around and thought that somewhere in this city they were hiding mermaids. Leviathan raised his head from the water and said that he and the mermaids who could not transform would remain in the sea. They should not make a fuss in the city. Rock pointed at Madeline and said that they were able to transform into humans. She smiled and said that it was true, but not everyone could do that. Sometimes they transformed to go shopping in the city. They also had quick-drying clothes. Due to strong storms or pirate raids, many sunken ships rest on the bottom of the sea. And valuable treasures are hidden in them that they can use. The protagonist said, "That's how." Then it flew up to him and squeaked and sat on his hand. The protagonist said, "Welcome back, Seal. Did you manage to find their secret lair?" "Great, then they are moving out." After a while, they hid behind boxes on one of the streets. He asked, "Is it here?" "There are no guards in sight. He will now explore everything, and they must stay here." The mermaid said, "Good." Then the tamer went to the door and thought that the door was left open. What a sloppy guard. He went inside and saw many cages in which monsters were. He said that for whatever monsters they were, however, there was something unnatural in their appearance. Then he saw a magic symbol on the floor and said that it was probably a magic circle for synthesis. It seems he ended up together where disgusting research on monsters is carried out. Then he went to a huge tank filled with water in which the mermaids were. He knocked on the glass and shouted, "How are they in there?" He came to their aid. The mermaids looked at him in surprise, and he thought that the glass was too thick for them to hear him. Then he climbed the side stairs to the top of the tank and inserted his dagger into the keyhole. He said, "Bad. Without a key you can't open it. The lock is strengthened with magic." From the cage the monster shouted, "Hey, human. Would he like to tell him the location of the key he was looking for?" Rock asked who he was. He said he was Draco, a member of the proud race of dragon gods. The grandson of the leader of the dragon gods. He was traveling alone when he was attacked while sleeping. When he woke up, he found himself locked here. If he agreed to free him, he would tell him where the key he needed was. What did he think? Rock thought that this was no time to hesitate. He said okay. But first, he would free the mermaids. He opened the tank with the key and asked if they were okay. Sun had sent him to help. The mermaids said they were so grateful to him. The protagonist asked if all of the kidnapped people were here. The mermaid said no, the queen had been taken away to be auctioned off. Rock covered his mouth in fear and thought, an auction, a hall for such behavior would definitely be heavily guarded. Which would turn out to be quite a challenge for him. He said that now everyone who can turn into humans needs to escape from here. The mermaid put her hands to her chest and said that they were sincerely sorry. However, none of them can escape, because none of them present can turn into humans. He said, I understand. Shannon, Gargokuin, he needs their help. They said yes. Then he threw the keys to the cage with Dracula and smiled and said, as promised. Dracula came out of the cage, flexing his muscles and asked, will he tell him his name? The protagonist put his hand on his hip and said that he was Rock. Dracula said that he was in his debt to him. In due time, he would definitely repay this debt. And then he headed for the exit. The fishmen grabbed the bars and shouted, hey! They asked him to help them. Rock asked, why are they here too? Aren't they being controlled? The fisherman said no. They have strong magic, that's why Pedro couldn't control them. And so they were given to the traders. So he asked him to help. The tamer said okay, but don't you dare attack the mermaids once they're free. They said, thank you very much. So they freed them from the rest of the monsters they could contact. Afterwards, they all gathered together again. Rock turned to the guys and asked, is the only one left is the queen, right? Lucky, can he find her by scent? Fenris said, I think that's her scent, yeah, no problem. Rock said, great. They're with Lucky. May interrupted him and clenching her fists, told them to wait, she's coming too. The queen, no, she wants to help Mother too. Rock clarified, Mother? Madeline put her hand on her hip and asked if he understood, maybe you can't tell by May's appearance, but she is actually a princess. Rock asked in surprise, what did she mean? May screamed anyway, he should let her help too. The protagonist folded his arms and said okay. But she would have to listen to him, could she? May nodded in agreement, and then turning to Madeline, Rock asked if she could prepare some of their treasure for them. In the worst case, they might have to buy it with gold. She said she understood. After a while, they were standing near the entrance to the building. Rock asked, so the queen was here? Lucky said yes, her scent led to this place. Rock said, so she hadn't entered the auction hall yet. He would look around first. The two of them should stay outside for now. May shouted that she would come with him too. And then she apologized. He smiled and said that he would definitely bring her mother back. She could rely on him. She lowered her head and said okay. She asked him to take care of her mother. The protagonist then went inside the building. There was a man behind the counter. He said welcome. Rock covered his nose and thought, how awful it smelled in here. He said hi. He heard they sell special monsters. The man stuck his finger up his nose and asked, huh? And he was quite informed. Then Rock put his money on the counter and the man put his hand on the money and started pulling it closer to him and laughed, and said he seemed to know the ropes. He told him to follow him and go into the dark passage. He asked, what kind of monster was he looking for? They offer a wide variety from humanoid monsters to fused ones. He would tell him some great news yesterday they brought in an extremely rare creature. I'm sure he would be interested in it. Only it's not for sale. Rock thought, rare, does he mean a mermaid? Around the next corner a girl in a hood and a long robe walked by. She said, stench, why does it stink so much? She was holding a chicken in her hands and plucking feathers from its head. It was. Stink, it stinks really badly. The man asked, yes, so what? She said, not him. Then she moved quickly to Rock and said, there's a strange smell coming from him. Riza stood in front of him and asked, does he know someone named Lydia? Rock asked who it was. She widened her eyes and asked, does he really not know? He said, no, he does not know. She repeated the question again, is this true? Rock remained silent, and then she turned and looked at him, and said that she felt something akin to magic coming from him, Lydia. Or so it seemed to her. In any case, she apologized for interrupting them. Rock remained silent, and Riza disappeared behind the door. The protagonist looked at the man and asked who it was. He said that it was the sorceress Riza. She, like him, works here. He was told that she makes magical tools, but even he does not know all the intricacies. Rock thought, a woman who knows Lydia, he should be careful. Then they came to a door that had a magic circle around it. The man opened the door and said, "Welcome, don't be afraid, surprised?" They came to the tank that held the Mermaid Queen. He said, for the first time in the auction's history, the Mermaid Queen. Rock looked at her and thought, this woman is May's mother. The man laughed and said that she had a charming figure. All mermaids were said to be beautiful, but this one was a cut above the rest. Rock asked how much they were willing to sell her for. The man said around 300 million. Something in that range. Rock shouted indignantly, so expensive? The man said that mermaids were a species that could fight, so capturing them was no easy task. Moreover, since they were talking about the queen, he should be willing to pay that much. But even if he had 300 million, this time even that might not be enough. Since Grizz has been eyeing her. Rock specified. Grizz? He said, the son of a wealthy merchant who runs this town. He doesn't hesitate to spend huge amounts of money to get women or whatever he wants. All in all, he's what you might call a foolish son. He'll soon get tired of this mermaid and throw her away like all the other women he's bought. This guy has a really bad personality. So he better give up on this for now. If he really wants a mermaid that much, there will be others up for auction. He can get to 3. By that point, her price will have dropped so much that he can buy her for cheap. The tamer scratched his chin thoughtfully and the man asked, anyway, would he join the slave auction this time? What would he say? The protagonist said he agreed. The man asked in surprise, seriously? It's not like he has nothing to offer. Rock took out some paper money. The man took the money and laughed and said, in 6 days at 1800 hours. He was sure that with his protection, Dab would let him in. Rock then went outside. May screamed, oh! He's back! She ran to him and screamed, how's Mom? Is she safe? Rock said yes for now. But in 6 days she will be sold at auction. May clenched her fists and screamed, that means they have to help her before that. Rock told her to wait. This place is protected by very powerful and protective magic. They won't be able to free her by normal means. If possible, he wants to rescue her and the other monsters peacefully. The method they use to save them is important. For now, they should take a more direct approach. In the meantime, they will consult with the guards about the illegal slave trade and the fusion of monsters. Rock then turned his attention to Dracula, who had a guard behind him. He asked, Dracula? Him, why was he captured again? Dracula shouted, why are the guards in this city turning a blind eye to warehouses filled with enslaved half-humans that are right here in the city? He even told them about the monsters that were synthesized. Do they think he's lying just because he's a half-human? The guards held out their weapons at him, and they shouted at him to shut his mouth. The guard shouted, he already told him. It's not because he's a half-human. This warehouse belongs to Chad. Who would believe such nonsense? Even if Chad was buying and selling slaves, he's still a wonderful person. He founded both a distribution center and a rehabilitation center here. He's done so much for this city. Shut up. Rock thought, so Chad is the one selling the slaves. Dracula shouted, why aren't they conducting a proper investigation? Maybe they took a bribe from him. The guard looked at him indignantly and then shouted, stop it, you filthy subhuman. He can't think he can insult anyone he wants. He needs to be taken away. He will make him feel the full range of punishment for insulting them. Rock looked after them and thought, I see, the guards here are in cahoots with Chad. Thank you very much, Dracula. He will save him soon. Then he suggested that they discuss it with everyone else for now. After a while, they met at the dock. Rock said, here is the situation. It seems that this merchant named Chad has a firm grip on the city. They will not corner him without some convincing evidence. With the Queen and Grizz involved, it will be difficult for them to win the auction. But there must be another way. He suggested that they first find out more about Chad and Grizz. Then they began asking passers-by about them. After that, Rock thoughtfully scratched his chin and said, so they will summarize what they managed to find out. Chad is undoubtedly the same man they saw on the ship. He raised his index finger and said, Chad seems to be a formidable opponent, because no matter who they ask, the people of this town say he is a good and wonderful person. But when they ask about Grizz, people say he is a jerk. The worst. A stupid son. That's all they said about him. Shannon awkwardly said that some people hate him for taking their wives and daughters away from them. Others accuse him of amassing his own personal army and gathering brutal monsters in an attempt to take over the entire town. Rock wondered what the hell this guy was doing. He then folded his arms over his chest and said that if the rumors were true, Grizz would be in trouble too. He then turned around at the sound of his stomach growling. Lucky folded his paws towards him and said he was hungry. The elf said, "Lucky-san, let's try hard, just a little bit." Then her stomach also growled and she awkwardly said, It's not like she's hungry or anything." The protagonist raised his index finger and said it was his fault, he forgot they hadn't eaten yet. He suggested having lunch. The guys happily said, "Hooray." He thought about what he should cook today. Suddenly Grizz said, "Hey, a commoner. Look at him, he has a rare gray wolf with him. It looks interesting. He should sell it to him. He'll pay a lot for it." Rock looked at it and said it's not for sale. He won't sell varnish to anyone. Grizz stood up in the carriage and asked, "Oh? Really? Here you go." Then he threw a lot of paper money into the air. Rock looked at it in surprise and he said he's buying it for 20 times the market price of a gray wolf. He should pick it up. Rock got angry and put his hand on his hip and shouted. He said he wouldn't sell Lucky for any price. What's wrong with him? Grizz sat down and said, "Unbelievable, he never thought he'd see a fool in this town who didn't know his name. He's Grizz, the only son of the richest merchant in this town, Grad Fandel." He smiled and said since he realized he should pick it up. Rock thought in shock, this guy is Grizz. Rock then said, "No offense, but Lucky is not a thing. He would never put him up for sale." Grizz smiled slyly and said, "No, he should sell him to him. There's nothing in this town that he can't buy." He then pointed at the man and told him to tell them. He put his hand to his chest and said, "Yes, of course." He then spread his arms out to the sides and smiled and said, "It's no exaggeration to say that everyone and everything in this town is Mr. Grizz's property. Whatever Mr. Grizz wants, it's his." Grizz smiled arrogantly. The people standing next to his carriage shouted that it was right. They chanted his name and applauded. Then Grizz raised his hand and said, smiling, considering everything that was said, he should sell it to him. Rock said no. Then Grizz waved his hand away and said, "Well, he is slow-witted, okay, one more time." Lucky grinned and shouted at him to shut up. He should listen carefully. After all, he will not repeat it again. The tamer looked at him and said, "Lucky?" Fenrir said furiously that Rock is his only master. Even after thousands of years, an insect like him will not have the right to order him around. Then, from his magic, Grizz's companions fell to the ground exhausted. The protagonist thought, such pressure, the weak have fallen. Grizz smiled and put his hand to his chest, said that his loyalty is admirable. He offered to go with him. He will feed him whatever he wants. Hey, commoner, he can think of a number and multiply it by 100. Whatever it is, it will be his. Rock thought in surprise he stood firm and managed to withstand Lucky's onslaught. Then he nodded and said, "Okay." He put his hand on Fenrir's face and said that he can share with him where he found Lucky. How about it? Grizz smirked, and the protagonist said that at the same time, he does not need money, he offers an exchange. He has his sights set on someone at the auction, he must give him the Mermaid Queen. Grizz asked indignantly, huh? He does not know where he heard this, however, definitely not. He can't. Mermaids are much more valuable. Besides, they have a role to play in his plan. Rock clarified, in his plan? He said that for someone like him, a beggar tramp, this discussion is completely inappropriate. Then he folded his arms across his chest and smirked, saying that he is an interesting guy. Few have the nerve to stand up to him. He offered to keep him company for a while. They could go. After a while they entered a huge estate. Lucky said, "What a huge mansion?" Grizzly turned around and said, "Naturally. A commoner like him wouldn't be able to get a house like that in his entire life." He then walked up to the statue and said, "This bronze statue cost $1 billion. It looked exactly like him." Rock thought in surprise, him? It cost $2 billion. The protagonist then looked at the wolves approaching them and asked, "White wolves?" He thought that if he remembered correctly, they were classified as rare monsters because they were heavily hunted for their beautiful fur, and rumor had it that he collects a lot of rare monsters. Grizzly then said, "Okay, this way." They walked into a room where tables were set up with a variety of dishes. Grizzly smiled and said since it was lunchtime, he bet they usually ate only garbage. So they should savor it thoroughly. Rock looked at his laughing face and thought, just what kind of crazy thoughts does he have about them? Even if he suddenly decided to treat them, it could still be a trap. Then he saw Lucky and Shannon happily sitting down at the table. He put his hand forward and shouted for them to wait. Lucky took a bite of the baked chicken and said not to worry. There is no smell of poison or anything like that. He said, "Oh, right?" Grizz, holding a glass in his hands, said, "That's right." He is not the type to stoop so low. He can have everything without resorting to such methods. Isn't he right? The staff clapped their hands and said, "Of course he is right." Grizz. Rock thought it was kind of tiresome. After a while, they were sitting in the office opposite each other. He said, "Well, now that their stomachs are satisfied, let's get to the main topic. By the way, in this room you don't have to worry about the possibility of eavesdropping." He took all the necessary precautions. If he wants to know what he has come up with for the mermaids, then go ahead and speak first. Rock thought that after eating his fill, Lucky went to the garden. He said, "Okay." Lucky was the boss of the 10th floor in the Flame of Destruction dungeon, which is located outside the royal capital. However, he did not know if there was a boss of the same species there again. Grizz folded his arms and asked, "Is he talking about that unconquered dungeon?" If he remembered correctly, it was recommended for S-class. The protagonist said that he was well informed. Grizz grinned and said that he was a merchant's son after all. He was constantly receiving various information. Rock asked, "So why does he need mermaids?" He said, that. He was thinking of using them for training. The Tamer specified, "For training?" Grizz said that there was talk that the fishmen would soon attack the city. Rock asked in surprise, "Fishmen?" Grizz leaned on the sofa and said that they said that Chad, the merchant, predicted this with the disaster prediction device he owns. In the past, he accurately predicted the attacks of white wolves in other cities. So, considering that mermaids are a fighting species, and especially if they have a queen who leads them, he thought that they would be excellent in underwater combat. He wants his personal army to undergo special training. He believes that this way, the damage to the city will be minimized. The city leaders said that if Chad's prediction turns out to be correct this time, they will spend a large amount of money to buy Chad's prediction device. However, he finds this suspicious. Rock thought, so that's what the secret plan is. He said, "By the way, did he know that Chad is secretly involved in illegal immigration trade and chimera experiments?" He said that he heard something like that, but there is no proof. He knows how to do business discreetly. As soon as Chad arrived in the city, he organized free food and medical distribution points. And in the shortest time he managed to win the trust of the city's residents. Many of the city's guards are bribed, and without hard evidence they can do nothing. He angrily clenched his teeth and said that these damned wandering slave traders so arrogantly behave in his city. Rock said that they urgently need evidence, but he is not at all like the rumors said. From what he heard, he is just a stupid rich man's son. But it turned out that he is very smart. Chris said no, he is a stupid rich man's son. In fact, please, he can consider him as such. It is always easier to negotiate that way. Rock looked at him in surprise and then said, "But seriously, if he manages to get evidence against Chad, can he count on his help in exposing him?" He said that would be nice. The protagonist said that he had one more request. He asked. Rock put his hand on his chest and said that if he won the Mermaid Queen at the auction, please, he should give her to him. Grizz asked indignantly, "What?" Rock said that if he was looking for a trainer for underwater training, he could provide him with not just one, but several. Moreover, he could do it right now. What would he say? Grizz widened his eyes in surprise, and then lowered his head, looked at him from under his brows and asked, "His name is Rock, right?" He extended his hand and said that he had his attention. He was worthy of making a deal. He was looking forward to their joint work. Rock. The Tamer returned his handshake and said mutually. Thus began his cooperation with Grizz.